and there we go. I spent today doing work that I will talk to you, Fringy, about later, but also fixing up Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and 4 perfectly with HD mods now. I can play them all in glorious updatedness, and I'm looking forward to showing it off on future streams, which I'm doing the rest of Remake on Monday. John, I'm catching up. I'm playing all the Resident Evils now. I decided I wanted to. Resident Evil 1 is so almost... I was about to say underrated. It's more like underknown. I feel like people don't talk about it enough. Like the original, I mean. But,
yeah, it's kind of like Demon Souls, right?
Little bit, I guess, yeah. It's just... Because, I don't know, it's just like... It's actually... Because a lot of people do the thing of like, oh yeah, it's a bit old or it's a bit clear. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, if you play it on its terms, you know, it's pretty fucking cool.
At least and who could forget that absolutely spellbinding voice acting? Like, who could forget?
I tried to get Jill Sandwich, and I went upstairs and triggered the cutscene where he gives you the acid rounds, and then went back down without realizing that if you do that, it takes away the Jill Sandwich cutscene.
Oh no!
And so I was like waiting for it, and I got crushed.
Horrible.
And I just died. I was like, now I'm a real Jill Sandwich.
You know what I really would love for them to do is to remaster that online game Resident Evil Outbreak for the PlayStation 2. Like, that was a whole lot of fun, and the servers are dead, and you can't play the online aspect anymore, and the single-player aspect is trash. But if they could, like, just remaster it, get some anti-aliasing, get the networks all up, and have it running on the Steam servers, that would be fantabulous. I think that would sell pretty well with not much effort.
The last time I checked, there's actually a Japanese fan server that you can use to still play it online.
There is, yes. There is, and then you have to also emulate the Japanese version of the game on top of that. I have actually tried it. It lags pretty bad because, you know, the distance and all that stuff. So it's not perfect, but I'm glad it's, you know, it's better than nothing. But I think they should, you know, the first 3 games of Resident Evil had been released on Steam at the start of this month. So you know, as soon as that happened, I'm like, oh, wish they'd do that for other games too.
Yeah, no, I think they're sitting on a gold mine with the Outbreak thing. If they brought that back with modern network infrastructure, I think that would be great.
That'd be great. I would love to play that again.
Well, lots of Resident Evil happenings, isn't there? They actually just dropped, for those who don't know, the original 3 are on Steam suddenly, like, just... I didn't even think this got an announcement as much as someone on Twitter was like, wait, what? It's like, what? It's like, the 3 originals are on Steam. It's like, huh? And it was as simple as just, it's the GOG versions, but they're on Steam now. And it's like, okay, cool, I guess. It's just, alright, go check them out if you want, I suppose. Nice and, you know, easy to jump into, I suppose. GOG made it easy too, but a lot of people don't have GOG, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I was gonna say as well.
Anyway, how about that Daredevil, huh?
Yeah, that's a thing.
So yeah, I mean, we could. I mean, you know, briefly. So I've seen the first 3. I know Fringy's seen the first 3. I don't know if you other guys here have seen anything to do with
I've seen the first 1, and then I figured I don't want to have to watch this twice. So,
so, just I just want to say unequivocally, the people who said yes, the saviors are coming in, and so episodes, was it 1 and the last 2 of season 1 were going to be awesome, and they weren't. And then people were like, well, remember, they were making up for absolute shit, so it wasn't going to be... It had like a skill ceiling, if you will. It could only be so good. And it was like, okay. It was like, season 2, they're getting full control. After watching the 3 episodes, it is shockingly bad. Like, catastrophically awful.
And this one they own completely, because the first 2 episodes were written and directed by the 3 musketeers that apparently saved this show. They made it, and it like the thrust, the narrative thrust for this season to do with that boat, everything about it is insane.
And just complete nonsense, everything about it. It's rough, man, and they're just doing everything wrong. Like every single thing that could happen, they're just doing wrong. Daredevil is fucked. And if you guys didn't notice, and I know so many of you in chat didn't, it's out. You can watch it, but nobody knows this because nobody cares.
The only thing people, oh man, the swordsman was finally
The
done
swordsman.
justice in episode 3 in this one take that's so good. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's crazy to me that with the amount of money and resources this show has compared to what they had for the Netflix series, like just how staggeringly worse the actual fight scenes are in this show compared to the Netflix series that had like half a day to choreograph any given fight scene that they were doing.
The thing that was really hitting me compared to their usual failures is just how much they do not understand Daredevil's abilities. They really like nerf him constantly.
He keeps getting surprised.
Surprised by people who are around the corner. It is insane. They've completely forgotten how his senses work.
Daredevil could smell them like 3 blocks away. Like, it's not, you can't just be surprised at every time. And then they're like, oh, look, we're doing the thing where we change the aspect ratio. That means, whenever Bullseye shows up, it goes blue. That's cool. I saw people like, oh, no, that's so cool. It's like, why? Tell me why. Why is it cool that they just make the screen blue every time he shows up?
And it was season 1, but it's still relevant. All the shit with season 3 that basically annihilated Kingpin's influence because of the reveal of all the shit that he did, that they established in that season would like destroy his chances of being able to do anything from now on because he's been exposed. It's so funny that at the end of season 1 and continued on to season 2, it's just like, nah, that's null and void.
Nah, it all got swept under the rug.
Nah, don't worry about
it. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, because the way that the show would almost have you, it's like nobody knows. They just don't know. They kind of like tiptoe around it. It's like, oh, the rumors. Like, what do you mean the rumors? What are you talking about? The rumors.
Nobody seems to remember who Kingpin is in the universe, and nobody has any clue who Matt Murdock is either.
Yeah, they'll never. Well, yeah, I mean, Heather. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What a loser. What an idiot.
It's rough, man.
What a psycho.
But hey.
And also, there's that as well. Like, isn't it crazy? Like, how can we honestly consider, like, putting to one side the actual quality of all of the writing, which is pretty bad anyway. There ain't much Daredevil in this Daredevil show. Like,
there's a hell of a lot of Kingpin, though.
Characters that they get. Well, there's a lot of Kingpin, but there's also a lot of like Kirsten. Like, there's a lot
Buck.
of Cherry.
Don't forget
and
Buck.
Yeah. And Suspenders Man. What's his name?
Suspenders Man.
The deputy mayor.
It's insane that they threw this huge like cast of nobodies that no one cares about in season 1, and then like we're taking the reins in season 2. And you're like, oh, you're gonna like wipe them all out, or you're gonna reduce their screen time, or you're gonna do something. It's like, no, they're main characters. In fact, they're more main than most.
Yeah, they are. It feels like they're actually getting more time than it feels like in season 1 they actually didn't get as much time as they're getting now. It's kind of crazy.
And you think like, well, at least they're developed, right? You're like,
yeah. So yeah, pretty bad. We'll be talking about this next week. Right?
Next week, boys.
But speaking of bad.
Oh wait, hold on.
I don't know what you're referencing. It could be anything.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of game you're trying to give away.
Oh,
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, we're look, right. There's a new movie that came out. It's called the Super Mario Galaxy movie, based on Super Mario Galaxy, which came out nearly 20 years ago, which I feel is something that will be relevant to the discussion as we progress. To remind you all, like, a lot of people haven't actually played Super Mario Galaxy.
How many people even know this game is being adapted rather than a feeling that's being adapted? Let's be honest.
Yeah. That sure is an interesting point, Mubes. I wonder if that will have any relevance to our discussion. Anyway, it's come out. It's made a lot of money already. Surprising nobody. I think it has just fallen short of the opening for the first film, which you might remember made over $1 billion.
I have never seen more screens in my local theater for one movie than this before. I think it took like every showing for every screen all day. I don't even know if there's other movies anymore.
No, it was playing a lot for sure, which is just the correct decision because this obviously is going to make a lot of money. I suppose the thing is that it probably was always going to make a lot of money no matter what they chose to do. But then it was made by Illumination. My point being that whether it was good or bad, it was going to make a lot of money, these films. But then they chose to go with this particular studio to make these films, which it's funny. It feels like a few years ago, pretty much everybody came to the right conclusion, which is, but it's that's a lot. That's a distant memory at this point. Any trepidation that seemingly a lot of people had about this particular studio making Mario movies.
Worth mentioning, because someone was just asked. So Rags is unfortunately unable still to join us today, but I have spoken to him semi-recently. He is doing A-okay, and we're expecting he's going to be able to come back relatively soon in some capacity, just so you guys know, but unable to make it today. But I just also want to mention, don't let it ever be forgotten that EFAP glazed the last movie, and it was Rags' favorite animated film of that year. Is that true? Is that something Rags said? I don't remember that. I can't remember.
I don't know what he said, but like we definitely.
Well,
I don't like.
We gave it a halfway mixed bag,
yes.
Which I guess is glazing in this day and age.
How are you forgetting how often I get mad about the fact that Chris Pratt is playing Mario? How often?
My summary has always been like it's a semi-coherent series of events that vaguely references the original film. I'm talking about the first one now, and it has like a through line with Mario and Luigi that I like. It's okay. It's a thumbs up. Good for you. There's some feelings in there.
Extremely basic.
Yeah.
Right? So I think was that the one when we doubled up and we did that and.
That and 65.
We did that, and
60.
Tetris.
Which might be why it's hard to remember because that movie's just a memory void.
Well, yeah, but, Tetris was a banger. 65 was abominable. This was like, I was about to say in the middle, lower than middle, but you know what I mean.
It's lower than middle. It's like a 4 out of 10.
But I remember the sentiment on that, besides what has just been mentioned, is that it was about as safe as you could possibly get away with without being entirely redundant. Like it did a bit of character stuff. It had a bit of plot, and there were plentiful references and Easter eggs. It wasn't all references and Easter eggs. Like they were in service of a threadbare but nevertheless present story. So I remember because I think the sentiment of my video was essentially like, just demand a bit better than this. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, and considering it's made by Illumination, we should be happy about that. But if you are going to be turning this into some sort of franchise, and stop lying to yourself you are doing an NCU, then you probably need to work a bit harder than this in the long run.
Yeah.
And, well, now
and
here we are.
Did they take those lessons to heart? We will find out. But I mean, hey, thank you, whatever commenter, because that prompted a bit of discussion about the first film. But we're not talking about that now. We're on the new one, the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Which, I suppose, the best way to start is, what do we all think about it from right to left? Platoon, what do you think of the Super Mario Galaxy movie?
Oh, I thought it was excellent. No, I can't actually sustain that for more than half a second. No, the movie is Super Mario Galaxy is probably one of the most soulless experiences I've had in recent times. And I've seen the Minecraft movie in recent times.
Oof.
The Minecraft movie works harder than this film does. The Minecraft movie has more characters. Minecraft movie has a stronger story. Minecraft movie probably has a more coherent theme, as incoherent as that theme was. This movie is everything that I disliked about the first movie, and then cutting away everything that made the first movie even vaguely tolerable. There's half of a good idea across the entire 90-minute runtime of this film to do with Bowser and Bowser Jr.'s relationship, which the movie does not understand what it's doing with, and it doesn't know how to work that into its story. So you get this half-decent idea, and you think, okay, I can see different ways this could go, and I'm sort of semi-interested to see where it's going to go. And then the third act happens, and it's just like, well, fuck that, we can't be bothered. It's particularly annoying and frustrating, given that it's Mario Galaxy, and I've been told several times on Twitter that, well, the Mario games don't have a story. Like, they're plotless, they're pointless, they're just fun colors. Why would you expect a story out of a Mario Galaxy movie? And that's almost more interesting to me than the movie itself, because lots and lots of people seem to have absolutely no recollection of the games they claim they like, to the point where they say that the games they like are shit to justify the movie they like being shit, which is what makes the movie great somehow. It's made for kids, so it doesn't have to be good, therefore I as an adult liked it. There's a lot of cope from a lot of these people. If this were in the context of any other property, like Disney adults or Disney Star Wars fans, everyone would know how to spot it and ridicule it, but because it's Mario, somehow we don't. It's just crap all the way through, but more crap than that are its fans, who I think I slightly detest. But I could rant about this for about 4 days, so I'll stop there.
Mola, what did you think of the Super Mario Galaxy movie?
When we like pop over to the theater, there's like expectations, right? So if we take some of the films we rated as like the highest of the year in the form of Warfare, Life Chuck, Sentimental Value, some others, if you know enough about who's making them, who's in them, and what the sort of artists behind it are really invested in, you'll go to the theater and in an analogous way, you sit down and like a super talented ballet dancer comes out and does the most amazing performance and then leaves and you're like, yeah, okay, good stuff. Yeah, excellent. I enjoyed that and that's what I was looking for. Cool. Thumbs up. Yay. And sometimes you'll go with a gamble. 28 Years Later might be suitable for that, where it's a movie where you're really into the ideas and the trailer, and then you get something, and you could more akin maybe to a ballet dancer that slips, or maybe a lesser performer that actually does better than you expected, that kind of gamble. But there are some where it's like, I don't want to say Jurassic World Rebirth, maybe that's a different thing, but maybe a Sonic movie? Or I could kind of go with the first Mario film, where you're like, I am going to the theater to watch a clown dance. And that's okay, I understand the deal. I'm going there and I'm going to watch the clown. And I went there to watch the first one, and the clown danced. He honked his horn, he squeezed something, he pulled out some handkerchiefs that were really long, and he was on his unicycle going woo, and then it ended, and I was like, all right, not bad, clown, I guess. There's some stuff about, it's not really my favorite thing, but whatever. When I was going to this one, I was kind of in the clown mood of, I'll be seeing a clown, and I sat out, and the clown like came out and slipped and fell over, and he was like bleeding out of his nose, and he was like, I was like, oh shit, what's going on there? And then like he tries to pull out some handkerchiefs, and it like ties into a noose, and it's just like, wait, what's going on? And then like slips on water from his own spritzer thing and falls off the stage and crawls back up, and then eventually the curtain's just closed and you can hear crying. And it's not that I was like upset or anything. I was kind of like, wow, that was just terrible. Like, what the hell? I'm not particularly mad because I never expected them to do anything that was going to be respect to the games or anything, but I'm almost impressed of how much care they did not put into the storytelling at all, and they seem to have given up and just gone for the lowest common denominator appeal. Hence, like, Super Mario Galaxy Doomsday. Like, this is just, there's no story here. It's just stuff and things that you may recognize if you played these games or are aware of Mario in some way. So when it finished, I was like, well, I just ate an oxygen sandwich or something. I just like that was time spent anyway. Obviously, I knew that already before because I'd spoken to you, Fringy, but like I was just like, yeah, you would hate this because it's But at the same time, I was just like, it doesn't bother me as much because I guess I have like a very low opinion of Illumination thanks to lots of different things they do, but I really do think they can tell better stories than this. Even the Grinch had a story. Like, it was, people know that we didn't like the Grinch from Illumination. Don't worry about it. But I don't know. I'm almost still baffled thinking about it. There's just not really a story. Anyway, I'll shut up too. That's me.
John, what did you think of the Super Mario Galaxy movie?
I'm probably going to have the most positive opinion on this by a wide margin, but that's not to say that I hesitate to call this movie good. I think as a kids movie towards mainstream audiences and diehard fans of the games, it's fine. It's fine / okay. I mean, I was in a packed theater. There's a lot of energy in the crowd. Everyone was digging it. The kids loved it. The plot is a mess. It makes no sense. but it adheres to game logic in a way that diehard fans of the games are gonna get it, and then everybody else is gonna be baffled and be like, "What the fuck is going on?" And I wonder how this is gonna unfold in like the industry, because like this movie is gonna make a shitload of money, and I wonder if maybe there's eventually gonna be like a subgenre for like film film adaptations of games where story was never the focus, and then evaluated on that basis. But then I can imagine a lot of people getting upset that would be like a perversion of cinema to have like a subgenre of film where the plot deliberately doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's just a string of set pieces connected by really weak connective tissue. But you're meant to be like, oh well, that's how it worked in the game, so it's fine. I mean, the whole thing with the pipes and the tubes. So you got tubes in the Gateway Galaxy that go to other galaxies through space, but then you have like green pipes that I guess they just go to random places, and it's just like, okay, they're there now, and it's like, why? Like, and then we'll get into the details of it. I don't think it's entirely devoid of substance. Like Platoon was saying, there is something there with Bowser and Bowser Jr., where like Bowser sees like a distilled version of his own tyrannical behavior in his own son, and then, but it doesn't do with it what you would think it would do. Like they just, and at the end they just both double down on being evil, and I think that was really underwhelming, because I thought they had an interesting idea there at first, where I thought Bowser was going to be like, "No, son, I have learned the error of my ways, and you should too. Like, you're taking this too far." But he just joins his son. Like at first, like he embraces his role of tyranny again, but you can tell there's the subtext of it is that he wants to reconnect with his son. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. But then it just doesn't go anywhere meaningful with it. And all substance pertains, most of it is with Bowser. A bit of it is with Peach, but they don't really do anything meaningful with that either. And the Mario and Luigi, the characters you think that it's going to be about, like it doesn't. It feels like they're just there to like stomp on Goombas and smash blocks, and that's it. But the beginning of the movie, it sets them up visually as like the main characters of the story, but they just end up being set dressing. That said, I confess I enjoyed it on the level of like references and Easter eggs. You can think of me as a simpleton or whatever if you want, but I mean, I like this much more than the Minecraft movie. I thought the Minecraft movie was dog shit. Like frustrating.
Don't worry,
nobody
here disagrees on that one.
Right? Yeah, but
I love Jack Black.
I hated the Minecraft movie. I did not hate this. I got a few laughs out of this, and I was smiling through most of it, even though the plot made no fucking sense. And yeah, that's my summation. That's all I'll say.
Alrighty. Das, what did you think of the Super Mario Galaxy movie?
Well, the first one was like a 5 or a 6, and then I'd say I'd give this one like a 4. I do agree with John that it is still better than the Minecraft movie, which isn't saying much, but there you go. The thing about this movie is like you keep seeing these people like online that keep on saying like, oh, it's a stupid fucking kids movie. You expected plot out of a video game movie where there is no plot in your video game. Da, 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 da. The thing about that is that this movie promises to be something more than that within the first half. It's like John was saying, they start out like, oh, Bowser's working through his anger issues and he's trying to turn himself around and be better friends to Mario and Luigi. Oh, he wants to reconnect with his son. Oh, Mario has feelings for Peach. And they start promising a movie that is actually like more substantive than the first movie. And then halfway through, the writer dies and his 5-year-old son takes over, finds all the assets and smashes them together. And then that is essentially what happens for the rest of the movie. Nothing pans out. Yoshi's in the movie and then they forgot. The Mario Brothers are in the movie. They forgot. They just forgot, and they just fan service the rest of the way through until it's over. And yeah, it's certainly colorful. It is certainly for kids, but that's just kind of how it kind of turned out to be. The movie really is, in the end, just a product. Illumination isn't interested in making art. It's all about just making a product, and they did it again, which is frustrating to see. In the end, though, you've got this thing as a kids if it's also for the people who want to go in and play nostalgia bingo. And if you've looked at Twitter over the last couple of years, it's also for a couple of years. But if you look at Twitter over the last couple of days, it's also for gay furries. So it's just basically, that's it. You know, the simping over Bowser and Fox was kind of extreme over the last few days. And, you know,
the straight furries never get representation.
No, they don't. So that's essentially what it is. And it's just, it's hard to want to discuss it any further than that once you realize, yeah, it was just kind of plopped onto the plate, and it'll be forgotten in like maybe a few more weeks. So there you go. That's my summation. I give it a 4. Still better than the Minecraft movie, but I give it a 4.
So, so I am a Nintendo fan. I'm a Mario fan. I adore Super Mario Galaxy. It's like one of my favorite games ever. Which is why I detest this movie. I loathe it. I despise it. Let's be honest, guys. This is not a faithful adaptation of Super Mario Galaxy, let alone the broader Mario world. Yeah, it looks like it. It occasionally sounds like it. But none of the substance is there. None of the atmosphere or the vibe or the tone is there. So I'm not really sure why we're appealing to that principally as being this film's saving grace. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But I am sort of understanding something, which is I don't think that there are many people who like who say that they like Mario, who like respect it, like artistically. That's something that I'm realizing. It's almost as if Mario is such a ubiquitous staple of pop culture that like a lot of people have never even really thought about why they like it. I'm reminded of it's a quote from Lemon's video about New Coke, where he asks what he even points out as kind of like on its face a bizarre question, which is, does anybody even know what Coca-Cola tastes like? Obviously, in the context of that video, raises an interesting point. I feel the same sort of question is relevant to Mario at this point. Does anybody even understand why they like Mario? Does anybody even know what Mario is? Because like any praise for this film that's stemming from like that element that is like for the fans, I don't get it. I actually don't get it. I don't understand. Actually, no, I do get it, because again, it's like, oh look, I recognize that. Oh yeah, that sounds for about 10 seconds there like Gusty Garden before it goes back to the generic lame soundtrack. Oh look, it's Mr. Game & Watch. Ooh, yeah, haha, hee hee.
That's the one thing I liked.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
But then in the, you know, once you move all of that to one side, which the vast majority of it is like literally superficial, it is only visuals. Once you move that to one side, you got like nothing here. There's like no this film doesn't even have like the first film, you could say like at least has the pretense of telling a story. You know, it has the pretense of having a theme or a point or a reason for existing. This one feels like they gave up entirely. They didn't give a shit. Like how we move from one scene to the next, I don't know. That's not our job. Like that's not really something that we should be bothered about. Whatever reason we need to come up with, however thin or non-existent it is to get us to the next action scene, that's our job done. And a lot of people are saying, yeah, sure is, lads. But like sincerely, it's insane. This film, like, what do you gain from it? What does it leave you with? What does it make you think about? And I'm sorry, like, people saying, oh, well, Mario, why would it ever do that? It's like, oh, I'm sorry, like, have you played Super Mario Galaxy, the game that this film is ostensibly based on? Like, of all of the games that they could have chosen to adapt, Super Mario Galaxy, the one that has like the loftiest narrative ambitions, obviously within the scope of Mario, which is still trying to more or less be like a straightforward, universally comprehensible, relatively simple story. Mario Galaxy, the one that is actually like aspiring to tell a bigger story, that is trying to create like a grandiose world, that's trying to like evoke all of the awe and, you know, like melancholy of the universe. Like that one is the one that ends up with this film that's got like no story, no like no theme, no like desire to provide the viewer with anything other than, yeah, I recognize that. So yeah, I don't like this movie.
I feel personally attacked. I recognize things. When the
Is it
pianto walked
worth,
past the screen, I was like, "Ooh!" In my head, though, because I'm a
there's so many of
die-hard
those. I love
Mario
it when
Sunshine
they went
fan.
to that entire planet full of references. That was great. It's like every frame. I recognize that. I recognize that. I recognize that.
No, dude, it's so funny to watch it happen. It's like a virus, because whenever they were talking and I saw a pianta, I just started thinking about Sunshine, and I was like, it would be cool if I could play Sunshine. Sunshine. There he goes, those gooba creatures from that stupid island. It's like,
It's, you know, Sunshine's another of those games that these people seem to think just has no story and no plot to it. And it might, I mean, I don't know, Frank, if it's going to upset the order you were planning to do this in. Like, are we going to talk about, I mean, just what the story of particularly Galaxy is? But I mean, it probably is also worth mentioning that other of these games have stories too. Okay.
Like, I think that it's relevant to do that at this point, because like it is something that I've noticed about the discussion surrounding this film. Is like a lot of people who claim that they like Mario like seem to think it's dog shit. Like it's dog shit and worthless and makes no sense and it's just like a bunch of nonsense. This is not true. Mario has a simple story, so simple that maybe you could make a criticism of that being the case, but they have simple stories, not bullshit nonsense stories. Like foundationally, yeah.
Just real quick, because I saw someone answering your question. I think two different people answered your question with Mario is fun. That is why they like Mario. To give you an idea, I'm not going to do this with Mario, just to give you a prism in which to connect it. And this is for the audience, I mean. When someone says, like, what do you like about Resident Evil? Let's just say the OG for the sake of the conversation. And someone says, well, it's scary. Or, well, I like survival horror. I think Fringy's looking for an answer that would include something like, I love the way that they create the atmosphere through the mansion. I love the way that the entire game manages to make you go back and forth and manipulate each of the rooms and shortcuts in order to best, you know, make use of all of your resources. The way that zombies are introduced, the way that they, you know, counter the way you approach the whole mansion, it keeps you on edge. It's a very limited and pared down experience that yet feels overwhelming until you progress far enough that you can feel somewhat powerful, and then you'll discover the secrets of the story within, sort of like something like that, as opposed to it's fun. It's like, yeah. All games are fun, but we're, you know, what is it about this one that, and then someone's like, you can't translate all of that to a movie. And it would be like, well, no, but you want to grab the things that made it special and do your best to translate it, right? That's what the best faithful adaptations do.
And that's particularly important when you're dealing with people who say, this is a movie for fans who like the games because they are fun. In other words, making a direct appeal to the fact that they know almost uniquely what makes Mario Mario should be then the people who are best able to answer that precise question. Fun is an output. What are the inputs? What makes it fun? What is it that makes Mario Mario? What is the secret of Mario's jump, you might even ask? What is the actual secret sauce behind it? Do you understand why the levels are the way they are? Do you understand where the narrative devices are used in constructing the levels themselves? Because they are. All level design in Mario games is a narrative act as well as a gameplay act. I think I talked about it in the video I did in the first movie. There's this, it's Kisho Tenketsu is the device they use. It's sort of brought over from Chinese poetry via manga, via Miyamoto into Mario level design. And it's this idea that you can have a 4-part introduction to a level without conflict, where you are introduced to a mechanic, for example. The mechanic then gets amped up a little bit with a slight additional risk to it. And then in the third stage, there's a twist to that mechanic, which forces you to use it in a brand new way. And then there's the fourth step, which is, okay, now we have fully mastered it in all of its various forms. I can deploy it against either the big foe at the end or whatever final challenge I need to get to the end. Like, all of that is integral to the way Mario games work. Platform games are narrative. They might not always be plot heavy, but the storytelling is still there. It's in design, it's in environment, it's in aesthetics, it's in everything about the game. Now, if you claim to be a fan of these games who uniquely enjoys them, and you have a better opinion than some professional critics who don't, you should be able to tell me about this stuff. Surely you know about it. And I'm just not encouraged when the same people then turn around and tell me that Mario Galaxy had no story. I don't think you know what game you played.
That's crazy. It's like Mario Galaxy has no story. Yes, it does. Well, I'm not a fan of Mario. Like, this is the kind. This is what I've seen Platoon dealing with on Twitter a little bit over the last few days. Is how many people, when you push them, will just admit that they literally have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to referencing the source material. Which is, you don't have to do that. You don't. You could talk about the story for what it is, but that would be a really short conversation. Let's be honest. It would be a really short conversation because so much of what people value about this film is derived from the games, which are not this movie. Like, if you didn't know fucking anything about Mario, you'd be looking at this and like, what is this? Like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, what is this world? Like, who are these characters? It's all relying on your meta knowledge of Mario and sort of relying on this general thing of like, oh, well, I like it and I recognize it. And so, like, as long as you present me with things that I sort of vaguely recognize, even if they're not coupled with the context of the games, or they're not even the same as the games, because let's be honest, Mario doesn't just have like full-blown conversations with people. He says, wahoo, let's go. That's what he does. Like, he doesn't have these, he's not, he doesn't sound like Star-Lord.
I wish to shout out Toadsworth, who, when you select him, goes, yeah, blah, 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 which is top-tier voice acting as far as I'm concerned.
But that's the thing. It's like, so, like, to bring it back to the point that was being made before, like, Mario games don't have nonsense stories. They have simple stories. They have stories that are meant to be sort of universally comprehensible at a glance. It's a big part of the appeal of the series is that it kind of like it transcends culture, you know, like it is more or less readily understandable by basically anybody who picks up the game. There's this hero, the princess has been kidnapped, he has to go on a perilous quest to save the princess from the evil villain. Like, that's the foundation, obviously, that's present in a lot of Mario games. And usually, a lot of the time, when it gets varied, it is like, we're going to put you in a different location, or we're gonna present you with a different task that you need to complete in order to save the day. For instance, in Super Mario Sunshine, like cleaning up the Isle Delfino, right? It's like that's a slightly different way of engaging with the world than in Super Mario 64, where you're jumping into paintings to and it's only like, oh yeah, that's stupid. It's like, dude, just chill. Like,
do you like
calm down.
That was like my first, other than like some Game Boy stuff, that was like my first major impression of Mario. So I just like attached Flood to him in my head a lot of like for ages. I was like, that's how Mario works, his jetpack. Obviously.
And then, of course, it does lead us to sort of an awkward element of this film, which is, well, now you're dealing with Super Mario Galaxy that, like, certainly, if you were to compare it to some of the more complex stories that are told in video games, it's not really going to be on that same level because it is still trying to ultimately aspire to that same like universal comprehensibility, which to some extent like necessitates telling a simpler story if you want to make that possible. However, like, Mario Galaxy has some ambitions in terms of telling a story. It has a theme. It does.
I never played Galaxy.
It features a backstory for one of its characters that is relevant to this theme.
Yeah, and I never played Galaxy, but I have a friend who did, and he loves the games. He tells me that Rosalina's story is actually pretty decent too, right?
Well, it's the storybook where you learn about Rosalina's story, except obviously, you know, they're sort of they don't just come out and tell you it's Rosalina, but obviously it is, right? Yeah. Like, obviously as the story plays out, like, it's apparent that that's who it is, and it's the story of how
I pushed a couple of people on that point on the story, and so that once people moved away from, oh, Mario Galaxy has no story, then a few of them would say, oh yeah, but the story's optional. You don't have to read the storybook. I say,
Wow.
well, okay, so you've accepted that it's there, but the storybook, okay, let's say the storybook is optional. The cutscenes kind of aren't, though. The text that literally puts on screen in front of you, unskippably at the first playthrough, that's not optional. The A plot of the game is not optional. The story's right fucking
But
there.
like, what?
It's really hard to miss.
I don't think that's even acceptable though. Because what if I then said, "It's like, yeah, but I wasn't paying attention to the cutscenes though." It's like, okay, I didn't read the subtitles though. It's like, well, why
Like,
the fuck?
Yeah, sure.
What?
Just so this is a lesson that you should have learned many years ago. But just because you close your eyes doesn't mean it's not there anymore. It still exists. But you know, like in terms of, you know, sort of guiding the conversation going forward, it's like Super Mario Galaxy. What is the point of Super Mario Galaxy? What is the central theme? It's like, well, it kind of has a little bit to do with the title. It's a story that's trying to essentially derive some sort of thematic meaning from space. And obviously the game sort of presents like its answer on you know, like that story and sort of how can we present like the story of the universe in an uplifting way. Now obviously, you know, you talk about how accurate it is scientifically, but like that's not really relevant when we're actually just talking about like the theme as presented in the context of this world with, you know, the Lumas and the creation of new stars and galaxies and all of the things that they're able to create. But like the theme of Super Mario Galaxy is that rebirth, like the cycle of death and rebirth, is sewn into the very fabric of the universe, and that from death is spawned new life, and that we're all part of that cycle. I mean, Rosalina basically explains it outright. Like, she says, when stars die, their stardust scatters across the universe and eventually reforms to create a new star, and so the cycle of life continues, but the cycle never repeats itself in the same way. All new life carries the essence of stars, even you, to which Mario gleefully welcomes the new galaxy that was created from the Lumas, these little critters that you've essentially been meeting and helping throughout the game, sacrificing themselves in order to save Mario from death. And in doing so, creating a new galaxy full of new experiences and new wonder and awe. That's really cool. That's really neat. I like that a lot. That's super fun, and I'm like, and actually like worthwhile and poignant. It's not crazy. It's not especially deep. But like, I don't even know why we'd be appealing to that as being like some kind of problem. That, or rather, like, well, it isn't that complicated, so just discard it. Get rid of that shit. It's like, that's kind of crazy to me.
Just to add on to that, because that's a really good and accurate summation of the overall story. But then it's not just that Mario Galaxy has a theme. Like, the theme intersects with its characters and the actions and the fates of its characters as well. Villains have motives, heroes have motives. Both heroes and villains get rewards in part based, well, in the hero's case, based on motive, and in the villain's case, it's thematically on point that the villain is rewarded despite the bad things that he's done. So, as far as I remember from Mario Galaxy, and it's been a long time since I played it, Bowser's motive is sort of your classic villainous hubris. He is stealing the grand stars to build this Bowser reactor. He wants to create his own universe, his own galaxy. He wants creation in his image, and he kidnaps Peach because in this act of hubris, he wants somebody else to witness the greatness that he's bringing upon creation. It's pretty classical in that sense. It's a fairy tale villain plot, but then a lot of older Nintendo games have a lot in common with fairy tale stories. Bowser goes and almost does this, and obviously you have to stop him with the aid of Rosalina. In the act of stopping him, the thing he's half made is destabilized, that supernova is created, and as Fringy mentions, the Lumas sacrifice themselves, which seems tragic. It's poignant when you realize that actually, that as the game tells you outright, unskippably, you can't miss this. It's in the fucking A plot. This is the point. It's creation and destruction are kind of two sides of the same coin. It's eternal recurrence. Life repeats in strange and unpredictable ways. But it's not just then that you're saved by this revelation, and it's not just that the Lumas haven't truly sacrificed themselves, they've given birth to something new. Bowser himself gets saved because you see him falling essentially into lava, from what I remember of the final cutscene in that game. Like, his creation has collapsed around him and he seemingly has died. But then he wakes up on the ground next to you as well. And the whole point of this is that, like, you didn't really necessarily do much wrong. Like, you did what you were always going to do. You didn't deserve to die because of that, even if it was evil from other people's perspective. But in this brand new galaxy, you get a second chance to be your new self. Like, the characters are intertwined with the theme as well. Probably more so than any other Mario game I remember. Galaxy has that synthesis of pretty good character writing for a very small period of time that you get any of that stuff, and very closely aligned with the overall theme and the A plot of the story.
So someone would have to tell me what is the problem with what's presented in Mario Galaxy Story? What's wrong with it? How is it not entirely coherent within itself? What is broken about it? Because yeah, that's you kind of got that problem. It's like, oh wait a minute, no, it's kind of like actually thematically coherent.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it feels like it is even, something that's worth, Rosalina says all new life carries the essence of stars, even all of you, which feels relevant when it's Mario, Peach, and Bowser who are gazing up at the new galaxy that's being created for them. It's like they all get to be like the beneficiary of the story's theme. This is really awesome, and this is like specifically just referring to sort of the core story and theme. But then when you expand upon it, like Super Mario Galaxy has an amazing atmosphere. It's got a brilliant soundtrack. It's got really inspired art direction, great level design that really like accentuates and sort of emphasizes that you are dealing with like a cosmic adventure where we're going to be playing with like gravity and flying through space and interacting with like objects in space. It's got all of that like synthesized into this experience that plenty of people, including myself, it is like their favorite Mario game. It's really remarkable, and all of this, like all of what we've been talking about, like this is in a game that was made 20 years ago for the Nintendo Wii, which was not a very powerful console at the time, with a considerably smaller budget than like any mainstream Western animated film is going to have, and it was able to accomplish all of this. And this film has got none of that. It's got none of this material, which wouldn't be a problem if they wouldn't be a problem necessarily, rather, if they replaced it with something else that was substantive and meaningful, or they still sort of ran with the idea but told a different story. But there's like nothing in this. There is nothing in this film that's like even remotely approaching the Luma sacrificing themselves for Mario, or Rosalina's storybook, about her coming to create the Comet Observatory and becoming the sort of matriarch of the Lumas, while putting to one side her own sorrow about losing her own family or being stranded from her own family. Like, there's none of this in this film.
And I think
so, like,
the second order point is that I can accept, for the sake of argument, if I imagine that my brain is made of old marshmallow, I could accept the argument that, oh, the game has no story, no plot, and the theme is like bare bones, and so like, what have they really got to work with? If I was an idiot, I could accept that point. It would still be the movie's job to come up with something in that case. It always is the movie's job. The movie is a narrative art form. You are telling a story on film. It's kind of the whole point of the medium is to do that. So if you don't think that there's enough of a story in the games to translate one-to-one onto the screen, your job is kind of to write one. So it's not, even if you make that assumption, it still doesn't defeat the point that this movie is soulless and totally empty, and that there's basically no point having a writing credit on it. And actually, it's not the argument that you should accept anyway, because as I think we've shown, Mario Galaxy is a pretty rich little game. And I'd go to bat for some of the earlier Mario games as well. Mario Sunshine is simpler, thematically, certainly it's simpler. Still has the basics of plot and character stuff. Peach is kidnapped because Bowser has told baby Bowser that she's his mum, and then you get the bit at the end, having formed this relationship with Flood, obviously you get the emotional stuff with when they, in the act of trying to save Al Delfino, Flood seemingly dies, so you're supposed to have developed an attachment to this character by that point, and then you get the emotional payoff when Flood is brought back to you repaired, and then you get baby Bowser's acknowledgement to Bowser that he always knew it was a lie, but he just wants to be able to fight Mario again when he's older. So like even the villains get a sort of happy ending in that story, having already had established, simple but established motives all the way through. You know why they're doing what they're doing. At no point in either of those two games does a villain say, I'm going to destroy the universe, because the obvious question is, why the fuck would you do that? You're in it. We don't need that kind of nonsense.
So, and to go to bat for what you were just talking about, right? When adapting something like Sunshine, the obvious things some people might say of like, dude, there's like barely any scenes where people are talking to each other compared to just Mario running around doing missions and stuff. And it's like, so this is the miracle of adaptation, right? The game launches with they're on the airplane. Like that can now be maybe 5 minutes long, and it can set up a bunch of things and have some characters talking to each other. And then when they land, you get your first action scene with the airstrip and the first sort of piranha plant lava monster finds Flood, and then gets to the court sequence, and it's like we've pretty much nailed all of Act One. And it's like, what's Act Two? It's like it's going to be a major, Bianca Hills sort of reveal and exploration, and battling Petty Piranha, or PT Piranha, sorry. And then you set up that there's more going on here than you fucking realized. We can easily get a second act low point regarding, like, the loss of this, that, and the other thing, and Corona Mountain always being a thing in the distance, having all of Isle Delfino like just fucked up, and he's fixing it over the course of the movie and meeting different people, going different places.
Respect him more.
Yeah, and then you get to include some fun horror in the hotel, or a wacky like Rico Harbor is just fucking. There's all kinds of crazy awesome things you can do, and you'll start to realize like, oh, we're actually running out of time, as in to be able to, you're not gonna have you don't need to just throw the whole thing out and then maybe reference a star or something, yeah, like and then as Batum just said, the payoff of Flood breaking and like dying would easily get a whole audience. It would have them by the balls. It would be really fucking sad.
Can you imagine how the audience would feel if the ending of Mario Galaxy was just recreated 1-to-1, like in the film? Could you imagine?
This is what I'm saying. Like,
all the Lumas sacrifice themselves,
because we've talked about it before, but they need to slow the fuck down, and they need to actually really refocus on the stories they're just ignoring. Because you know what it is, right? It's like, this is making shit tons of money. They know what they're doing. It's like, there's no reason to assume they wouldn't have made more money, and there's no reason to assume it doesn't create more fertile ground for a further universe, as we are obviously going toward. It's kind of just talentless to me, like when it comes to storytelling. I mean, because this is something I said to Fringy about this is like, imagine watching this film with zero context, and let's say, hypothetically, there was no context for this. This is an original idea called Super Mario Galaxy. You just watch it as this is. I feel like if we were forced to talk about it with that context, the only conclusion you could have is like, what a bizarre movie, dude. The art in it is insane. Like, look at all these crazy realizations of worlds and characters. But, like, what the hell is all of this? Nothing ties it together. Yep. Where does this all come from? What artist did they get to do all of this?
The only thing that ties it together is you know what Mario is and you already like it.
Yeah.
So this film is benefiting massively from that. And it appears that whatever the future, let's be honest, we know what's coming. Super Smash Brothers is inevitable.
Yeah.
Inevitable at this point, that this is going to start to extend to all of the other, but maybe you're not going to like it as much when it starts happening with some of the other Nintendo franchises that you actually care more about, if you want to be more honest with yourselves, because you don't really respect Mario at all. But you might start caring about it a little more when they actually are doing like a proper Star Fox movie and they butcher it, or when they do the Metroid movie and they completely butcher it. Like, that might start to bother you a bit more.
We were asked on Open Bar, like, what one do you want to see them do next? And Metroid was suggested. And I was just like, automatically, no. They're not going to do Metroid. They'll do a wacky, fun space action thing that maybe, like, does some references or whatever. But, and I know some of you will know what I'm talking about. Some of you will think I'm insane. But, like, Metroid is so atmospheric and contemplative and slow-burning. And it's like they would never adapt that. They're not gonna. It's not gonna happen.
No, we'll look at what they've done with Mario. Because again, I'm not gonna like it's. I will never stop complaining about it. There is no reason why you can't have a Mario movie that just doesn't have much dialogue in it at all. That doesn't have celebrity voice actors constantly talking to each other. Like, every single scene is just overflowing with dialogue. Like, you can totally do a feature film where it is just essentially presented in the same way that the games are, where it is just characters making sounds to each other, and sort of progressing through the adventure with like minimal dialogue exchange, while kind of essentially having their if you want to, say more like caricature sort of expressions and modes of expressing themselves, like that's entirely possible that you could be doing that. But the fact that they weren't willing to do it with this, when that is kind of like something that everybody knows and understands about Mario, the fact that that they weren't willing to do that, and they were like, yeah, we need to get Chris Pratt as Mario, like that is what we need to do, and that the audience accepts that. Like, what hope could there possibly be that any of these future movies are actually going to like understand that there's a certain atmosphere that needs to be captured with something like Metroid or Zelda? Like, I'd say, it's a grim
I'd even
prospect
extend
for the
it
future.
to Star Fox. I mean, Star Fox is quite a useful example, having actually appeared in the film. Now, I know the idea of a dialogue sparse movie might sound absurd, but actually, you've already had that. That's this film. If you look at the number of dialogue scenes and what is actually contained in the dialogue scenes, Mario has, I think, like 3 conversations, 2 of which are, "Hey, you fancy Peach?" And it's like that's the main character nominally. He doesn't really have much of a speaking role at all, and when he does, nothing is conveyed. Nothing's generally conveyed in any of the dialogue in these movies, so you probably could skip it out, and you could have a way more sparse dialogue film. And this movie's sort of proven one way, a bad way in which you can do it. You just make it a compilation of montage shots and fight scenes, no talking required. But on the subject of being completely unable to capture anything fundamentally different, anything thematic or anything visually, atmospherically distinct as you would need to do for a Metroid or anything like that, I would just say Star Fox. And I know Star Fox has been pretty well received for his appearance in this movie, but if you take away the voice actor, which is basically what gives any Illumination character even the veneer of differentness, this is Illumination Star Fox. He has a scene when he tells you exactly why he's here. It references a bunch of stuff that makes no sense in context. It only carries meaning if you've played the games. And then he's kind of reduced to the same as every other character the minute the movie tries to do a funny with him, which is like every 30 seconds because it's hyperactive. There's nothing like particularly characterful beyond some facial expressions and the voice actor doing a good job. It is an Illumination character pretending to be Star Fox, which is basically the same as any other cameo in this movie.
He's Chewie in the sequel trilogy. He just drives people around. That's his purpose.
He's a taxi driver.
That's it.
I should do a taxi driver movie with Fox McCloud.
Chat have reminded me, so Fringy, hauntingly, there is actually a Metroid game. They would more than likely adapt 1-to-1 even, or come close to it. You know which one, right?
Other M?
4, yeah. They would...
It's 4. No, not Other M. They know that they can't do that. They probably do Metroid Prime 4. That's probably what they would
Metroid
do.
Prime 4 is kind of perfect for them. There's so much crap and... like, all the stuff they usually do is already in that game. So they would call it Metroid Prime, probably, and it would just be an adaptation of that. Like Mackenzie would be in there.
As we have seen in this film, the name doesn't mean shit. Like, this is called the Super Mario Galaxy movie, but this is not the story of Super Mario Galaxy. I mean, case in point, like, Rosalina ain't a part of this story. Like, she's in it for, 5 minutes? I kind of feel bad for Brie Larson. They're bringing her around for all of the press tour. She's going to all of these events as if she's like a major part of the story, and she's not, which of course is insane when in Super Mario Galaxy she's basically the deuteragonist of the story, more so than Luigi is. Mario's guide to the cosmos. But never mind.
Foolishly, I did rewatch the first one before this, just to make sure I got all that continuity that I needed. But I was quite flawed. I think I felt this first time around, but man, Anya Taylor-Joy's performance as Peach is so awful, and she's a very good actress. She did not give a fuck about this job.
Which I understand that she wouldn't care about this material, but I guess if it extends to Mario overall, then I respect that a lot less. But,
I'll give you a slight piece of deference that if you had read the lines for Peach in the first movie, you would also be like, oh, it's stuff like, we have to go, let's do it. We're gonna save them.
Let's save the Mushroom
We have to
Kingdom.
hurry. It's just awful. There's no character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Focus, Em.
Well, Grace Randolph thinks she does a great job specifically. Who knows? We might find out more about what Grace Randolph thinks about the Super Mario Galaxy movie later. What were you saying, John?
I think you could have had a Galaxy movie where, like, you can do the member berries and references stuff, but if it had that, you could also have that through line from the original game and that catharsis at the end of, the element of sacrifice and this idea of, like, death and rebirth being two sides of the same coin, and you can't destroy energy. You can only transform it into something else. That kind of idea. You could have all the reference stuff. You could have references in there, and it could still work. But
yeah.
But instead, they just saw the galaxy labeling and just saw that as an opportunity to capitalize on an MCU multiverse style mashup of different characters and properties, rather than that thematic of like, the death and birth of universes and things like that. Like all the thematic was just thrown out in favor of like, let's set up a bunch of potential future movies like Star Fox or a Smash Brothers movie or whatever.
I remember when God of War 2018 came out, and you're playing it, and you can even tell this from the marketing, right? When they revealed the new game, and then Kratos walks into the frame, the whole audience lose their shit because it's been a while since they've seen him. Then you play the game, and there's just like almost zero reference in any kind of significant way to the originals for a really long time. They'll say like, "You're the angry dude from some other place," or "You did this," or there's like question mark, "Who are you? Who are you? Where are you from?" And then you'll go to like certain areas where lots of ancient curios have been collected, and you'll see ones that look kind of Greek.
Tears Temple.
Yeah,
Tears
yeah,
Temple.
yeah. I can't remember it. Like, I wouldn't be able to recall all the times that there's Greek references. There's definitely a handful, but there's just stuff where you're sort of sitting there and you're like rocking back and forth, like, man, talk about it. It's like, we can do that. And then, mechanically, they open up more and more things that you're like, that's that. And like certain things have certain names, and you're just like, really, okay, fine. I could have gone for a lot more, but fine, game. And then you get to the Blades reveal, and I would describe it as one of the most explosive fan service moments in like the history of anything that's doing that sort of thing. And it's funny because the scene is handled so fucking well as like a build up. They reserved their their explosives very, very carefully. They set it all up. They make it very narratively necessary, very narratively meaningful. It's all in place before they even explicitly do what they're doing. And then like you get the nostalgia-gasm, but at the same time you can barely even focus on that because of just how much the story itself is progressing with that, those pieces of information. And I like having that, and then of course there's loads of properties that pull this off. When people are like, "Yeah, I loved seeing XYZ in Super Mario Galaxy," I'm absolutely in agreement. I'm sitting here like, dude, do you understand how amazing the fan service moments could be if this was like an actual story? You're just missing out. Like, you're not demanding better. You're just like, it's chill. I recognize the robot or the lady with the dress and the umbrella.
What if they had made some effort to have the power-ups have some relevance to the story in some way, rather than just like, oh, look, there he's got the spring power-up. Oh, look, he's got the drill power-up. Look at him. Oh, Yoshi's got the one that turns him into a balloon. I recognize that. What if they tried to like make a story out of these elements of the Mario world? Like, what if they tried to have them tie in some way thematically? And you might be like, oh, how? It's like, I don't know, man. Ain't that your job? Isn't that what you get paid to do? Isn't that why we're here, to tell stories? Maximally
you don't understand,
Fringy. This world?
You don't understand. They needed to make room for all of the Odyssey references, not the Galaxy ones.
Well, yeah. I mean, and then of course there is that. It's like, yeah, a lot of the references in this extend beyond Galaxy. Which speaks to something that Mola said before, which is you guys need to slow down. Like, but then again, it doesn't matter because the naming will be arbitrary. The next one will probably be called Super Mario Odyssey because that was one of the games that sold well. They're probably never going to do a Sunshine one because it didn't sell as well as the other ones. They'll do one that's called Odyssey, and it will have nothing to do with Odyssey at all. It'll just be like a conduit for them to do whatever they want, which whatever they want isn't even telling a story. Like, I would appreciate that more, even if it wasn't the story that I wanted to see. But, like, all of this conversation that we're having about, like, the material that was left on the table, the reason why it's so relevant to the conversation today is because what they replaced it with was fucking nothing. It's nothing. This film doesn't have a theme, as far as I'm concerned. This film doesn't have a point. It doesn't give you something to walk away from it going, man, that enriched my life. That's something I'll think about going forward. Which there's no reason why that couldn't be the case. Mario Galaxy is capable of achieving that for people for good reason. Mario and it's kind of staggering, honestly, like how devoid of like a story this film is.
Yeah.
I had someone tell me in defense of this film, if I wanted to give my kids something to think about, I would put on a Pixar movie.
Why?
This is just for them to have fun. So it's like, by extension, logically, this movie would be better if it were more like a Pixar movie and had something to say. It's not a defense of the movie, that's a criticism of the movie being dressed up as a defense of it. You're basically saying it's empty, hollow entertainment. What's the point? And you've actually given a counterexample of something that isn't. So just apply those same standards.
The killer argument for this is, what if this film existed, but it was really good? Would you prefer that? If they say no,
if the writing is better.
That would be worse. I would prefer that it's just mindless slop.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how could you possibly answer, like, no, I don't want it to be good. I don't want it to have storytelling. I don't want it to have meaningful character arcs. You're like, why?
Why not? People will do. They do this. It's a really bizarre thing. They simultaneously defend it because it's for their kids and therefore it doesn't matter, which is just a bizarre outlook anyway. And then they say, and because it's for kids, therefore I enjoyed it. So it's like, well,
that's the thing. They're going to bat for themselves enjoying it. They're not going to bat for like that it was just their kids that enjoyed it. They're like, no, but I liked it too. It's good. And then it's like, what about this? Well, look, all right. It's just it doesn't need to have any of that. It doesn't need to have a story. It doesn't need to have character arcs or themes. But I don't even like, why would it even be presented as a dichotomy between like good Pixar movies? Because obviously I'm referring to the past Pixar movies when I say that. And then this, like, as if, well, one of them's fun and one of them is like worthwhile.
Yeah.
Like Pixar movies are fun. The old Pixar movies are really fun. I mean, they're way more fun. Like this was mind numbing as I was watching this. Like
we don't have to dig so far back. Why do these people even do it? Like, The Last Wish was not that old, and it is one of the best like meaningful films that came out that year for storytelling. But also, it's really fucking fun. A fun movie, man.
Sure is.
It's about death, like, and it's fun as hell to watch that film.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and The Incredibles is about like a midlife crisis. and it's very entertaining, because that would be something I'd say as well. It's like, well, what about the action scenes? It's like, I don't know, man, they were pretty incomprehensible a lot of the time. They looked nice in terms of the raw animation and fidelity, but I mean, The Incredibles has way more legible action scenes, like Dash, his whole action sequence on the island.
Yeah,
it clears anything that's in this film in terms of just choreography, structure, and animation. Not on a pure technical level of, well, what about the graphics specifically, but in terms of you being able to understand what's happening and why, and on top of that you're actually invested in this character and want to see him succeed. You're laughing right alongside him as he learns that he can run on water, compared to in this, where it's like, well, I don't particularly care that Luigi's got like the cloud power up. That doesn't mean shit to me. Why would it?
On that note, by the way, because I'm pretty sure I mentioned this on a previous EFAP, but I'd have to every time it comes up, because it's one of my favorite memories of mine. I was super fucking into Incredibles, like watching it in the theater. I loved that movie, and the action sequence with Dash that you're referring to, so awesome when he runs into the water and he doesn't sink, because intuitively to the audience member, you're like, because he's so fast he can fucking run on water. That's so fucking cool. And then all the different things he does, without naming them, are really, really, really awesome. All really well visualized. But then he gets cut off in the caves, right? I think it is. He can't go forward, and he turns around. He can't go back because both the spinny blade things are coming toward him. And so he goes back, fall back, and then stops. And I remember that moment as a kid just being like, what the hell is he going to do? And then he just sinks into the water because he's ran out of speed. And I remember simultaneously being like, this is so fucking amazing, and getting mind blown. Of course, he's on water. He's fine. He can just go down. As that doesn't happen anymore. Well, I say anymore. Not here.
It certainly doesn't happen. That's for sure.
That's actually...
I mean, is there any reason why... Well, I mean, that might be a good example. Is there any particular reason why Mario would want, one power-up versus Luigi wanting to pick another? Is there any reason why they would pick that? It's like, no, they just give them different ones because they want to make sure that they get as many in there as possible. They don't make anything of it. They're not actually leveraging, like, the Mario world to accentuate or enhance their story.
Yeah, it's not like he could pick anyway. It's all random.
Well, yeah, that's basically the way that what I'm getting at is, it's like, that's the way that the film doesn't present it as a choice. Yeah. It's just like, yep, they just get the power up and they're just going to use the power up. We're not going to do anything with it. We're not going to try and leverage it in any particular way to to tell us a little bit more about who these characters are. And again, you got the problem. It's like, well, but it's Mario. It's like, yeah, sure is Mario, where the characters are kind of like clean archetypes that are very different from each other. Mario and Luigi are notably different from each other. And of course, this in the games extends to a lot of other characters as well. Less so to the likes of Peach in this movie, but that's partly because they kind of locked themselves into a particular interpretation of Peach that I would say just treads on the heels of a lot of other characters in detrimental ways, but we can maybe get to that later. I think actually something that would be worth sort of to doing now to sort of explain part of this core issue with the film is to discuss elements of the plot. We're not doing like a scene by scene breakdown of this plot.
I was actually wondering if you were going to summarize the story in like 5 sentences or something, because it's not going to take you too long.
I mean, just put on your best 5-year-old voice and you can just sum it up real fast.
So basically, Bowser Jr. kidnaps Rosalina because he needs her power for his new planet, and he's got to go and get Bowser and save him so that they can rule the galaxy, his father and son.
Before you, I don't know if it would be worth just beat for beat comparing how Galaxy the game actually introduces all of this stuff conceptually, because it's just such a downgrade. The first 90 seconds, the first movie, as I think we mentioned, the first Mario movie took a little bit of time to establish, like, these are Mario and Luigi. This is what they are. They, struggling plumbing business. They want to do right by themselves, by their family. And you meet this, like, thematic precursor to Bowser who bullies them. So it takes its time to do all of that stuff. Galaxy takes its time as well to sort of introduce this concept. Like, you don't start off in the first 90 seconds with a huge CGI set piece fight scene. It's every century, right? The comet flies over the castle, and it's a periodic.
You're going to find out why that's every century. You're going to find out the reason why that's the case.
But like, so they've established that this is the case, and like this is doing some foreshadowing, obviously, for like the overall theme of the game, but also the overall setting of the game. It's the bigger things you're about to be thrust into, but then it also is important for a later story beat where it's like this actually is important. The fact that this happens for a reason and that it happens this often, like all of this stuff is teased to you way more slowly. And it sets the world up first in which the story is going to take place. Whereas this movie is just like, nope, fight scene and kidnap and take Prince and something about blowing up universes. And then later on you get the comet beat, but it's like, oh, that just happens now. As opposed to, no, this was predicted to happen. There's a reason for the party. There's a reason all of this has happened, and we've known it from the beginning of the story. It's just, and then this, and then this, and then this.
Very much an and then plot. That is the governing principle of constructing this story. And then this happens, and then this happens, compared to,
well, like, this
again, feelings of good old Trey Parker and Matt Stone, therefore, but.
Just some basic stuff, like Bowser Jr., is he mentioned in the first film at all?
Nope. Not that I can recall, which is pretty crazy when they knew that he's a character that they could and probably would use at some point.
Not only that, but, every significant reason for why this story happened before the first film happened, but we don't have any reference to it. What I'm trying to say is, like, Bowser Jr.'s motivation is all a flashback, and it controls the entire plot. It's like, it's the most fucking glued on thing ever. They made the first one without thinking about anything else. They were just like, fuck it.
In the games, they were making it up as they went along. They didn't plan for Bowser Jr. They came up with him for Sunshine, and then they worked from there. You have the advantage of knowing all of this material.
Oh yeah, why does he have the paintbrush?
Just because. Well, look, he's right.
Shut up.
Even though again, he doesn't have the paintbrush in Galaxy. In Galaxy, he's flying around on the.
How weird is that?
On the ship.
Hey, Sunshine fans, Bowser Jr.'s got the paintbrush from Sunshine that can paint and do way more things than it could ever do in that game. Also, Piantas show up. It's like, anyway, you're like, what? What?
Yeah.
Like, that's so weird, but okay.
But I mean, already on that, it's like, wait, so Rosalina gets kidnapped. And she's the damsel in distress for the movie? Yeah. That's her role. It's not the role that she plays in the game.
Yeah,
it's
which
the
feels
guide
like
for Mario.
The cheat of they're not allowed to make Princess Peach the damsel, but
you can make Rosalina the damsel, even though she's meant to be the cosmic guide.
The key is, 1, it can't be Peach, and 2, whatever the damsel in distress is cannot be saved by a man. Like, they didn't let Mario save her.
as we will talk about later, as will become very clear, Peach basically steals Rosalina's story in Galaxy. At least like the foundation of her backstory. It's basically taken from Rosalina and given to Peach, and in doing so, it hurts both of them. Big time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And to be clear, I saw this with someone who has zero context for not only the first Mario movie, but Mario at all. And they were very fucking confused. It was hilarious. They asked me why it was called Super Mario Galaxy, and I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Well, it's the princess. Like it's about her. Like the story is for her. Why is like she was confused?" And I was like, I don't think there's any spoiler concerns, but it's all about Peach. The new princess has been introduced, so to speak, right, in a broad sense. And then by the end of the film, there's a third princess that arrives, and it's like, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I'm doing spoilers. It's Daisy. You're going to be seeing Daisy in the next movie.
Where the fuck is Wario?
That was my thought. I was like, surely it's Wario. Surely they're going to show Wario, but nope, it's Daisy. Daisy's, which again, that invites a new conversation about like, well, it feels like Peach is kind of stepping on Daisy's, like she's like encroaching on her space as well as a character. Look, we'll get to that. But yeah, Rosalina gets kidnapped. Oh yeah, no, this is part of the evil plan. Wahahaha. And then Mario, look, right, he wants to ask Peach out on a date basically after. I like how I just totally skipped that Yoshi gets introduced in this film, and
we completely just keep on forgetting about Yoshi, and so does the film.
Which, by the way, so grim. Yoshi is he's my number one. He's my favorite Mario character.
Oh, he's awesome.
I adore Yoshi. Everything about Yoshi is perfect. Perfect character design, perfect voice. Not specifically referencing that was Donald Glover, and it feels like he made an effort, which I appreciate. As well as the fact that Yoshi plays like he's just kind of a great addition to the Mario world from a gameplay standpoint. He's just this element that can massively complement and expand Mario's moveset while also being a great character in his own right.
They missed out like one of the most obvious wins in storytelling and a reference and payoff. Do you remember when they're crossing the bridge and the T-Rex is chasing them and it all collapses? The way they build the story is that they all fall down, and then Yoshi's got to realize like he needs to sort this all out. There's just things that get sorted out on the ground. I thought when I was watching it, because I was like, oh, is it going to be that the bridge collapses and Yoshi can't quite make it, but he tosses the top off? Like all of them get bounced off his back, and he goes down while they go up. I was like, that's not only a really awesome reference, but it's really fucking noble at that point. Like Yoshi gives up
which
his.
Is something that it feels like a really important element of Yoshi that they've actually not realized, and it's there. It's present in the material. Yoshi is like really loyal and heroic. I mean, the Yoshi save Mario and Luigi. They are the reason why all of the stories that they get to go, all of the adventures, all of the heroics that they get up to, is because the Yoshi saved them. They embarked on a quest to get them home. That's right.
So it's baby Bowser in that game is the villain. He sends the magic guy who attacks the stork. And robs baby Luigi, and then Mario gets saved by Yoshi, and then all the Yoshis band together and think, well, like they're twins, they know where they're going. We need to, get them back together because the Yoshis are just good. They're good, communally minded little critters. They do enable, because that's a prequel, as you say, like they do enable the rest of the galaxy, the rest of the Mario verse to operate after that. And then there's like Yoshi's story as well, because all these fond memories of all these games I used to have. Yoshi's story is that baby Bowser steals the super happy tree, and then to restore happiness to the universe, all the Yoshis again band together to go and bring happiness back to the universe, basically. But I remembered watching that because Yoshi in this movie is introduced, and he has a flashback to introduce him. And I remember thinking, oh, so we are actually so we've got a story to tell here, right? We're going to explain why he's here. We have a story. And then you get the flashback, and it's, well, he woke up after the post-credit scene of the last movie. He went for a walk. He went to a museum. He knocked over a dinosaur. He ran away, and now he's here.
Well, with the pop music as well, because we're doing a little fun montage here. There's less of it, but I have a lot of complaints about the soundtrack. All right, I hate it. So
the soundtrack does. Well, I was just struck at that moment by just how this is early on in the movie too, and it's like, so you had a flashback which is for story purposes, and your story is he went for a walk and now he's here. What the fuck?
On that front, right?
He went for a walk in a world where nobody reacts to him.
no one reacts to them. That's bullshit as well. It's like I watched One Piece season 2 recently, and it's like we know how to do great backstories for cute little animal critter characters that can actually make them fully realized and give them a journey and give them a character and give them stuff that can be paid off later. Like Chopper is really well handled in that show, as far as I can tell. I'm not familiar with the source material, but that got me going pretty well. It's really simple as well. It's not something that requires a huge amount of narrative complexity and dialogue, heavy scenes, and all the rest of that stuff. We know how to do this stuff. And you could do something like that with Yoshi, given that Yoshi's backstory, he is communal. He is alone. Maybe he has this need to save these two babies because he remembers having lost his own family. Maybe he feels alone, and now being with these people has given him this sense of family back because Yoshi's need their family. There's so much stuff you could do, and just to have it be he went for a walk and now he's here, and that's the last character development you give him is such a fucking waste.
And on that point about that bridge thing, for me, it was more of a wider clue that as much as they get a lot of visual references down, which reminds me of the Halo show, by the way. It's like, oh yeah, that does look like that. Oh, that does look like that. It's like, yeah, cool. That's wonderful. But that's such an obvious miss to me that they're not really thinking about anything like that. Because that's not just a visual payoff or a medium payoff, or like to an era, an age, or a game in a broad sense. It's a very specific, meaningful thing that someone who loves the games would have been able to incorporate if that was the sort of design philosophy with the storytelling in this, because it would create probably one of the more impactful emotional moments of the whole movie, and it's like a reference. Like you don't even
pretty much.
It's like for free is what I'm saying. You don't even need to build it all up. Maybe do a setup that he can do that earlier in a safe environment or something like that. But no, it just bugged me thinking about it, because I was just like, man, you would change nothing about this sequence. Like, you can easily do the exact same, because they get turned back into adults pretty soon after that, right? Because the T-Rex gets hit with the baby thing, and then they undo themselves.
Oh, yeah, I like how you're just saying all of that. Like,
yeah, but
oh, yeah, they're babies now.
Aside with all of that, the Yoshi stuff was fucking mind blowing to me in the sense that it came across as the film equivalent of a pre-order bonus. Like you pre-ordered Super Mario Galaxy, so you get the Yoshi cutscene, and you get to use him in game. Like, it felt so fucking disconnected and strange. It was like, we have to get this out of the way before we can do the film. And you're like, huh?
Which is really weird when the end credit scene was Yoshi's coming, which would make you think that it's going to be a story that's about him, but it's not.
And you sort of... It doesn't take, 10 minutes after he's integrated that you would assume there's been a full movie with him.
He's just part of the gang.
It's fucking weird, man. Also,
I see he just takes Toad's place, calls it a day.
People are picking up on myself, Platoon, and Free referring to him as Yoshi. I do that because I played the shit out of Melee, and I'm sorry, but that's how I hear him say it in the game. Yoshi.
Yep. That's how he always says it in every game.
Yoshi.
That's
not why
he says it. He says it in this movie because he's played by an American.
I'm sorry, okay? This embedded in my head is Yoshi.
Yep, that's the name.
I think that is a proper way, but I've always said Yoshi.
Yeah,
well, I'm fine with anyone saying either. I'm just explaining why I say Yoshi.
But everybody, all of you guys in chat, you're getting big mad about it. You need to calm down. You need to chill out.
You need to stop taking this crappy game so seriously that nobody cares about.
No, we're not doing that here. But yeah, he just gets introduced, and then he's part of the group, and then look, it's Mario wants to give Peach gifts because he really likes her, wants to go out on a date, but look, it's a what the hell is the term for it? A meteor shower. That's right.
All right.
Yeah. And it's like, look, a Luma miraculously escapes because there was a Luma that got captured with Rosalina and then managed to escape in order to be able to tell Mario and Peach what they need to be doing for the whole movie. So really lucky they managed to get away.
It is, but yeah, I mean, especially because there's a bit where, so obviously, the Bowser Jr., that's the one, has Rosalina in this cage that the UFO's taken to Planet Bowser. As soon as they get there, she decides, fuck it, I can just break out of this thing. So it's like, well, you could have done that at any point, but fair enough. I guess you're here now where you can't escape. That thing could have slipped through the bars because it's not designed properly. It's too small to be held in the cage anyway. And then because she's read it a storybook mentioning Peach, it knows exactly where to go. So that's how it gets all the way across to Mushroom Kingdom. And what it interrupts is like one of Peach is only what I would even consider like a dialogue line, but it's not even a character line. It's kind of like this is going to be relevant for the plot line. So we're here because it's her birthday, and then she says, "Well, it's not really my birthday because when I was a kid and the Toads found me, and this is just the day that they found me because I don't have a family and I've spent my entire life wondering where my family is." I say, I distinctly remember you not doing that in the first movie. You've spent your entire life wondering this, have you? It's news to me, but I suppose because you've thrown it in between two obviously more plot relevant things, this is also going to be highly plot relevant, so we should probably pay attention to it.
All they had in the first movie was her saying, like, oh, I don't know where I come from, but somehow I was in the Mushroom Kingdom and like, they would say, like, see, we set it up. We did. It's like, oh, he sure did. He sure did set up what you're going to be doing with Peach.
And that moment Platoon was referencing, I thought it was so funny because when she was captured, I was like, man, she was pretty powerful in the opening, like ridiculously almost, Rosalina. But I was like, okay, I guess if you put her in the clamp, she can't do anything. And then she just breaks out of them later, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay. Did you catch the line though? They were thinking about it. The people who wrote this know what stories are. They just don't like want to bother. She says like, "Don't hurt the Luma" or whatever. Like it's like, oh, she's emotional, and that's why she's strong enough now to break out. It's like, shut up. She could have done this whatever she wanted. You just like it doesn't work for the story if she'd broken out earlier because they could have just left.
Well, this feels like they're trying. This is definitely having their cake and eating it too. It's like, see, she's not a damsel in distress. She's fighting. It's and losing.
Well, so I'd mentioned this to you. I thought when he got his fucking paintbrush out to defeat her, I was like, oh, what's he gonna make? And he goes on the floor, and out rises a fucking piranha plant, like a small one, and I like giggled sort of because I was just like, that's like one of the most low level enemies that you could easily defeat. We're talking a slight bit above Goomba. You just jump on it, it's easy. And she gets defeated by it, and I was like, what? Like, it's a fucking piranha plant. Come on, bro. And she's insanely powerful in this.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Nothing makes any fucking sense. I was just like, oh, she's immensely powerful. No, she's captured and she's been completely nerfed. You're like, oh, no, she's not. She's still super powerful and she can break out of anything. Like, oh, it's like, no, she's nerfed. Piranha Plant got her. Like, oh.
Yeah, which again, it feels awkward. It's like, well, Mario and Luigi do a lot better against Bowser Jr. than she does, which is like, is that meant to be? It seems like that should be the case with the insane power that Rosalina appears to have.
And she's captured on the basis that she is the most powerful being in the universe because she's used to power the fucking Doomsday cannon or whatever Bowser Jr. has. But she doesn't do a very good job defending herself as the most powerful being in the universe. She's captured
why
by a
does
giant
Bowser
robot.
Jr. even know any of this?
Right.
How does he know who she is?
Does he know? Yeah, because it sounds, to reference Eat the Moon, it's like if Bowser had told his son to eat the moon, he would have just done that. Like, it's just, he could do fucking anything. He's like, create a planet filled with insane technology, including a cannon powered by a magical princess that can blow up the entire universe. And the kid is just like, okay, and does it in presumably like half a year or something? I don't know.
And I saw it mentioned in the chat. So the reason he can do all of this is it's storytelling in the flashback. That is what the movie wants you to think. That is not really how anything works, because so there is this flashback when Bowser and Baby Bowser get back. Bowser Jr. get back together, and you get the flashback, and it's when the movie is weirdly at its strongest, and it still makes no fucking sense. And Bowser Jr. says, the best time in my life was when you took days off work to read me stories. So he reads him a bedtime story in which he talks, and he's inventing this stuff. Like, this is a story that Bowser has created about them making their own planet and kidnapping a princess and powering a thing they call the Doomsday weapon to destroy the universe. And so, okay, so that's why Baby Bowser's done it. Bowser Jr. has done all of this stuff because he's trying to make his dad proud and go along with this storybook that he was told as a kid. The problem is that Bowser made that shit up. So really what's happened is that the writers came up with the A plot, and then they thought, fuck it, we need something to give like the semblance of motive. Let's say that he gave him the idea in a storybook, and then it just happens coincidentally that there is a princess who can power a Doomsday weapon, and he can get a planet in about 6 months, and he can make all of this stuff happen, and he can destroy the universe based on the inspiration from a fictional storybook told in the course of a flashback. The movie wanted to think that he got the idea from the story and that's how he did it, but the chain of coincidences that is required for It's like me saying, well, I read The Hobbit to a kid, like my little 1-year-old nephew, and then in 6 months' time, he's decided that he's actually got a magic ring and he is going to actually take it into Mordor and throw it there. And it's like, those places don't exist, though. But this movie says, yeah, but they do, though. So that's how it works.
So funny is, if you've played Luigi's Mansion and you play Sunshine, then you get a little reference for his brush, his magic brush, as to, he says, like, a weird guy in a science lab, like, coat gave it to me, and on the brush you can see the icon for EGAD. The game was like, we need to tell them where he got the brush from. You can't just have the magic brush. It's like, wow.
It's like, sure he can.
Yeah, well, this movie goes way further than that. He has a universe-destroying weapon because... It's quite something.
If you're gonna walk away with anything from this movie, it is just like the sugar rush of eating a bunch of cotton candy. There's nothing really, like, there's nothing at the heart of this thematically or in terms of emotional catharsis to walk away with, which I think, any movie should, in the development process, should start with, or you should try to work your way to that, establishing some kind of theme or feeling that you want the audience to walk away with as early as possible. But instead, it's just like, the writer just had a list of products and characters, and it's just like, how much stuff can we fit in and what can we connect with what? It's like, it also reminded me of the Minecraft movie in a way where it's sort of thematically, you would think it's about boundless imagination, but then in the execution of it, it's actually bereft of ideas. Like, I mean, because the idea of Super Mario Galaxy, it's just like, immediately you get this idea of like, oh, it's a universe full of possibilities, anything could happen. But then you watch it and it's just like, oh yeah, that's from that game, that's from that game. Oh yeah, they do the bit from Odyssey with the T-Rex. I think the lack of any observable theme, I mean, the closest it comes to is the Bowser thing. I thought they were doing a sort of Sins of the Father thing with Bowser and Bowser Jr., but they don't even have that unfold properly.
No, unfortunately,
in a way where that theme means anything.
He's a little clown man, so he doesn't get to have an arc. Because I mean, yeah, it's probably worth sort of delving into that. Like Bowser, while all of this is happening, Bowser is, he's in his little prison because he's a little mini guy. That he can easily escape from. But he's a little mini guy, and when Bowser Jr. eventually comes to get him and then captures him, which I will say, like, that as a sequence of events is pretty insane. And by the way, while this is going on, Peach has gone on her own little adventure that she just decided not to, like, tell Mario about or get help from. She's just kind of left without him. I don't really know why. Because as far as she's aware, there's nothing like, oh, well, no, you guys can watch over the kingdom. It's like, well, by the way, they don't need to, because they're gone for a while from the Mushroom Kingdom in this movie, and nothing bad happens. So
just to be clear, right, the dilemma, as the film shows us, is this Luma comes in and says, Princess Peach, can you help save my mum? She's trapped somewhere. Where? And it's like, And then Mario is like, well, I'm sure Peach is going to figure out exactly what she needs to do here, and we're going to come up with a plan. And the film is presenting the dilemma of, like, do I stay and look after the kingdom, or do I go and save this poor woman? And the conclusion from the film to this dilemma is, I know, I'll go save her, but I won't tell anyone, and I'll abandon the kingdom. It's very much like, what? Why? And she's like, no, she left a note. You're like, no, just rewind. What the fuck is going on? All she needed to do is be like, I'm gonna go. And why did she take Mario with her? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's so weird.
She took Toad with her.
He's like, I remember just being like, what? Why don't you want anyone to know?
We need an A plot and a B plot.
Yeah, they had to separate them, but this is the best they could come up with. They were like, well, she just left in the middle of the night without telling anybody anything. And then the weirdest shit is like, oh, well, so Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi all decide, like, well, we've got to do her kingdom duties. Then we get this montage where the three of them are exhausted and borderline unable to do her job that she does on her own. And I was like, what the
Mario,
hell?
Luigi, and Yoshi can't, they struggle, but for her, it's no biggie, no problem. So
all three of them together can't match up to Peach. I thought it was really fucking weird. And then, the other thing was that the Luma wants her to to save Rosalina, where the Luma knows exactly where Rosalina is, and yet creates a
They
star
have to go to the
pad.
Gateway Galaxy.
The star pad takes them to the
Instead.
Gateway Galaxy. And it's like, why didn't you just shoot them to the location?
Well, I mean, and of course, the way that it all plays out there is pretty crazy because when they're there, Toad gets his backpack stolen by a monkey who leads them to what the fuck is his name? It's Wart.
Wart.
It leads him to Wart, and Wart's like, "Hey, so I know where Rosalina is. Anyway, I'm gonna kill you now." And then there's a big fight scene that happens.
I feel like you've made it make more
go.
sense than it is, honestly. Like just
I
chat.
honestly might have.
You have to understand, right? They've been sent to the airport of the galaxy in order to get to the next place. The unfortunate thing is they don't know where they're going exactly. They need to know where Rosalina is. But then just by chance, a monkey steals some stuff. They chase it into like the underground of this place, and they meet a mob boss who happens to know exactly where Rosalina is, and that fact gets revealed, and then there's a boss fight, and then they get the information from him. It's just like, what is going on?
Your problem is one or the other. Either the monkey led them there on purpose so that he could tell her something that he has no reason to tell her, because Peach is not relevant to Bowser Jr.'s plan. He doesn't need her. He doesn't need to be talking to her. Yet he gives her the information that she needs. It's either that the monkey led him there to disclose something that he didn't need to tell her, which ruins everything, or it was just a coincidence, which is its own problem.
It'll do a favor to the descriptions if you almost remove the proper nouns, because that's what the story actually is, if you know what I mean.
Well, yes,
like when
calling them names,
describing the locations accurately to whatever they're referencing and the characters makes it sound like it's more than it is. Because anybody who doesn't know Mario back to front will be like, I'm sorry, what? The Galaxy Airport, monkey steals shit, go to Giant Frog, who then reveals, I have the information you want for no reason at all, then they beat him up and get it. It's like, what?
Yeah, pretty much. Then they talk to a robot who very slowly points them to a hangar where they meet a Foxman. This is from another universe.
You missed something really, really, really important that highly impacts the way the rest of the movie unfolds. So when she beats Wart, she then leaves him conscious and alive, and then he radios Bowser Jr. and tells Bowser Jr. that Peach and Toad, they're after him. So now the villain knows that he is being pursued, and the villain is going to make such great use of that information that I'm so glad we had the scene to establish that he has the information, because it's so important for what happens next.
Sure is.
The connective tissue between set pieces is just like so weird or nonsensical or weak. That part where they walk into, like, they're at this like nexus of travel, the hub of the universe, and there's all these pipes going to different locations, but in order to get to the place coincidentally where Wart is, they walk through, I think the monkey walks through like an LED sign on the wall or something, and it's like a fake wall or something. It's like an illusory wall that they just walk through, and now they're in like the negative version of the Nexus, and it's just like this seedy sort of, like underbelly of it's like, why is this the negative half of the travel hub of the universe? Like, why is there a fake wall all of a sudden when there's just a room full of pipes that go different places?
There are stories we'll watch, and and like a thing will happen that doesn't directly make sense, but you'll be like, oh, is it this will do that, and then that, and then that, and then they'll get the thing. I can see where this is going. And that even applies to like bad movies. This one, when they were chasing the monkey who'd stolen their shit, I legit was just like, are we just wasting time? Like, how is this going to help them?
What is this going to lead to? And then you find out what it does lead to. It's like, wow, that's incredible. And I mean, it applies because it's the same like elsewhere in the. What were you trying to say there, Mubes?
Just that it's the kind of thing you see it unfold in a way that. It could have been anything. It literally could have just been any single thing, chat, you could think of in the world as an event, an action scene or a discussion, anything at all, and suddenly it just ends with, this is the information you need, deposited by the hand of the writer, just comes into the universe and provides it to the character, because they needed to say, this will take 7 minutes or something, Wesker style, and then they were like, how does this get them what they need? It's like, I don't know, it just does. And he was like, cool. It's
Yeah, I mean,
it's like the
it's
actual opposite of the entire concept of storytelling. It is, you're like, what needs to happen and what do we have and how do we connect all of that into a through line, and then look at the through line and where are the weaknesses and where are the plot holes, where are the stretches, and can we just tweak all of it to fix it all up, and then boom, we have something coherent, and then can we spice it? Can we add some conflict and who's going to be here? And also, this is the complete opposite of, hey man, what are we referencing? And then what happens at the end? And it's like, cool, done, next scene. And it's just like, wow.
pretty much.
This is what I mean about the clown
particularly-
committing suicide on stage. I just couldn't believe it. Like, I was just like, wow, there's just no effort whatsoever. That's amazing.
The one that really stuck out to me is, so when the castle gets picked up and then it just suddenly gets dropped on the honey hive like planet. It ends up there, and Mario is with like Luigi and Yoshi and Bowser, who they've made big size because it looks like we're running the arc of, oh, he's actually going to maybe be a hero now. So they stumble across the Queen, and then she's like, you crashed the castle here, so I'm going to sentence you to hard labor. And then Bowser's like, no, take me instead. And then she's like, okay, and I'm going to help you guys get to the Gateway Galaxy now. And Mario's like, oh, Bowser, maybe you ain't so bad after all. And then Bowser spends maybe about 10 seconds doing his hard labor, and then Bowser Jr. just suddenly picks him up. What the fuck is that?
It's insane.
It's bizarre.
There's this certain useless slob creature on Twitter who said to me that this is impressive because there's more than one thing happening at the same time. And it's like, technically that is true, but actually not really. It's kind of the same thing is just happening twice, because if you boil both of those preceding plot lines down to their bare essentials, Peach and Toad walk together through place. They find person who gives them information so they can travel to next place. Off we go. Mario and Bowser walk together through place. They find person who gives them information so they can get to next place. It's the same thing that's happening. You can make that different if you do something along the route during the walking scenes, for example. So Peach's storyline there is sort of kicked off when she sees this missing poster for Rosalina, and then she has this half flashback to her being dropped into a pipe. And it's like, okay, so I guess this connects to the family thing because you've not said anything since then, so it must be that. You could do stuff on the walking scene. It didn't have to be 5 minutes of a montage through a reference gallery. You could have told us something about how she thinks about that. She could have been telling Toad about it. Or maybe she was like, she could be asking Toad questions about where she came from because the Toads are the ones who picked her up as a kid. You can do character work in that scene. And then at the same time, you've got Mario and Bowser and Luigi and Yoshi going through. You have Mario on a long walk with a supposedly redeemed Bowser. You don't think maybe there might be something they could say to each other during that sequence? No? Because that could be really interesting. And then that would make it qualitatively separate. But as it is, they don't see the utility in any of these because they don't consider these people to be characters. So it's just like, and then they walked and then they got place and got the information. So it's really just a repeat plot.
I thought it was bizarre that Luigi was so pro Bowser. They established like, they've made friends off screen, and it's like, Luigi,
didn't
nearly
Bowser
melted
capture
you.
Luigi instantly in the first movie?
He nearly died.
Then,
he nearly melted him in
him.
lava, and it's like Luigi is like, nah, he's redeemed. He's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what are you? And he keeps telling Mario, it's like, oh, free him. It's like, do you guys know what Luigi's character is? Like, he would be less trusting of Bowser than Mario, probably. He's terrified of him.
Yep. I got that sense right at the beginning too. Like when they're about to enter that, they're in the desert area and they're going into the dark place, and they're both looking into the darkness with like confidence. And I'm just like, shouldn't Luigi be like a scaredy cat here and just be like,
Which they
I
randomly,
don't know, Mario, I don't know if we should go in there.
They randomly do it. Remember when he's like, he says he gets scared by a little creature, and he's just like, "People don't change." Like, see, he is the terrified one. It's but he's not though.
Funnily enough, it's like that is the theme of the movie. They can't. Bowser cannot change.
No,
he fails. Yeah. Don't give the villain second chances because he'll betray you.
But because that's weird because they seem to be building up. For most of the first half, probably the first 2/3 of the movie, Bowser does actually change. And so obviously we've sort of skirted over his introduction, and I just think that this is, you don't do this to your characters, any characters, but particularly not your villains, especially if you want to reuse them. It's kind of like the Lex Luthor problem in that if you make Bowser this retarded, I'm never going to take him seriously again. Having him be a little midget who traps his own tail in a door and screams, I don't like this character. He's annoying, and I want him to go away. And he's Bowser, for fuck's sake. But then when he is finally, like, he baits Mario into hitting him to reverse the effect of the blue mushroom. Because Mario isn't a character in the Mario movie, the way he baits him is just, he calls him a useless plumber. And so it's like, okay, I guess that's fine. That's as much as we have to work with.
Yeah.
But then even after he's bigger, he has actually changed legitimately at this point. He then gives Mario a big kiss, and then obviously then this leads to that ridiculously, like, over-the-top self-sacrificial thing of, no, I will stay and do hard labor, Mario, while you go to the next place. It makes no fucking sense. But I can kind of think, like, okay, I guess you are giving us genuinely reformed Bowser, and they've tied it to his feelings about his son. You could take that in a direction, I suppose. But then by the end of the movie, you do reach the conclusion, yes, that nobody changes, because for no particular reason, he's just going to go back to being Bowser from the first movie again. I actually can't pinpoint the precise moment he makes that decision either. So it's just,
Bowser
well,
Jr.
we have an interesting...
says... Sorry. But yeah, Bowser says, no, they're friends. And Bowser Jr. says, no, they're not. And Bowser says, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty epic.
Yeah, pretty much. Because you can't even necessarily pinpoint it to the second act low point, which is when Mario and Luigi get turned into babies with a baby-making gun. When they're chasing after
the baby-making gun. I know another name for that.
This is what happened.
If you can even call that a low point, I mean, that to me just felt like a comic relief set piece. It's just like Baby Mario, and also introducing memories of Yoshi's Island, because Yoshi is there with Baby Mario in a strange place. Like, I think one of the things that highlights the lack of any kind of theme or emotional catharsis is the fact that the line between Act 2 and Act 3 is like really blurry, and it's like there's no, it feels like there is no low point. And throughout the whole movie, there's no sense of like any one of the characters making some grave mistake and learning to rectify their, their behavior or whatever. It's all like it was mentioned before. It's like the whole movie is just stuff happening to the characters. They go out into space, and then this happens to them, and then this happens, and nobody actually goes through any kind of change or correction. It's all just stuff happening to them.
Yeah.
On the Bowser stuff, right? So, because I'd spoken to you about this, when you have the problem of like, how we getting Bowser on there? There's stories to tell that can be really fucking interesting when you take like the first movie villain and they end up being super useful toward a later villain that's bigger. For example, Scorpius in Farscape. That's probably one of my favorites as an example. Another really obvious one would be a certain someone in Buffy. It's like one of the people's favorite characters, arc changes, that sort of thing. There's loads of potential to have. And we're rushing. We're really rushing. But if we're actually going to pursue it, we're going to create a grander threat, and that Bowser is going to maybe have an arc where he's actually working, even begrudgingly, with the heroes. Like, okay, we can do that. So why not make this planet have an old friend of Bowser's on it? Someone he's worked with before who's like particularly aggressive. You can pick any fucking thing from the games, okay? Because that's what you guys do. It's fine. You can just throw them in. They don't even need to have that much character. But, Mario begrudgingly, because they need his size in terms of getting around, releases him. But he's like, please, fucking help. And then they come across a basic problem. And Bowser's suggestion is just kill the shit out of this basic problem because he's super violent and aggressive, and Mario keeps having to hold him back, and they solve a problem with in a different kind of way, more intellectually, let's say. But Bowser's like chill because he's made the deal or whatever. And then they like encounter some kind of boss battle situation where Bowser actually is needed for his power, strength, and violence sort of thing. And so like Mario asks him in that case to solve it his way, so to speak, and they do, and you just get that standard storytelling thing of maybe Bowser has a little bit of trouble with whatever the challenge is, and then Mario and him do a move together and beat it, and so they have that typical movie moment where they both look at each other sort of happy, and then both realize like, what the fuck, we hate each other, sort of thing. And then you get to the boss of this planet, who in this case, whatever, if it was the bee, captures Mario and Luigi and like hates them for maybe a past interaction. Tries to kill them, and Bowser actually stops it, like outright threatens the guys, like, nah, they're cool right now. I'm not interested in killing them. And then, he calls in a favor for this boss, or has a fight with the boss on behalf of Mario, and says like, we're square with Mario. It says, like, you go do whatever the hell you're doing, I'm going to go do what I'm doing, and we're done. And then re-encounter each other, maybe, with Bowser Jr. in context. And then Bowser's basically choice is, do I side with the guys who I'm kind of chill with right now, or my son? And then actually appeal to Mario. It's like, what did you expect? Like, what did you really think I was going to do? And there's way more story you can tell with something like that would actually be really fun and interesting, compared to the one we just described, which is, I will be good. Will you, though? And then there's a scene that just goes, Bowser, will you be good? And he goes, yes, I will. And then 5 seconds later, it's like, nah. Like, okay.
Kind of reminds that Futurama gag. Are you cool enough to be a globetrotter? Yeah. Are you? Well, with time, are you? No. That's just essentially the arc.
And like the suggested fix there is really quite thin and but it's what I would describe as story. It's like got scenes with things happen for reasons, and I don't know why this film was like allergic to that concept. Very strange, because all these are opportunities, and I don't know about you guys, but like the writing is like the process of solving problems, and like that's kind of fun. But there's just clearly no interest in that at all from these writers.
Don't care to do that. Why would we do that? That's not our job in making a movie based on a game that we can't actually have any mechanics, which means it's all got to be story. Oh no, we don't need to be doing that. But you know, we were talking about it before, but I mean, basically, like Mario and Luigi and Yoshi now get to go to the Gateway Galaxy, and then they bump into Peach, and this is where they meet Fox McCloud, who's just hanging out, and then he just says that he's from another universe. And this is the stuff that annoys me, is because like I really like the little homage like animation that they do when they introduce him, like the sort of 80s style, like retro way, like synthwave kind of like introduction with the 2D animation. Or like trying to go for that style. It's like, dude, this is really awesome, but you know that when they make the Star Fox movie, it's not going to look like this. It's going to look like this movie.
That's expensive.
That is expensive, so we're not going to, even though this movie is expensive too in its own way, but they're not going to do that. But yeah, that's the introduction. Oh, he's from a different universe. They even mention all the gang. He mentions all of the Star Fox crew. And it's like, yep, I'm gonna be here, and I'm gonna fly you to help you fight Bowser. I feel like it's what this is. By the way, they show Pikmin as well. There are Pikmin here.
They're there.
The Pikmin just show up. Like, okay.
Was it who said it? Was it Miyamoto or someone else said? No, I just want to put Pikmin in everything we do now.
Yeah,
but why though?
He loves Pikmin. That's like he loves it, and he loves it more than it is popular. Is probably the way to explain it. That's like he's really a big fan. I mean, he made it, but like it's he really likes it a lot. But I don't know if there'll ever be a Pikmin movie.
They do a sight gag with it where it's like a forced perspective thing. Yeah. You think it's this massive spaceship landing, and then the camera backs off and it's a tiny spaceship from Pikmin. Yeah. That got a chuckle out of me. But again, it's just like here's Pikmin. Anyway.
Where's Olimar?
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't there. But I mean, did they come from another universe? Because again, like Fox is explicit. He is from another universe and he's stranded here, which by the way is like your origin story for what will be like the Star Fox. I don't know, man. Like, do we like that we're locked into the first, cinematic appearance of Fox McCloud in this universe is that he got trapped somehow in the Mario world?
It's funny how
what's that gonna look like in the next movie, right? If they're actually doing the Star Fox story, where they have to fight Andross and it's dealing with his dad and all of that. Like how? Oh yeah. Also, this was this little adventure I went on in another universe with mushroom people.
I flew a building.
We're so long in the tooth of like universe building franchises now that you have so many references. Because before I saw this, knowing that Fox was going to be in it, it was like, oh, so we're heading toward like an Iron Man 2 situation, are we? Where it's like that film is kind of torn apart a little by trying to set up War Machine and also expand Shield and talk about Thor and get everything ready for what's coming later. And it's like, whoa, aren't we supposed to be telling our own story? It's like whiplash. That's what we're doing. You're just like, oh, geez.
It's sort of excusable considering in SNES stuff, Foxy does go to extra dimensional space where James resides. What do you think the point I was making was? What point do you think I was trying to make?
Age of Ultron has this problem.
I mean, you could try and repurpose that in a way. Like if the Star Fox movie comes around and tries to recontextualize this and says that actually he was pursuing his own father and like he fell through this vortex and Fox followed him and now he's trapped and he can't find him and it's like I have to find my dad and get back to my home dimension. Like, there are ways you can tell a story out of that. They won't do it, but you could do it. But because they won't do it, otherwise all it really does is it locks off possibilities because you've now established that he is alone in this universe, so you're not going to be seeing any of the crew, you're not going to be getting any of the earlier catchy stories that he might have been...
Rosalina fixed his ships. He's gone back to the Lilat system. So
yeah, where I was going with that was like Age of Ultron has this problem with it, that one's way worse. It's like the Nexus movie. It's just everything's happening in that film because that's when they were like, holy shit, we're gonna make 1 billion films and they're all gonna make $1 billion. It's gonna be amazing. I saw someone in chat mentioning BVS kind of has that problem too. It's like, whoa, we're speeding ahead. There's many problems with that movie, but it also does that with the being pulled in all different directions for all different things. This might be, as crazy as it sounds, the worst execution of that specific thing, this movie, of just being like, we need to get a bunch of stuff set up. How do we get them in? You know, it's what we've been talking about. They are there, and here they go, and you recognize them, and you like them, and therefore, it's like a solid, successful test. Because one of the things that threw me when I'd finished the movie was like, wait, DK wasn't in this at all. What happened to DK?
You see him in a small flashback in the Yoshi introduction, don't you? But otherwise, no, he's not in the film.
I was like, oh shit! And then it dawned on me. I was like, I guess was it which was was it the Bonanza game that came out with the first movie near enough, right? Or you know this?
Well, it came out a couple of years later, but
are we expecting a Star Fox thing of some kind?
Well, I think shortly after they announced that Fox was in this movie, there was the big leak that Star Fox game is coming out this year.
Right. Okay. So
and also that a remake of Ocarina of Time is coming as well, which feels like the timing with the movie, even though the movie looks like it's doing Breath of the Wild. But
all things considered, in a perfect universe, all of these things would be true and fine. As in, that's actually pretty clever to synchronize, you know, your movie adaptations along with, because who wouldn't? I don't know about you guys, but like when I saw Raimi Spider-Man 1, I was rather young. I was like, oh my god, I'd love to be Spider-Man, and then it's like, you know, play Spider-Man on GameCube. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. This is satisfying enough. Watch Lord of the Rings, be like, I gotta go play Return of the King when I get home. I gotta go fight, you know, the Mouth of Sauron myself, even though that was a cut. You guys know what I'm talking about. So it's that sort of thing is very clever, but at the same time, if you reverse engineer a little bit, it's like, oh, is DK not in this because he doesn't get the screen time because it's not about characters and story, it's about what pieces do we need? Okay.
Who are you selling at any given moment, basically?
So, yes. Did you guys get... This shocked me. Before the movie started, I got, I think, 2 movie trailers for stuff. I don't even remember what they were. But... And I wrote these down because I was quite surprised. Now, let me go through the grand total before any comments, okay? If you have anything to say about this. So... An ad came on. I recognized the format, and I was like, "It's a Switch 2 ad," and it was Mario Kart, and it was just showing gameplay, and it was like, you know, some voice being like, "Check out Super Mario Kart and Nintendo Switch 2." Just like blah, 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 blah. A good like minute ad, and then finishes, and then Super Mario Wonder. I can't remember what that was. I just wrote the name, and it was like the ad for that. I was like, okay, I don't, you know, it's like fine, fair enough, and that all played. And that went away, and I think I got like a movie trailer or whatever. And then it was Super Mario Galaxy for the Switch 2. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. But I was like, that's the 3rd fucking Mario-related trailer, but fine, I guess this is where you would put them. And then, I shit you not, once that finished, Super Mario Galaxy 2 also on the Switch 2, and you can buy them like with the bundle thing. And I was like, okay, calm down? Then, I don't know if you guys got this one, but Yoshi Egg, interactive hatching Yoshi Egg came out after that, and I was just like, fucking hell. Can we... holy shit, I'm gonna have a movie's worth of ads. then Super Mario Odyssey on the Switch 2 after the egg, and then a Super Mario Happy Meals in McDonald's. And I thought it was over. I think I had another trailer for like a car, and then Super Mario Galaxy Travel Bundle. And I was just like, fucking hell. And all I can say, I guess, is like, yeah, that makes sense. Like this is probably the smartest decision you can make. Throw in about 8 ads for all kinds of merch and alternative mediums for this thing, and then it sort of dawns on you, it's like, this is just an ad. It's not really a movie. And
yeah, it's the inverse.
It sort of gets away with it because of the references being soulless as they are. You're just watching 90 minutes of graphics that you can then buy other things to re-experience memories. I mean, we already talked about this, but it just feels like we're in the era of, I don't want anything new anymore. Just remind me of better times. And then they just stop making new things anyway.
Normally, you're used to sort of expecting a tie-in video game to be rushed and not necessarily that good. Actually, a lot of them used to be pretty good, but like you would expect that of a tie-in video game. There's not much development time, and it's often there just to sell a product. Whereas it is like the era of the tie-in movie, in the sense that the movie now is the thing which is, it seems to be rushed. It seems to have no story, no thought behind it, and all it's really there to do is drive attention to these console games, which is probably what it is. So wouldn't be surprised if the Star Fox game came out. But like, can we not have still a movie, and can we not also still have video games? Because we used to have both of those things, and they used to both be quite good, and now they're sort of not.
Well, how's this for the huge twist? I like playing Mario games, and this movie did not make me want to play one. Isn't that crazy?
Well, why would it? And that's sort of the bet, because like, it's the same so with Star Fox's introduction as well. So let's say there's a new Star Fox game coming out, and then the point of having him in this movie is to get you interested in buying that game when it eventually releases. A big ad, as you say. Like, is that really going to work, though? The reason people like him in this movie is they remember playing him in older games. He doesn't really give you that much. Yeah, if you didn't know, what's he giving a new audience that will make them say, I want to play my first Star Fox game, as opposed to people saying, oh, I remember playing those when they released them, they were good.
Yeah, it's I don't like, if you watch that whole montage, like, dude, that's for us. Like, that's for, remember, the last Star Fox game came out 10 years ago, and that was already basically just a remake of, Star Fox 64, which itself, like, Star Fox is not like a series that a lot of, like, this is for the adults, like, but and so yeah, I don't even know that it would be particularly effective as an advertisement for any new players that Star Fox is in this. They might even play the game and be like, where's Mario? Like, they probably wouldn't even understand like what Fox meant when he said he was from a different universe. Like, well, he's a Mario character, isn't he?
Yeah, but those are people who don't they don't think stories exist generally, so they probably won't mind.
I wonder if the ad lineup is a regional thing, because I recall only seeing a commercial for Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 for the Switch 2, the bundle. There might have been like one other Nintendo commercial, but yeah, the whole movie does feel like a bit of an ad, and that felt particularly overt with near the end, where it feels like an ad for Super Mario Maker, where Bowser Jr. is putting him through the obstacle course full of the fire sticks, the rotating fire things, like that meme of like just creating the most ridiculous level. Like,
well, yeah, and you know what? You know what's really awkward about that is, it's like, man, it's kind of crazy. The Super Mario Galaxy movie doesn't really like have many elements of the action scenes at all that are like taking advantage of the gameplay sort of quirks of Mario Galaxy specifically. The best you get is essentially the big one in the casino where Peach can like walk on the walls, because there are a lot of levels in Galaxy like that, but you don't have any of the ones where you have to like navigate through like a minefield in the floating orb, or like navigate on like essentially like little planets that you can like walk around the whole surface and be like upside down, right, and play with the perspective, like the levels where because I remember there's one in Galaxy where it's like the beam of light reveals essentially the platforms that you can walk on, and once that moves, then the platform disappears, and you kind of have to navigate that. Like, a lot of these levels that you remember in Galaxy, and all of the fun that you can have with them in terms of set pieces. Like, they don't actually do. I'd say it's part of the reason why it is a little bit hard for me to. It's like, was for kids. Like, it's clearly like also for essentially us, because like a lot of the references that they make are like old at this point.
Do a
when it comes
barrel
to,
roll.
when it comes to Mario.
I know that
Yeah,
it's
do
like
a barrel roll. Like, who's that for? That's
yeah,
for
you're
us.
so we're like, well, it works without a reference, right? It's like, yeah, but they put it there for that. That's how it works.
But I guess what I mean in terms of the gameplay is that a lot of the references are basically Super Mario 64 and earlier than that. And Super Mario 64 is 30 years old. Like, these are not like these a lot of these sort of references, like that ending sequence. As much as I'd agree that it is like a Mario Maker thing, it's like, dude, this is like level design that's recognizable to us. Like, if you played like Mario games now, like the way that it's presented wouldn't mean much to you. I don't think. It's like, you know, how many people have played like Super Mario Brothers 3 that, you know, aren't millennials or older? You know what I mean?
Yeah, or who had a Rob? That's a real old reference.
Yeah.
NES. That's like 40 years ago.
That's an incredibly old reference. That's for like AVGN watchers at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
the
Super
defense will
Mario
be, well, he's
Galaxy
in
is 20 years
Smash
old.
Brothers, so that's sort of what you're getting in this movie, I think, is the Smash Brothers versions of the characters, which is to say, kind of just not the characters. Like, you recognize the property, you recognize the character you've played as in the fighting game. You have no attachment to the games they originally come from, because Smash Brothers is now the main point of familiarity people have, which might also explain why...
Same with Mr. Game & Watch.
Mr. Game & Watch definitely is the case, because that's such an old reference, but except for the fact that people know it. They even get the reference wrong, though, because he uses his hammer and it gets the critical hit, but it doesn't have the little number 9 on top, which is just lazy. But it might help explain why Fox as well, because Fox has about as much story as Yoshi does in this movie. Once he's introduced,
Even though
he's just there as a vehicle. But it's more than Rosalina, but it's still virtually nothing. And like, they introduce things about him which could be used as the basis for a character if you wanted to. They introduce that he really likes money because he is a mercenary. That's what you could do. And this is sort of the reason I was bitching about it as being slightly worse than Minecraft earlier, is that Minecraft knew what Han Solo was, and it knew how to steal that idea and use it for its own story, kind of. And I would have preferred if this movie had done that, because the alternative it found was to do nothing. So you have the introduction of the love for money, and then after that, he just drives them around where they need to go. And I wonder whether that is in relation to all of the other references as well, just because this is designed for the Smash Brothers players who are familiar with these things just on that level, without any story at all attached to them. It's just like, hey, you remember this guy? He has a basic trait. That's what you've played. That's all you need to see.
Will serve as a perpetual disservice to those games, because the whole point of something like Smash Brothers is, oh, Samus, she's cool. Yeah, and there's a game called Metroid Prime that's also out on the GameCube that you can go and play right now. You know, like, it's meant to be like a vehicle for a greater understanding of these individual Nintendo franchises, rather than sort of it becomes recognizable for its place in a crossover. You know, like, that's, but like, if it leans more into this, then I would only say that as detrimental to the long-term, like, success of any of these series. But maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe it's actually the opposite, and they sell even better. That might also just be the case.
So, from chat, older Mario games are still played online. EFAP panel is not in the loop regarding this topic. So, I'm about to blow your mind. All older games can still be played today. There's very few that are actually lost media. And then again, you're not going to believe this, just a few Mondays ago, I streamed a game from 1996 called Resident Evil. I'm not even sure how I managed to do it. Might even be illegal. Doesn't really matter. My point is that lots of old games are still played today. What Fringy is alluding to is that Mario is multi-generational, and depending on when you were born and when you were growing up and just how, I guess, obsessive you want to be in terms of playing every single iteration, I assume all of us here have not played every Mario game. Is that right?
Correct.
Even though...
It'd be kind of crazy if we had.
That's kind of where I was going with that. Basically, I'm not going to say impossible. It's not impossible. Very fucking unlikely. Now, depending on when you were born and how into Mario you are, it's going to give you a cross-section. And there's a valuable audience to appeal to. They are aware of this, and that's what we're talking about. In the same way, if a faithful Resident Evil were made, There would be things they need to do for the mainstream audience, for the audience that like the sort of A24 horror stuff, and then for the audience that actually love the games and want to see certain things. And it can all get very clinical and cynical and robotic and by the numbers, or it could be lovingly crafted. And why don't you give a guess on which one we're aiming at with this one? I didn't mean for that to be a difficult question. That space was for you, audience, to yell at the screen. Fricky dead.
I think he might be dead.
Well, you said it's for the audience to laugh at the screen. I figured you might want to wait for a sec to
Oh,
see.
the movie does that several times. It's great. It's like when Rosalina appears and just stands there and then waits so the audience can go, "Oh my god, it's Rosalina!" And then it does it with Fox. It does it with the Maribel. Like several character introductions and even several references in the background. If they're on like the front of the camera, the movie will just go stop, appreciate, laugh, clap. Oh, good, we've moved on now. Applause breaks in a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like when a popular sitcom character enters the stage, he starts saying his line, but then there's an uproarious applause, and then they have to just wait there awkwardly.
Or what Nostalgia Critic does in his videos, he leaves space for applause and laughter.
1 second pause for laugh. Yeah.
He still does it.
Laugh, it's pretty painful, honestly.
Yeah, you just have to watch him stay there for a few seconds. You're like, okay.
Never give up on it. But yeah. After they link up with Fox, it is exactly what I described before. Mario and Luigi get turned into babies with a gun, and then they crash land on a planet so that they can have a dinosaur set piece where Yoshi has to save them from the dinosaur. That's it. That's the reason why that happened. That's the reason why he has a gun, to turn them into babies so that they can destroy the R-Wing so that it crashes on the planet so they can have this set piece.
It is at that point that you really conclude that if there was storyboards, there was no connecting pieces. It was all just sequences, and it's so random. We're with Star Fox. The whole team is there, and we're heading to Mini Bowser. And then in a matter of fucking 3 minutes. Sorry, we're like, now we're doing babies being chased by a T-Rex with what? How did we get here? Right. And you're like,
don't worry about it. They're already grown up. Moving on.
It's so driven by recognizing old properties and products. I mean, it's like, let's do a Yoshi's Island bit. I feel like that was the driving.
That's all it is, but there's no substance. There's none of the story of the Yoshis need to save Baby Mario and Luigi, and get them to their home, to their family.
And they don't even use
it. They fired that. That is something that's being used now. They can't do it again. I mean, I guess they could if they really wanted to, but they're probably not going to. That's it. That's all you're going to get for Yoshi's Island. Hope you enjoyed it.
They don't even use the fact that they're stranded to have a sort of cathartic discussion around the campfire at night or something, where, they have some introspective discussion about mistakes they made or something, and then some, inspirational speech from another character trying to console them about, doing the right thing or some shit. It all just feels like just a comedic bit, and then all of a sudden we're in Act 3. The closest we get to a low point is each kicking rocks out of frustration, and then Mario does the same thing, and it's like, okay, they're mad that they're stranded, but then they're not. And
then they're not stranded because Luigi just gets on a radio, and then it gets picked up by all of the other Lumers on the Comet Observatory.
Wait, what was that
and then
about?
They just fly over. That's how they get away. He's using a radio because they can't fix the ship, and that's how they hear it on the radio. They remember it from the book, so they send the Comet Observatory to pick them up so that they can then do the final action set piece.
There's no difference between that and they all go back from being babies into people, and they just fucking wander around, hit a tree, and there's a secret door in the tree that opens to a portal that leads to the correct planet. Much. That is as coherent as what we get. And when I said doing Star Fox, is Star Fox, I mean they're in his ship and spinning around and doing Luigi is like, he doesn't look like a rogue, and he's like, he looks like some woman's pet or whatever, and then he's like, oh yeah, could he do this? And it's kind of evoking somewhat that, I guess, in a substanceless way, is like, this is a Star Fox game, and this is what I mean by so jarring. We're just cut into just what game? Sorry, is Mario and Luigi babies with T-Rex? What is that?
Well, yeah, because as much as it's Yoshi's Island, it also isn't.
I was gonna say,
it's not at all.
It's possibly. I mean, this is saying something. It's possibly the most out of sequence part of the whole film. Of just why is this? How did we get here? Like it takes so.
And it seems like it was as simple as, wouldn't it be cool if Fox got to pilot the Comet Observatory? Like he uses that as a ship, because that's what happens. He gets to fly it around as a ship.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, oh, isn't that cool? It's like, I mean, it is a little bit of like a fuck you guys, man. Fox is so cool. Like fuck you. Because that's the annoying thing. When I saw the the synthwave like thing, it's like, dude, this is cool as shit. Fuck you guys. Like, this is not fair that you get to essentially like use this to sort of try and raise up your movie when it's essentially a whole bunch of, the only reason any of this is meaningful is because of the games that other people made.
There's way too much of a reliance on game logic and products existing to justify the presence of things in the movie. Like, I mean, the baby gun, for instance, is the Super Scope peripheral from the Super Nintendo, and it's just like, why is that gun there? And it's like, because that was a Super NES peripheral. It's like, okay, but why is it there in the story?
Like,
I don't know. There's just a gun that turns people into babies, okay? And we made exclusively for this movie. We made it so it has the ability to turn people into babies, so we can have a baby Mario bit.
This reminds me of how people discuss the Fallout show, where at first people can treat it as a story until they reach like a breaking point in some wacky nonsense way, and then it's like, yeah, that's game logic. And sometimes it's like, does it still count as game logic if every other piece of logic around it isn't game logic? If you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Because, I mean, Mario gets hit, he dies straight away. That's what happens when Mario gets hit, he dies. But in this movie, he survives, like, everything. Any hit that he can take, any fall, all of them he can survive. Doesn't even turn little. No, exactly.
Which they do in the first movie.
Well, in the first, with the power. Well, only with the power. I'm saying, he's actually a glass cannon, is what he should be. But
it was one of the
that's
things
not how he works.
That did stand out to me. Probably the first time, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the second time of watching Mario get bruised and start to bleed is very strange. It's like,
sure is strange, but whatever. By the way, and then that, yeah.
The fact that, I mean, this is all based off of video games. It's such a convenient crutch to lean on whenever you need to get your characters from A to B and you can't think of something that's actually organic to the story. It's just well, that's how the game works. They go through a pipe and now they're here because
but the thing is,
there were warp zones in Mario, so you can go into whatever pipe and then you get spit out here, and that's that.
There's a context for progression. Either you literally need to move through this area to get to the next world, or you need to gather enough stars to project yourself to new galaxies, because these are used to power the Comet Observatory. The games make more of an effort to explain why you can go to places.
Sure.
I mean, even down to jumping into the paintings, right? It's like, the paintings are gateways to other worlds, but you can only get access to these paintings if you're able to like unlock these doors and progress more and more into the castle. Like, the games have better logic for how to progress, than it's the reason why it is the whole thing of game logic as an argument. It's like, I mean, this is not game logic. This is not the vocabulary of the Mario games.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Also, in relation to the bleeding comment, however, watching Puss in Boots bleed is so profound for the EFAP guys. Number one, that's a different film. That's not actually the sequel or prequel to this film. Not an adaptation of Mario either. That's actually, many people don't know this, connected to Shrek. Now, Shrek is actually, I would say, what would you say the age demographic for Shrek is? A bit above Mario, I would say.
It's above Mario, for sure.
It's a bit more rough and tumble, a bit more fun. But I would say that the major context that I really think has to be appreciated, the fucking artistry and purpose behind that blood being shed in The Last Wish. Like, seeing the comment even reminding me of that moment, it's like, fuck, what a good movie that is. And knowing that it is kind of shocking to see Puss bleed, that's like holy shit, what's going on? Because he's like a rock star in those movies, sort of thing.
And he's the man who's never been touched by a blade, and then
And like, in theory, it's totally possible to make Mario bleed. I'm just saying it's fucking strange. It just it just feels really odd. not that you can't do it, but this kind of comes back to what we're talking about. It's like you sometimes adhere, but then oftentimes not to your source. And we've talked about this so many times. You don't have to adapt fully or even at all to have a good result, but you better be careful adapting random shit, because if you don't take all the pieces with it that support it or are resulted from it, you'll start to get like a Frankenstein thing going on.
Yeah, and, like this movie.
Yeah, I would totally say this movie is that.
Which, I mean, speaking of, because when they get to, the Bowser's planet and they're going to fight Bowser, Mario fights him and he fucking dies. He falls into the lava and it's played really weird. But then, oh no, it's dry Bowser, which is not in Mario Galaxy. But that's okay because he's in other games. So and look, they even did the bridge thing. Look at that. Oh wow. This moment is really weird. It's like, oh yeah, you just like killed Bowser in front of his kid. Like that's kind of crazy actually. But there's like, no, it's okay. He's still alive and he's even more evil and scary. Ooh.
He's so goofy as he does it too.
That was like the one moment in the movie where I'm just like, oh, are we doing something serious here all of a sudden?
Yeah.
They're like, nah, like, no.
Bowser's son is just like, no, my father just melted. But then he comes out as a skeleton, and it's just like, oh, we're back to having a laugh again.
Says, I am the Lord of Bones. I am the whatever the fuck. It's just Jack Black being Jack Black again. But it's like, for that one brief moment, it's almost, I don't think you've earned this, but at least you're trying. Oh no, you're not trying something after all. There's probably a way to rewrite it where, like, baby Bowser Jr., if I keep doing that, Bowser Jr. has got like so committed to this ultimate evil scheme, and the only way to stop him is violently, the implication being to finally and forever defeat him. And Bowser is almost given like the reverse Darth Vader choice. It's like, do I allow good people to, in the name of good, destroy the only thing I really care about, or do I honor my loyalty to my family above like this goodness that I've been flirting with all the way through the movie? Like, this could have been the scene where you could have had a moment like that where for the right reasons he does the wrong thing, and that's what kicks off the fight, and then it's more tragic when he's defeated, even though he probably needed to be. Like, that probably would have made the scene stronger, but then they just would have played it for a joke anyway, so what's the point?
Yeah. I mean, they set up the skeleton thing with a very brief sight gag. I thought it was just a one-off. There's like a bunch of Koopas or whatever on a roller coaster, and it dips into the lava, and they come out and they're skeletons. Like, I got a chuckle out of that because it's just like, oh yeah, that's like the Super Mario World thing. But then it's like they actually use that as like at a key plot point where it's just like, okay, now it's skeleton Bowser. Like,
and you'll probably just have
you're gonna get, idiot.
He'll probably just have his flashback in the next one.
Yeah,
like, whatever.
Forever. Yeah, they have a big old
I'm also kind of like, I don't know if this is the same for anybody else, or I'm just like hyper poisoned from having seen the movie a billion times, but it's bad enough when I see someone fall into lava that I think this will happen, but when the last thing you see is their hand slowly going in, I'm like, thumbs up, right? Thumbs up? You give a thumbs up, and then it's no thumbs up. And every time I'm like, oh, but I'm also like, why the fuck would you do that, though? It wouldn't make any sense. Like, but I just think it's going to happen every time.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I thought the same thing.
They have a big old fight while and it's weird because like Mario is like, nah, you gotta Peach, he closes the gate. It's like, you gotta save your sister, which by the way, that happened. So Peach and Rosalina are sisters and they both have cosmic power. Peach has cosmic power too.
And there's a really important reason why they are separate. At least you think it's really important, because then you get this flashback which explains that they were together and they realized that together they had all of this power, but then the evil people, ? Wanted both of them, so they had to split up, and Rosalina drops Peach down a pipe, and that's how they split up. So that's the reason they're not together. So like, the movie tells you, okay, together they're really powerful, but the villains can't possibly get their hands on both of them together because that would be really bad. And then the solution the movie has is, so we need to get them together so they can escape from the evil people, who I guess are different evil people than the ones who
we don't even
avoid.
know what that is. I assume that might just be, again, we could do Super Smash Brothers, something here with that. So just some vague evil was coming to get him. But yeah, they're sisters now. They were not before this, but now they are, I guess.
Their backstory is fucking hilarious. I thought it was so funny.
It is hilarious, and of course, it is just an insane downgrade from Rosalina's backstory in the game. But also, there's more to be said about that. But we'll loop back around once we're done with the plot to talking about some of that stuff. But
it's
yeah,
funny.
While
I was in the theater, my friend sitting next to me, as soon as he heard that, he goes, "What?" This is funny.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just, I don't know why. Well, I guess they were like, this is the only story that we could tell. When okay, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, Mario, like, he what happens is Bowser Jr. creates like a big old dragon, with his paintbrush, but then he gets eaten by the dragon. Oh no! But then Mario saves him, and Bowser doesn't have a conversation with him about this. It just sort of happens, and like you would expect the conversation to be like, You saved him. You're a good man after all. But nope, they just don't get to talk.
Well, I thought that was one bit where I thought it was kind of visually symbolic of, like, Bowser Jr. has leaned into tyranny, like what his father wants or what he thinks he wants from him, and then he's like consumed by his own ambition in a way, by the dragon eating him. But the moment comes and goes so quickly, and they don't pay it off with Bowser Jr. changing. They, like I was saying before, they just, him and Bowser both just double down on being evil.
Also,
it's just like,
is it crazy? But it sounds stupid at this point. But when he was eaten, I was like, "Oh, okay," and then it's like cuts to the bouncing skull head of Bowser going, "No, no." I was like, "Oh, is this funny?" And I was like, "No, wait. No, I think it's supposed to be meaningful." And I was just like, "Man, you really missed out by not having Flesh Bowser be able to express like a lot instead of Skull Bowser bouncing up and down." You know what I mean? Like, could have been, because I see a bouncing skull making noises. That to me is funny, like not serious in any way.
Again, isn't it crazy that they do the payoff where the hero saves, the life of the villain's son, but like they don't have a conversation. The next time you see them, they're like, just, "Oh, we're a fun family," and then the next time you see them, they're in jail.
Yeah.
What the hell? And then while this is happening, Peach just saves Rosalina through the power of being in close proximity to each other. That's how they save the day. They got to get next to each other. And then that destroys the cannon, and they're fine. They're all good.
Did we talk about like the Doomsday thing? Because I didn't realize this until way later, like after I'd seen the film. Because when Mario is like closes the gate and says like, "Peach, you go to get Rosalina. I'll deal with them." I was thinking about it. I was like, do they know that the cannon is about to destroy the universe?
Yeah, like, well, it seems they think it's like the payoff of I'm gonna slow him down. It's like, I mean, I don't know. You guys can probably outrun him.
No, like, well, the reason why it like stuck in my head, because I was like, Mara, that's probably a bad idea. If anything, like, you need to stop the cannon as soon as possible. Like, it's the most important thing ever. And then I stopped myself because I was like, wait, he doesn't know that though. I don't think he ever finds that out. Nor does Peach.
No, that's actually true. They don't know what Bowser Jr.'s evil plan is.
Which is
like,
kind of insane. The way I described it on Open Bar was like, the rebels destroy the Death Star because, well, it's called the Death Star. That can't be good. It's like, okay. Like, yeah, that works, I guess. But, like, don't you think it would be better if they knew what it was doing actively? Kind of weird. And to me, just in retrospect, feels like a fuck up. They didn't include the part where they found that out. Like, there's a scene where they did, and they just didn't include it.
Wow, or they didn't even realize that they didn't find out. They were like, yeah, but we know because, we're watching the movie. It's like, yeah, sure, we do. They don't. They have no idea.
That's so weird. Like, when was the last time you watched a film that did that?
Weird. Man.
Even if the Bowser and the Peach stuff was pulled off properly, like, you're still left with the problem of, like, the substance of the story doesn't belong to the characters that it should. I mean, not only is it called the Super Mario movie, but like in the beginning, it sets up, like, the cinematic language of it is that Mario and Luigi are the main characters. Like, they make a big deal about them driving across the desert, and then there's the camera shot where it's just like, boom, here's our main characters, and then they're just, they don't have any critical role in the story. They just react to things.
Well, no, in this case, I mean, I don't know if it was like you can see what happened. It's like, well, we need Mario to fight Bowser, but also like Mario can't save Rosalina. Like it has to be Peach.
Yeah.
And they'd obviously argue, well, it's for story reasons. It's like, what? You mean the story that's full of retcons that you came up with? But who are we kidding, guys?
We could have just as easily made it so that she fucking met Mario briefly at one point when she was younger, and they shared a magical star moment or something, and then they got separated in between movies, and that they, you know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking arbitrary. There's nothing set up here.
Sure is. But I mean, yeah, they win. Hooray, they did it. They saved the day. But Peach's castle has been destroyed. Oh no, we need to rebuild it. Wow.
Right.
The first movie did the sort of brother story, kind of, where it's about them sort of proving themselves to their family and the brothers like bond. And then it's just because you did it in the first movie doesn't mean there's not other brother stories that you can tell in the second movie. Like you can still play with that dynamic, but it just felt like they gave up on it and they're just like, oh, we got to make the movie about somebody else now.
A crazy bold decision they would never do is like having Mario is kidnapped and put into fucking painting and Luigi has to go and save him.
Right. Yeah.
Imagine like the film was about Luigi and Yoshi getting Mario back, and you can get him back maybe at the beginning of Act 2 and then something really awful happens. Peach gets kidnapped. Wouldn't that be crazy? If Peach got kidnapped?
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, can't do that.
That's the end of the movie, but we got to loop back because there's a whole bunch of stuff that's still to sort of be talked about that I think it'll make more sense to take it sort of piece by piece. So when if that's your plot and it's like, all right, so this plot is just fucking nonsense. So we all agree with that. Pretty much everybody accepts that. Nobody's even gonna fight on that. It's like, well, there's other stuff to a story, characters, theme, world building. It's like, right, so let's look back, the characters. So what is the point of Mario and Luigi in this movie?
They're mercenaries. It's just that they don't work for money. They're just around.
People for the camera to follow.
What do they learn?
Mario learns that he likes Peach. And it doesn't.
Yep.
That he was right not to trust anyone.
Well, yeah, that's the actual. Mario learns to give Bowser a second chance. That turns out to be the wrong decision. He should have given him no mercy. He should have killed him. That's the lesson he should have learned. That's a weird lesson. That's a weird moral to have in this Mario movie, but sure. I was like, what about Luigi? Oh, well, he's still kind of scared, but he's kind of making progress, but not really in any major or meaningful way.
Occupies weirdly. He's kind of comic relief. He gets even less than Mario.
I'd say he gets less than that. I mean, all he has is like, hey Mario, you should let Bowser. You should help. Look, he's good.
You're awkward around girls. Teehee. He does that like 3 times.
What a loser! What you think Peach would like you? Ha! What a loser! That's him. That's basically Luigi's role.
Is he a smoker?
Well, it's just, I don't know, why do people say, like, oh, no, it's a great casting choice getting Charlie Dance. Like, let's be real, none of the casting choices are good. Really. It would be at all.
I mean, Jack Black is the best they got, and I think they lucked out on that.
I don't even think that's a good casting choice at this point. I'm getting tired of like the way all of his characters are played.
Yeah. It's what Platoon mentioned. You can hear the Jack Blackisms like infused into Bowser, when it's just like he's only doing that because he's Jack Black, not because it's Bowser. He's changed his voice slightly from like there's more effort in this role than he's doing in any other role in this day and age. But I agree, it's still not the right casting. But neither was basically anybody. So
basically anybody, yeah. And it's like, well, what about Brie Larson? It's like, well, it's nice that she actually likes Mario, and like that's cool. I guess you could whatever, right? Like, but I mean, what am I meant to say about her performance when she's barely even a part of this movie? She must have only been in the recording booth for like a couple hours. She's not really a part of this story. So I like can't judge. Chris Pratt as Mario is dire.
I was looking forward to sort of judging Brie Larson against Anya Taylor-Joy, and I really couldn't, because I heard I got a couple of lines out of Brie Larson. I was like, I'm not sure. I need to hear more. And then it was just like, you don't get more. Like, okay.
No, can't really judge on that. But I mean, it's I just find it crazy though that in the Mario movie, Mario and Luigi like don't learn anything or grow.
Oh, there was a thing going around of Rosalina's screen time, and then there was a post about like how come Shadow the Hedgehog only has X amount more, and he's so much more impactful. And I was like, dude, the screen time does not tell you anything about Rosalina's she has a lot of screen time where she doesn't say anything.
Pretty much, yeah.
So like, you need to get like actual lines to know just how little she's in this movie.
Mm-hmm. She's barely a part of it.
She's unconscious.
She's not an active participant in the story. She is robbed of her agency. It's taken from her.
She is in prison. She's the MacGuffin of the movie, really. I mean, she has a line to establish that she sure does care about her star children, and then she's kidnapped, and that's kind of it. There's nothing really else you can learn about her at that point.
The only thing there is, well, I need to get in close proximity so that the power is unlocked and it destroys the big cannon. So
yeah, apparently that glass that Bowser Jr. made was fucking adamantium or something, because they can break almost everything in the universe except that glass.
Except that, that one doesn't work. Except for cosmic power. Wow.
Yeah, the only thing to beat it.
I did like the bit. I was out of the room, so if you covered it already, I apologize. But when they do the final breaking out, and Peach is like puts her hand against the glass, and Rosalina raises her hand, and then she seems like not to have the energy, and Peach says, "I need you to try." It's like,
oh, sorry.
What the fuck else is she supposed to be doing? What?
Yeah.
I mean, one of my new favorite things is that's a line of dialogue that, and I saw it in a comment, so I can't remember who said it, but it's in the same field of dialogue as "the floor is made of floor." Like it's the complete most useless line ever. That's almost like a script notes line waiting to be turned into an actual line, but it's not yet, and it never did become one.
By the way, when you think about like Mario's role, because the whole thing of like don't show any mercy to your enemies, except he still does because he saves Bowser Jr. But then they don't do anything with that. I mean, you could make the story of like, I'll just keep doing it. I will. Like, I would, if you keep failing, I'll keep stopping you. But like, I'm not going to kill you or something, right? Like that could be the story that they do with Mario, and that extends to basically all of the foes. But like, that's not what happens. He just saves Bowser Jr. and then. They don't talk. They don't speak to each other ever again, him and Bowser. Like, they just move past it. It's kind of crazy. Even with this story that I don't really care for at all, like, in terms of a potential, they could have done something with it, and they did nothing. Isn't that crazy?
From chat as well, Rosalina's not really a warrior. She has magical powers, but she isn't really a fighter outside of Smash, so it makes sense she's a target for her magical abilities. She is the most powerful creature for fighting.
Watch the movie?
She's the most powerful creature in this universe, except for Peach.
Yeah.
She is the most powerful warrior. You could not beat her.
I don't even know how you can say that. The first 5 minutes of the movie, she blows up the giant Bowser Jr., the big,
the only reason she ever gets defeated is because the scriptwriters are like, nah.
Nah, sorry, you have to lose. Sorry, you don't get to be a part of this story. Never mind.
We already went over how powerful
alone to this whole thing.
Peach has already, like I said, outclassed several of the major representations of this fucking IP all put together. But she also has a Kill Bill scene where she takes on like 1,000 enemies and beats them all. I thought it was so funny where I was just like, is that Birdo? Why is Birdo here? It's just like...
she's just here to be in a little fight. We don't know anything. I think she's on the poster.
She's gone.
I think she's on the poster, so like, we got to put her on the poster. It's like, okay, why? She didn't do anything.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, on the subject...
There you go.
On the subject of Peach, right? Like, I mean, Peach is ruined. Like in this, whatever they're doing with these Mario movies. I mean, like, what a worthless character, really. Ridiculously boring and dull.
Well,
is there a single thing she says that's interesting? Like
no.
a single line, a single thing she ever says that makes you go, huh?
I mean,
I need you to try. Just made me laugh.
She reminds me of I was about to say, like, I guess protagonist woman, right? Because protagonist man from Mortal Kombat, she's like protagonist woman, but also extremely powerful. Like, she'll never basically have trouble doing anything. But
Ray? Everyone likes her.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question then would just be like, would she qualify as a Mary Sue? And I wonder, I'm not sure, because whatever they've done to her, she's like a fucking interest vacuum whenever she shows up, because she can't be defeated. She's got a very boring goal. Maybe that's what's the part of the difference for me, because I never care about what Peach is choosing to do. Whereas like
even in this plot movie that I don't like, I still would rather see what Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi are doing, or what Bowser Jr. are doing.
Yeah, all of her lines, as you've gone over, are extremely dull. Her intentions, like I'm just waiting for the script to allow her to succeed. Everything she bumps into, she overcomes very shockingly quickly, or with like there's just nothing for her to have to deal with. Like it's kind of like I don't know how to contextualize this, but her umbrella, is that what made her super powerful, or does it have nothing to do with the umbrella?
It's nothing to do
No,
with
I mean
it.
it's just oh look, she has an umbrella. She uses that in the games and in like Mario and Super Smash Brothers sometimes. Look at that. She's got the umbrella.
Well, because you remember there's a shot of her like unsheathing it, and I remember being like, wait, what are we? Is the umbrella like? Is it enchanted?
No, it's just look. It's the umbrella. Look at that. Wow. Look, she's got the umbrella.
They were going for like a good, bad, and the ugly sort of thing. I think.
Well,
unclipping the button on the holster.
I'm not saying that. I just wanted to make sure, because there are enchanted shit in this whole universe. I didn't know if I'd missed something. Like Mario had said, it's from the land of magicness, and it gives you magic powers. But
here you go. It's an umbrella gift.
Yeah, so she's just very OP. Everyone obviously loves her. She gets through everything pretty easily. She's now universally important. She's got star power that goes beyond anything that you'd imagine possible.
Yeah, that used to be something that just Rosalina had, but now Peach gets it too. She gets to take that from Rosalina, just like she took her backstory.
And yeah, so the conclusion, I guess, is that she is completely incongruent with the Peach anyone would be familiar with.
Yeah, basically, and in doing so, what you have is Peach starts to essentially encroach on the roles that other characters play in the Mario world. Rosalina is basically superfluous now.
Yeah.
Peach has everything that she can do, but also like just all of her general competence that she, got presented with in the first movie. And then in terms of like Daisy getting introduced, it's like, well, Daisy was always meant to be like the more abrasive, more prone to fighting of the princesses. Like, well, surely Peach is also encroaching on her space as well. Like in because you're so insecure, because you were so utterly insecure about just adapting Peach faithfully, you've now created a big problem for yourself, which is that every one of the other female characters in the Mario world that you want to be introducing, Peach is already in some way, shape, or form occupying their role in the story.
Well, and it feels like a huge miss, because you've cancelled out what Peach brings in order to have her suck the shit out of every like other character that doesn't belong to her, making them unable to be them. Yeah. So it's like a double loss, because I don't know if anybody of you guys have maybe sisters you played some Mario with, but when I played Super Smash Bros. Melee with my sister, I was it's kind of funny to think about. I always picked Samus, and then she would always pick Peach. So we're actually playing as two girls. That's fucking crazy to think about, isn't it? Oh my god, woke game from such long ago. But I'm going to put out the point that she really liked Peach, despite the fact that Peach is kind of portrayed as, I hesitate to use the word dainty, sort of princess-like. All the sounds she makes, all the animations she has, the hitting people with like a frying pan, and she's fun and also able to pack a punch. That's just not here at all. It's all gone.
No, it's not really. And I think what's crazy is that they probably think they made the daring choice, but like, how is it not like just the better choice? Is like, yeah, Peach is here and she wants to do tea parties and bake a cake, and that's what she wants to do. But unfortunately, she doesn't get to do it because the story's getting in the way. But like that energy, that almost like effortlessness, is like translated to the way that she interacts with the world. Almost like crazy friendly, crazy polite, and nice to everybody. Compared to what she is in this story.
And like that character's not going to exist now, unless of course I guess they give it to Daisy, but I doubt it.
Well, no, of course they're not. I mean, they introduced Daisy the way that you would expect, which is her punching somebody in the face.
Of course.
That's who Daisy. That's who Daisy is. It's like, well, it's just Daisy is like the more like she's the tomboy, right, of the princesses. But like now, it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, Peach is already kind of that already.
And she's not benefited. She's fucking boring. No one likes her in these movies. Peach is lame.
She's boring for it. She's made boring for it. I guess all I'm getting at is that if you just like adapted all of the characters, because there is some effort with generally all of the other characters in the story to copy over some of their characteristics, even if there are ways that they don't do that successfully. But like Peach is the only one where it's like they were clearly either like ashamed or embarrassed to.
Yeah.
Which is rude in and of itself. It's very rude that you do that. It's like, what are you saying about the people who like Peach for who she is as she is presented in the games?
And she's not some fucking throwaway character. She's been around, bro. She's kind of important.
Main character of the main female character of the Mario world. She's had a few of her own games at this point, and I mean, in terms of the Super Smash Brothers meta, she's been one of the more powerful characters. She's like one of the best characters in Melee.
Floaty. There's nothing floaty about her at all. It's like a whole aspect. You know what I mean? Like the differences in gameplay between each of these major characters. I don't feel like you get that at all from these movies. I know you'd be like, well, it's not a fucking game, is it? And it's like, no, but there's language in film that you can use this for. You don't have to like give up the translation.
I'd say you do have the problem, which is like Peach's character design, because obviously they've copied that over one for one, because that's how they do everything, right? Is you make sure that they look like the character. But the reality is like Peach's character is designed, in accordance with her attributes. But now you've taken attributes that simply are not present in the Peach in the games, and you put them on a character who looks just like her. Is very strange, right? It's like the way that Peach is generally behaving or moving or emoting doesn't feel like it matches the way that she looks.
Yeah.
It's like entirely incongruent.
There's a lot of floatiness and grace to the way she fights in the games, but here in the movie, she's sort of like a scrappy brawler, almost.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what Mario does.
She's a bit sort of she's having fun with it in the games. Like you can picturing all the different moves she does. Meanwhile, in this, she's got that generic sort of determined face whenever she does anything, and it's just like.
Well, you think about like you remember in Subspace Emissary. You remember the big action set piece where it's like Fox is he's fighting on it's Meta Knight's big ship. I can't remember what's his big ship called. I don't know. It's the Harbinger.
The Wings of Redemption.
No. It's the one where it's Fox is in his R-wing, the Halberd, that's right, where he's fighting and Sheik is there as well. I remember because it's really funny. It's like they're having their big fight. And then Peach stops it to give them some tea, and Fox is like really excited about it, and Sheik is already having like a sip of the tea.
Yeah.
And then they just stop and have a tea party. It's like, dude, that shit is fucking hilarious and great.
That whole campaign
That's impossible now.
It's all filled with loads of awesome character bits messing around with the others.
And they don't talk, no lines of dialogue. It's just them making sounds. But like that's you can't do that now. That's not like. There's a whole conversation
to be had about that not even happening in games anymore, like what they did with that.
Yeah.
Like that. Because I always remember just being like, Samus and Pikachu? Like, that's kind of awesome.
It is really cool. Is it Captain Falcon with Olimar and the Pikmin?
There's so much fun shit in that campaign. It's so cool.
To go save Donkey Kong, and then the part where they do save Donkey Kong and they do a big dance and they watch as Fox flies away in the R-Wing and Diddy Kong is like waving like, thanks, my friend. There's so many great pairings. Like, I mean, Link and Yoshi and Mario links up with oh my god, why am I forgetting who he linked up with? He linked up with oh my god.
Well, and it's
gonna drive me crazy.
It's an overwhelming threat that binds a lot of the villainous characters too into the storyline that creates these really interesting.
You got Bowser and Ganondorf. And then Wario is kind of this chaotic neutral sort of guy involved.
Dude, I'm not even like. I don't even think it was a particularly good decision to do Bowser Jr. It's like, okay, but Wario is so much fun. And you know what?
Obviously,
the longer they take to get him means the further I am away from getting Waluigi, who is clearly the best character that they should have adapted by now. What an iconic figure. It's just all very sad.
I guess to bring it back, it's like Peach like serves a role in the Mario world that is kind of like entirely her own, that belongs entirely to her. that isn't, what Mario does or Luigi, or even what the other, the other ladies in the world, like Rosalina or Daisy. It's not even like their role in the story. It's all gone. It's all gone, and it's replaced with this boring, just sludge character that you've seen in a million other things. And it eliminates all of the avenues that are available from just having Peach there, adapted faithfully, where it is like, oh, well, I don't like that personally, or, oh no, I think I was convinced by that, oh, the damsel in distress don't like that, so we're just gonna make Rosalina the damsel in distress instead. That's a much better idea. And I talked about it before, but Peach has essentially stolen Rosalina's backstory. Rosalina's backstory is girl lost in space, who becomes the matriarch of a new family, in her case, the Lumas, in Peach's case, it's the Toads, while essentially putting to one side her own longing for that family, and eventually more or less getting over it and being happy and comfortable with the family that she's created for herself. That's Peach's story now. That's what Peach got. That's what she did in the Mushroom Kingdom. It was taken from Rosalina and given to her.
Thing, because it's been a while since I read it. Am I right in thinking in Rosalina's storybook you find out her real mother is actually dead? Like there's a moment where she sort of bursts into tears and she tells the Lumas that her mother is sleeping beneath the tree on her homeworld. And so it's like that's meaningful, sad, and it's poignant. And it's the kind of thing. So it's not just getting over a generalized sadness at the lack of a family. It's also sort of making. It's part of the theme of the game is that you're making something new out of death and destruction. You've lost something irrevocably, but you've gained something inevitably. None of that's in this. So in this, you just get like the very basic structure of the thing is the same. And then they've swapped a couple of nouns, and that's it.
The worst problem is that from Peach's perspective, the Toads aren't good enough. That is not good enough for her. Even though she's got that family and created for herself, she still does need to find her actual biological sister so that she can unlock her cosmic space powers.
That's the thing in the Rosalina storybook is that she does, like, she wants to go back because she wants to go and revisit her own happier childhood. She wants to, and the Lumas are accommodating, they take her there, but then the lesson is that they are her new family and they are perfectly good enough for her, and what you make of that is more important than what you've lost. And here, it's like, it's part of the function of Peach absorbing everybody else's role, because she does it for Mario and Luigi as well. You get the call to adventure, and it's like, okay, there's this person we need to go rescue, we don't know exactly where she is, it's going to require an adventure. But Peach is princess and ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom, so you would think in a traditional Mario story, she'd ask Mario and Luigi to go and do that investigation for her. And if the Mushroom Kingdom came under threat while they were away, then she, being Peach, would use her actual power set and marshal the defense of the realm while they're doing the adventure. But in this, it's like, fuck my realm, fuck my children, I'm just going to go. See you later. Mario, you can take care of this shit while I'm gone.
That's because the Toads aren't important to her, really. Not especially.
On that front, by the way, I could totally imagine that if you were in the theoretical sterile fucking boardroom where they're going through broad plot points, and you mentioned, are we going to be bringing in the Rosalina story in relation to her mother? And then they go, what is that? And then you go, well, obviously that she had died, and then they would just cut you off and be like, no, we're not doing that. That's too, that we can't be doing that in our movie. That would be too sad. Nobody's dying.
It would be too sad, but it wasn't sad enough. They didn't consider it sad enough in the Mario Galaxy game that is meant to appeal to the general audience.
There is I would want to say a disproportionate amount of the best children's films involve death.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah. A lot of them do, and I mean and they always have. Going back all the way to like Snow White.
All the way
nearly 100 years ago.
This fear of presenting stuff like that in a quote-unquote child-friendly film is retarded. It's just stupid.
It's weird that they don't want to show that, but yet the film is like really violent. It is violent. I mean, there's heaps of carnage and destruction, but it's like the kind that doesn't make you think about death.
I mean, think of the moment. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Somewhat. Platoon is yet to see Wally, okay? But you already know what moment I'm talking about. There's a concern. Let's just put it that way at a certain point, and it can wrench the heart. Let's just put it that way. It's not like they were like, "Whoa, let's not do that. We don't want kids being upset." Okay, calm down.
Well, yeah, it's okay. He's Bone Man now. It's fine. It's okay.
They don't want to give you any strong feelings for any particular length of time, which again is really weird because Mario games themselves aren't really afraid of doing that at all. I don't.
Okay,
it's
so what
kind of crazy.
I disagree that death is a necessity for a good kids movie. Nobody said that.
I didn't realize that was what you said, Moeller. I must be going fucking deaf and blind.
Nobody fucking said that. Calm down. You'll be fine.
Shit.
It's the death is disproportionately involved in the good ones, not necessary to the good
the
ones,
point
but
where
disproportionately involved in them.
Yeah, like to the point where I was thinking about it and I was actually starting to get surprised. I was thinking about all my favorites and I was like, oh yeah, there's that scene. And it's like on that one, oh, and then that scene, and that one, oh, and then that scene. I'm not saying it could just very well be a coincidence, or it could be the link to the fact that all the best kids movies are made by people who are willing to have a story that's consequential
and that's the
mature.
thing, right? People talk about how like Mufasa's death, right? It was like scarring. It was like their first sort of scarring experience while watching a movie. What would there be in a good way, obviously, because I love the story, but what in this film will be, or even in the last film, will be that moment for anybody where 20 years later as an adult, they think about it just for some reason, go, damn, man, that was like a great story. And that beat, man, I still, still with me in some way, shape or form. What in this film is going to be that moment?
But then the people who like the movie will say it doesn't matter because the kids enjoyed it anyway. And it's like, okay, but your kid, if you let your kid do it, your kid will just eat nothing but ice cream. Kids enjoy eating ice cream. Kids enjoy eating McDonald's. Kids enjoy running out into the road in the middle of traffic for no particular reason. Kids enjoy all kinds of bad shit. And it's kind of your job as a parent to steward what they like and give them the right amounts of what they like and also help them be better than the current childish state they're in. You can tell people who've grown up watching nothing but shit in their childhoods because they're the kind of people who today will say, oh, what did you expect? It doesn't have to be Shawshank Redemption. Fucking retards, in other words. They say these people need to have seen better stories. Bad children's media produces bad and stupid adults, and this movie is proof of that.
I mean, I'm assuming, like, do you guys have particularly potent media memories from as early as maybe, I don't know if I'm going too far for some people here, but like age 5, 6? Like, how far back does it go? Because
I mean, it's like I said, Mufasa, right? It's like, that's one of those, like, damn, man.
Snow White going through the fucking forest. I remember that shit. I was just like, what the fuck?
I think all the really memorable ones for me dealt with dark material in some way. Like I immediately think of the Don Bluth movies, like Secret of Nim.
Yeah, or, there's the movie. There's the Rescuers for me, where Penny gets the little girl who's been kidnapped is being sent into the well, and the antagonist is like, I'm going to keep her down there this time until she finds it, and the place is slowly flooding, and she's like, she's gonna die in this deep, dark, terrible cave, and it's like, oh fuck, this is scary as shit.
Any of you guys seen Return to Oz?
No, I've not seen that.
John, have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Well, for lack of, I really want to show you guys a Platoon of Free, certainly, so I'm not going to spoil, but the chat will know. There's a sequence in that was burned into my memory, and like whenever I was watching the scene as a kid, I was like desperate for the good guys to escape and win, and I remember pretty potent to the point of the question always came to me at some point. It was like, am I allowed to see this? Like just make sure, but it's not. It's not like gory. It's not. It's all basically psychological. And you never know exactly where the line exactly should be. But I feel like all the most impressive, and I mean that in the way of impressing a memory on you, stuff will often come down to scenes like that. They can change you in a really, really good way, right? Like helping you understand things that maybe you need to understand or come to terms with in some way, alongside a bunch of, wholesome or positive or loving and etc. Why not give a full meal instead of fast food?
Yeah,
Doritos.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying anybody here is arguing this, but I don't think a kids movie necessarily has to deal with death or dark subject matter in a particularly heart-wrenching or dark way. But like I think having some kids movies where they're just upbeat fun from start to finish, I think that's fine.
For sure,
but you don't want kids growing up on a steady diet of that, because I think certainly the fear of making a film that deals with death or dark subject matter in a kids movie, I think, is detrimental to society. I mean, I think you do need a bit of that growing up.
I think
the thing is that if we're doing the fun movies, I would way prefer it's more like Emperor's New Groove than something like this.
Yeah. Not only that, but I was just going to say, like, what I think I'm realizing is it's actually, it's got nothing to do with death. It's more so like, I think, consequence. Like the story willing to show what happens if certain decisions are made or certain things aren't put together in the right way for the good guys. You know, I mean, that's the whole fucking premise of a second act low point. You're supposed to get them in a position, oftentimes because of their flaws, into a place where the viewer can be like, oh shit, if only they didn't make that mistake, then they wouldn't have been here. But then they overcome that flaw, or they learn something, blah, blah, blah. Very, very typical. But like, there is no consequence for anything in this film. Everything just happens randomly. So, and you know, like we just described, there's lots of amazingly like I was about to just instinctually say Mulan, and then I was like, wait, no, there's death in that. Like, there's quite significant death in that actually. But you know what I mean. We don't need to list like all of the zero deaths or even aggressive violence fun children's movies. It's just that a lot of the greats adhere to the same storytelling standards that all of the Shawshanks do as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, like Monsters Inc. doesn't have any death in it, but that's like plenty heavy at times. That's it takes itself seriously. It has meaningful stakes. It means to put its characters in low moments, like really truly low moments, so that it's all the more, you know, cathartic when they manage to claw their way back out.
That was another point I meant to emphasize. All the memorable stuff for me is the stuff that dealt with it at the least heaviness in its material.
Yep, you need those peaks. You need those troughs rather to make those peaks all the more, you know, meaningful.
Yeah.
But oh well, never mind. Now might be an opportunity to talk about the soundtrack for this movie. There are less pop music injections, but
yeah,
I'm realizing something about the nature of the soundtrack for this movie as well as the last one that drives me pretty crazy. Mario Galaxy soundtrack is legendary. It's so fucking good. The number of tracks in that the number of tracks in that game that I just adore. It's so high. It's such a great suite of music that's sort of, you know, trying to sort of encompass a wide array of different tones and vibes and atmosphere, right? It's like you've got your big awe-inspiring themes, your grand themes, compared to your more sort of quiet, slow-paced melancholy, or you know, your tracks that are sort of trying to emphasize isolation, even amidst the grand ones. It like varies depending on what you're talking about. Like Good Egg Galaxy has a different sort of tone that it's trying to evoke compared to like Battle Rock Galaxy or Boy Base Galaxy, or, you know, Fighting Bowser. It's all just so brilliant. And as much as I do enjoy the sort of jazz direction that like the Mario games sort of took in the 2010s, it feels like it's continued on. Mario Galaxy's soundtrack just makes such a strong impression. It's I really love orchestral score in Mario. I really do. It's just fantastic. The whole thing.
I think that the Galaxy score is one of the best video game scores I've ever heard. I mean,
I would argue
it outclasses a lot of film scores, frankly. It's so good. And not just like the quality of the music, but like the way it scores all the beats of the story. Like, you know, you have the sort of the quiet spectacle of the, you know, the meteor shower, and then the bombast of Bowser coming in, and then you sort of have this twinkly sort of music when, you know, Mario sort of comes to as the dust settles and he's wondering where he is and what's going on, and then you have this sense of grand adventure when you go to Good Egg Galaxy. And it's just like, boom, here we go. Like the music is just like pushing you forward. It's great quality in the tracks, and also such a great usage of it. And it has this like positive feedback loop.
I like that point on Good Egg Galaxy, because it feels like every Mario game has its sort of musical sting at the beginning of a level that kind of gives you a sense of the game that you're in for. Obviously, you know, Super Mario Brothers has the pretty iconic one. Mario 64 has Bob on Battlefield's like opening piece that's super cool. Of it, you know, when I think of Sunshine, I'm always thinking of the Isle Delfino sort of opening with the accordion. You know, it's like, and you know, compared to Good Egg Galaxy, if you view that as, especially with the fact that when you land there, it has, you know, the welcome to the galaxy text that it has for every level. That little musical cue feels like, yeah, you're in for something pretty grand, which is obviously, you know, it's like congruent with a lot of what they're trying to go for, because Mario Galaxy can be said to have like a cinematic scope. especially with the way that Mario will sort of use the launch stars to shoot out, and with the camera being controlled by the game, there are many different sort of angles or shots that they would want to be having that are sort of emphasizing the space and how large this area is and how small of a part you are in it, but like a massively instrumental part of it. It's really brilliant. I adore it. I mean, Gusty Garden Galaxy is a fucking masterpiece. It's so good.
I love the whimsy of the observatory, and then like before you launch to a galaxy, that sort of bump, but like you're like picking like a section of the world to go to. It's just like we're not there yet, but we're almost there. We're about to launch, to somewhere crazy. Like,
and I mean that's something that's cool as well.
Perfectly scored.
Is that the Comet Observatory track grows essentially the more that you power it up. It starts off with a really quiet one that doesn't have many instruments compared to by the end it's just a big orchestral score as you gradually power it up, which is like a really nice detail that, is combined with the fact that it's getting brighter and lighter. There are more lumas showing up, the big star at the core of the observatory. This is what I mean. You look at like all of Galaxy's component pieces and they're all very cohesive. If you want to, if you wanted to talk about the first three 3D Mario games and how Super Mario 64 was like, this is us trying to take the recognizable Mario formula and iconography and for the first time translate it into 3D in a way that you can understand, which itself is a massive accomplishment that deserves tremendous points. Mario Sunshine is way more experimental, both to its benefit and detriment. Galaxy feels like it's much more, it feels like it's somewhere in between the middle where it's definitely trying to do it's a new and exciting thing, but they've learned a lot of lessons from the past games and they've funneled it all into this really cohesive experience that's supported by every element and especially the soundtrack. And not gonna lie, man, every time, because I recently replayed Galaxy, obviously because of this movie, every time that end credits music, by the time it's getting to the end, man, it's hitting me in the feels every single time. Every time I play that game, every time I hear that track, I get a bit emotional at the end. I adore it. I think it's fucking phenomenal. This movie, it does sometimes use the soundtrack from the games, but it butchers the fuck out of it, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if anybody agrees with me.
I don't think you can disagree with that. They literally have taken the track, they make cuts, they smash different pieces together and throw out the rest. They butchered it like that. I don't know what else. How else do you describe what they've done?
I mean, they don't even stick with the Galaxy score, which, like, in itself, in totality, is a gold mine. But they got to throw in like Smash Brothers stuff in there, which is not bad. But it's like, I wish he just stuck with the Galaxy stuff because that's all good.
It's not connected to the story it's telling. It's connected to the character on screen. The soundtrack seems to have been made in much the same way the movie has done, which is that you will get maybe 5 seconds of, I think the Corneria theme plays, for example, when Fox is in his Artwing. So you'll get 5 seconds of that. But then, in just the way the movie does with its visuals, it will then jump to whatever the next scene happens to be. And it's like, okay, so a different characters on the screen. So we'll play 5 seconds of a theme that people associate with them. And then to a different plot line now. So now it's 5 seconds of an older Mario exploration track or something. Like I say, it's kind of incoherent. It's there much like the movie to be said, I recognize that, and now it's gone.
Yeah, pretty much. And like
Fringy was saying, I mean, the film deserves a little bit of credit for having much less of a reliance on popular music from various artists, for sure.
And before you feel the need to be like, they get credit for that, like, it was hell in the first one when you really enter like the land of Donkey Kong and it's like, take on me. You're like, what the fuck are we doing?
But in the case of this, it's just like bits and pieces of the really good examples of scoring throughout the games, but connected by very sort of generics, perilous orchestration, where it's just like, oh no, there's a scary beat, so we need to have like, I don't know, you know what I mean? There's just like nothing special about the stuff that bridges all the musical pieces. It all just sounds very flat.
Yeah, and it's partly because it isn't telling a story itself, but it's also because it's not really accompanying a story. So it's not rising with the emotional high because there kind of aren't any emotional highs. And of course, then it can't dip with an emotional low because there's definitely not any of those. So it's kind of just stuck doing its thing. And it does say, and I was chatting to Fringy about it last night, it does feel as well like loads of it has just been deliberately edited with a view to sharing 5 to 10 second clips on social media. So like you'll get Fox's introduction and a Star Fox scene accompanied by the Star Fox music, and it's perfect for an Instagram reel. So you can just stick it on there. You don't have to do any editing yourself. And that it will last exactly as long as a reel does before it moves to the next one.
But the big problem, there's a few big problems with this approach. Number one, it really draws attention to how generic the original score is when you keep cutting between the game music and the original score. It's like, man, the music suddenly gets way better for like 10, 15 seconds, and then it just goes back to boring. Like, can you imagine, like, if you watch, sorry, you're going to have to endure some fucking fringy fucking karaoke here, right? But like, if you're watching a scene where it's like, it's like, oh, that's really good. And it's like, and then it just keeps doing that over and over again. It's like, holy shit, this is fucking grim.
You should know
that it goes generic again.
When you started, it blew out the microphone. Not the song part, just you in general. It blew you out, and then Discord was finally getting you back to normal. And then you did the music, and it reacted to you being so loud, it pushed you all the way back down to super quiet. Discord is confused and scared.
But
Point made.
Yeah, I was confused and scared too when I was watching the movie, because this keeps happening all the time. To be like, you'll hear like 10 seconds of the Good Egg Galaxy, and then it goes back to because that's the theme for this movie and the last one. It'll just keep doing that, like constantly oscillating back and forth. You know, you'll get Comet Observatory for maybe like 10 or 15 seconds, and then it'll just go. It'll just be doing that, and you know, or you'll get 10 seconds of like the Bowser theme with the Armada, and then it will just go back to generic score. It's just like for 10 or 15 seconds, it's suddenly way fucking better, and then it just becomes boring again. It's so distracting to me.
Yeah.
If I can just do that for maybe like an hour, I'll use it as the backing music for the video I'm doing, because that I was going to use actual Mario music, but I think I prefer yours.
Just because it's relevant, Birdo was at the casino because everyone at the table is from Mario 2 on the NES, just like the stars Peach defeats. I might be showing my age a bit. It's like totally fair and well spotted, but you still just find yourself asking, why? Why do they do these things? Why do they make these decisions? Why? And just, you wonder who got them to do that. And they were like, you gotta have these guys because they're from Mario 2 on NES. You're like, but why? Just, fuck it.
On the music, so that's one problem, but that's almost more detrimental to, you know, the original score in terms of like really drawing attention to. Dude, it's just weird. At arbitrary moments for about 10 to 15 seconds, the melodies just become way better. And then it just translates back to generic score music. But then the second problem, which I consider a much bigger problem, is like, and it actually blows my mind, because like this was composed by Brian Tyler, who like is not, I wouldn't say he's like a favored composer of mine. Like he's kind of one of those for hire guys, but like he can do good work. Like Assassin's Creed 4, that's him. That was his music. Like that's some good music in that game. He can do good stuff. So I do not understand like what the thought process was for essentially, you know, if you want to describe like a lot of elements of music as sort of questions and answers, right? Like lack of resolution to then resolution, like as sort of a recurring theme in like a lot of songs in the way that they're constructed. Many times in this movie, the answer is like cut out. Like if you cut the piece in half, you like lose what actually makes it truly work. Like if you're doing Gusty Garden and then you cut halfway through, it's like, dude, you're cutting out the resolution. The fuck are you doing?
Could it
and this is just repeated over and over and over again with every single track. It's like you're cutting out the best part. You're cutting out an essential part.
Could it be said that the equivalent for those at home that maybe aren't familiar, if you were in a Star War and bad guy appears that looks like Vader, and then it goes bum bum ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da, bum bum ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da, and then the scene continues. You're like, wait, what? Wait, what? What? And people are like, that sounded pretty cool. Like I like that song. And you're like, no, that's not. That's. But
it's not the song. You ruined it. Again, it'd be like in The Simpsons. If in the Simpsons movie they went da 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 da. Oh my god, I broke my brain by trying to switch it because I was so committed to following through on it. It would be like it's like, oh my god, you've destroyed it. You've cut out the resolution. You need the you need that. Just like in Gusty Garden, you need you need that. That's like that. That's the resolution. And this is repeating for like every single song that they use from Mario Galaxy. It drove me insane. I can't take it. I can't take them. Like they do this in the first movie, by the way. They do this a lot in the first movie, which is annoying in and of itself. But like Galaxy's music is so important to that experience that to see it essentially ruined like this is it's just maddening.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to everyone here, and I'm sure the chat as well. But you know, for some people, I think it needs saying that music is a form of storytelling in itself. And if you just take a piece of it, like it's like pieces of it work in contrast with all the other bits of it. You see, you have highs and lows, and we're at a point of conflict in the melody, and now it's like a sense of resolution. If you just chop pieces and then tie them together from different games with a generic score, it's like a bastardization of the original work.
Star Fox suffers this as well. If you're doing the Corneria theme, how are you cutting out the dun 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 dun? Like, why are you cutting that out? Why'd you be cutting that out of it? It's crazy to me that they would be doing this. Like, bro, you write music. Like, you know how music works better than I do. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you ruining it, Brian? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, Brian.
Explain yourself, Brian. Like, if that is your real name.
I would just prefer it if they didn't use any of the music at all if they're gonna ruin it like this. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like I really can't stand, and this is all putting to one side, but the actual like arrangement, the new arrangements, I just think are worse fundamentally. Like I don't know if it's the mixing, or what they did in terms of translating it, because like in the end, and they have the same problem in the end credits. The end credits isn't just a clean copy of the end credits music for Super Mario Galaxy. It has that, but it also mixes in other tracks from Mario Galaxy and also not from Mario Galaxy as well. And they mix it in. But then like the arrangement itself, it's like that last part, which is so memorable for me and so meaningful. I'm listening to it in this movie. It's like, dude, I feel nothing. This is just, not only do I not feel nothing, but this kind of wounds my soul a little bit.
The highlighting how specifically they've butchered the songs is like, this should give you the skeleton key to how they've made the entire film, because it's applicable to everything.
Because and remember, like a lot of the decisions are, why are you playing Gusty Garden when they're beating Bowser? What the fuck are you doing that for? Gusty Garden is not like a big boss battle level. That's not the vibe it's going for. Bowser isn't a part of that level. Why would you be playing that music for beating Bowser? Why aren't you actually playing the music for when they fight Bowser? Like in Mario Galaxy, when you fight him like 3 times. Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you just letting it play in full? You don't even need to be fucking around with it for timing, because like there's really no like rhyme or reason to any of the timing for the music being used in this movie. You know, if you listen to, for instance, the Infinity War soundtrack, it doesn't sound like great as an individual bit of music in a lot of instances, because it's scored to the moments in the film in a way that means that it's not maintaining like a consistent time signature. Like it will just change at strange times. But that's like one thing, if you're actually making sure that it's in sync with the music, because then you achieve a good result from that, right? If it's in sync with the music, then, or if it's in sync with what's happening in the film, it's like, hey, it's no problem. Like this is kind of what film scores. This is what they can do. But in this case, it's like, dude, it just changes like for no fucking reason really at all. Like, oh nope, we're suddenly just back to generic score music. Oh, suddenly we're doing like we're doing Gusty Garden or the Good Egg Galaxy or Comet Observer. Oh, back to generic music. Now we're doing a track that isn't even from Super Mario Galaxy. Oh, now we're doing the Corneria music, but we're not on fucking Corneria, so I don't want to play this fucking music.
This maybe, I don't know how many people can relate to this, but like it's funny you referencing Infinity War, because I just feel like that's another, we've tracked the death of Marvel, but feels like it's been so long since I think of a scene in the MCU and the music is playing whether or not I intend to remember it. Like when Winter Soldier's arm gets blown off in Civil War, I can't think of that series of images without the music playing. because it's so fucking strong in the final fight, that track. And it's the same for movies of any kind. Like, that when you remember them and play them in your head, like, the music is so important. The music accentuates the storytelling, like John said. It's so fucking important. But in this movie, it's very much like, I guess it's there, and you might recognize what it's from sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, pretty grim. I hate that. Really do. And I don't even think you can really vouch for like the score even independent of the games, which I can't really do in this case because, you know, I love the game and I love the music, but like even on its own, I mean, it's not a very coherent soundtrack taken on its own terms, because a lot of the choices I think are just bizarre if you don't know what game it's from, like, or what level it's from, or why they would even be playing it.
I mean,
So that's pretty annoying.
There are medleys in music, you know, where it's like a mishmash of the highlights of various tracks. But there's a time and a place for that. Usually, it's like over the credits of something where it's a summation of the totality of the experience. You can't use that like in any particular part of the story itself, I think.
So yeah, pretty grim. Which sort of leads to a thought I was having as I was sort of thinking about this movie, and like a lot of the reasons why it is the way that it is. And sort of tethering back to sort of a question before of like, does anybody even know what Mario is? I feel like this film and a lot of the choices they made are like very indicative of the fact that a lot of people don't really know what Mario is, and how like the meta has seeped in a way that's ruined the movies. I think these movies are like self-aware in the worst way possible. Like, they know what people think of Mario. They know how people perceive the characters. They even know, like, what kind of, you know, fucking Newgrounds animations people would make that were making jokes about, like, the world of Mario, or the way that, you know, the interactions between the characters, or Bowser's motivations, or things like that. They know that, and they've, like, written the characters sort of almost with that awareness, maybe even unknowingly. Like, the way they've written Bowser, they actually think that's who Bowser is, rather than, well, it's kind of part of who Bowser is, but it's also the jokes that people make about why Bowser is even kidnapping the princess, or, you know, maybe his, like, ego problems, or his conflict with Mario that extends beyond what you see in the games.
I have very potentially controversial things to say about this point. So, this could be traced back very normally to Force Awakens. It's that quote from J.J. Abrams where he said, like, when he was making it, it needs to evoke every last feeling everyone had in terms of remembering Star Wars. That's like the whole design for that movie. And I don't even think anyone can like say that he didn't achieve that. When that movie came out, that's all everyone had to say about it. Feels like Star Wars. We're so back. You know, it's prequels kind of fucked everything up, but now it feels like oh, yes, it's only in retrospect that everyone was just like, what was even in that film? And it's like, yeah, but he got the win at the time that he wanted, and that was the way that he designed it. When we were covering Tron, and I know that again this is going to hit some feelings here, but Tron Legacy is kind of patient zero on Legacy sequels, and you might even be able to say, and this really highlights my issue, Tron Legacy, I think you could say that when they made that, they were hoping the audience would say, like, this feels like Tron, even though it's not at all like Tron, the original Tron, not really. And it's not as structurally sound in any way, shape, or form. And it doesn't, and I'm sorry to say it, it doesn't sound like Tron. The soundtrack is the best part of that movie. It's fucking amazing. Certainly not quite the Tron that you would remember. However, just like Force Awakens is not the Star Wars that actually existed, it certainly felt like it was. And here comes the hyper hot take. It's how I feel about Leon in Resident Evil 9. That's not what Leon is like, but it's how everyone remembers Leon. And it's like this phenomenon in this era of this isn't the Mario world at all, but it's a lot of what people seem to remember Mario is. And it's a real fucking shame for a lot of IPs that things are created based on the nostalgia and memory and the approximation rather than continuing the artistic spirit of the thing. Like finding out, first of all, what the original thing was trying to do, and then trying to be like, what story can we tell next? And why does it matter to what they built, and how do we bring it forward? As opposed to, how do we short circuit as fast as possible getting that feeling to people? And like, it works, guys. Like the amount of sort of what we would categorize as slop movies coming out that everyone, easily just concedes like, God, that failed because it was slop. It's like, all they're doing is they're in the slop laboratory trying to figure out what components and formulas are still able to do it. And I would say, like, they've cracked something with this one, and they are probably ecstatic. They're like, it's still working.
I'm sure they're thrilled. They're like,
and
we got
Doomsday
him.
is going to be the same thing. It'll make X amount of money, and they'll be all being like, so it's still Deadpool and Wolverine. Sorry, that's the king example. It's like they did it. They were like, nothing was working, but we did it. It's like, was it because it was a good story? Like, no. it's because of
but the thing is that the patience will eventually run out because this is still relatively novel. But by the time they're on the fucking 10th movie, I think people's patience for this or willingness to defend it is going to wane. Feels like it already has waned a bit compared to the first movie. But on that point, I mean, what is a clearer example of this phenomenon than the way that Bowser is presented in this film? Bowser's not actually like a clown man. That's not the role he plays in Mario. He is meant to be like the intimidating villain that needs to be defeated. But so much of like the way that people think about Bowser has been influenced by memes and jokes that like now a lot of people seem to genuinely be like, yeah, this is Bowser. Bowser is like this insecure weirdo loser who is like a clown man that is constantly doing clown things and acting like an idiot.
Well, Devil's Advocate, isn't he like that in Paper Mario?
Isn't he like, why? What's
your like a silly man in Paper Mario?
What point are you trying to make?
Well, no, I was just saying, like, we don't see him like that in any of the games. But I'm like, well, what about Paper Mario? I'm not like, saying that that's generally how he is, but he's not.
I think
never like that in the games, right?
I think that you can find, say, like a still frame from several Mario games in which Bowser is posed in a comedic fashion or dressed in a comedic outfit.
Like the floor falls beneath him and he goes, whoa, and falls down.
Yeah.
Sometimes he dies in a fairly comical way, or like you might see him in a hot tub, or you might see him in a dressed up for a wedding. And so if your familiarity or your memory of these properties is just that, which for a lot of people it seems to be, then you can see where the impression is taken that this is just what he is. It never really, like, the memory doesn't go into context, the memory doesn't go into setup, the memory doesn't encounter the story that leads to that point. It's just, hey, remember that time when Bowser looked kind of funny? And that seems to be the design philosophy for his character in this movie. It's just like, let's combine all of the goofiest elements of every frame of every game Bowser has ever been a part of. Take the goofiest of those, and that's the basis of the character, because that is the thing people remember about Bowser. He's just a big old goober who gets killed comically, and that's it. It's a bit of a disgrace to the games, but
that's kind of silly, and
yeah,
kind of silly. So yeah, he's like a kind of a retard. I get
what they don't understand is
Mario
that you have to fear Bowser, like all the way through Mario 64 in particular. He's like the sinister voice who tells you you're doomed. He's built all of these worlds. He's created entire dimensions out of paintings he saw in the castle. He's trying to steal power so he can make his own world. There's another sort of point of character consistency for Bowser all the way through many of these entries, that you have to fear him in order to take the game seriously enough to get to the point where you pick him up by the tail and swing him around. He's not like that all the way through, because if he was, then I'm not sure as many people would have finished the game, because it's like, well, what joy do I get from beating this clown?
This loser who writes music about how much he loves Peach. It's like, and that feels like an example. It's like, yeah, he's in love with Peach. It's like, not really in the games. It's not like that. He just kind of wants her to have the princess, but you know what I mean? It's like you run away with the jokes that people made in like Newgrounds, like the kind of perceptions and memes and like references and the way that people will sort of run with interpretation, which by the way is totally fine and funny. Like all of that is like amusing, but like it shouldn't actually be influencing the way that the Mario world is presented by Nintendo, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think in the games, Peach is always to Bowser has been just something to possess, because he just wants to control everything. He wants to control the universe, control the world.
He's like, oh, I'm in love with you,
Yeah, but in this, they go too far in that direction of like, I want to be Peach's boyfriend, which is.
And I guess on what you're bringing up, Das, like on stuff like Paper Mario or the Mario and Luigi games, like I'm totally. Like, I'm A-okay with running with, like, different interpretations of the character that might be, like, more comedic or silly. But I suppose there is something to be said for that. There appears to have been generally for the Mario series a line drawn between those sort of interpretations of Mario compared to, I suppose, what it could be like the core interpretation. And I mean, you could obviously go more to bat for the actual integrity of the writing in Paper Mario or the Mario and Luigi games compared to this. This is just pretty grim, I'd say.
This is I suppose the MCU equivalent of this is that you compare the way Thanos is introduced and you compare the way Kang is introduced. And what you've kind of like Bowser is in the Kang model of a villain who you see several times at this point, and in every single instantiation he is useless, crappy, clowny, comedic, and ultimately powerless. I could imagine Bowser being defeated by socialist ants, for example. And it's not going to make me take him seriously the next time he pops up. So, and they did this to a degree was a problem in the first movie, though I think this movie's done a worse job with Bowser. And they are going to keep using him. The reason they did that very hard switch from, oh, is he going to go good? Oh, no, I guess he's not for no particular reason, is because he's just going to be the villain again in Mario 3 in 2 years' time. But by that point, it's like, at what point does it get boring, tedious, and tiresome to have your primary antagonist the least serious character, arguably, in your entire story? At what point do people sort of burn out on this? And you can keep throwing in secondary villains, like Baby Bowser, but then Bowser Jr. even, but Bowser Jr. is an idiot in this film, so he's not much better. What do you do if you then throw in a Waluigi? Do you have any faith in them having debased Bowser in this way that they will? Yeah, they won't understand why Wario or Waluigi are comedic characters in the way that they were in games. They'll make them Illumination comedic characters, which is to say the same as every other character who's the subject of a joke, because that's kind of how jokes work for Illumination. They aren't clever. Every character is the butt of them.
Yep. Which would be a huge shame because Waluigi is Thanos level and he needs to be respected, I would say.
Or is, yeah, but I mean, whatever it's going to be, it's probably going to be really lame and annoying. And I don't know. I think it's sort of led to a conclusion that I find really sad from sort of this movie and the conversation around it and the way that people are defending it, is that I don't think the artistic integrity of Mario is really valued by a lot of people. Like, It seems like a lot of people don't even think that Mario has any artistic value. It's like a silly, disposable thing that's just sort of meant to keep children occupied instead of actually being arts with like meaningful aspirations.
It's this huge, chaotic mess of arguments that we've come across in loads of different avenues, all shoved into one, right? Like the King Kong shit of it's supposed to be stupid and turn your brain off-y shit, so stop analyzing it, combined with this movie is meant for kids, can you please stop analyzing it? It's not, it's just supposed to be nonsense crap. And then also it's a video game adaptation, can you shut the fuck up? It's not even, it's just supposed to be nonsense. It's like, you got a mixture of all of these, combined with what Fringy had mentioned before, with a lot of people saying it's like, it's Mario. Then you're like, you don't even know what Mario is. And then they're like,
you don't know what it is, you don't care about it, but you talk about it like you care. You sure present yourself.
This is what
like
I mean.
You care,
like,
but you don't.
This insane thing can happen where it's like the design of this film, much like I was talking about with The Force Awakens. There are people who will tell you it feels like Mario who've never played a game.
Yeah, they'll say it, and then when you push them, they're like, "Well, I don't like Mario." It's like, how about you shut the fuck up?
But that's
why
kind
do
of
you
like
talk like you?
That's the design philosophy, and it's almost like kind of creepy. Like, I need to create the feeling that this is just like the cultural impact that Mario has for people who have never even been exposed to Mario.
Don't know what it is.
Yeah,
don't know what it is and don't really care. It's crazy. It's insane, but it really bothers me because I mean, man, like, I'm a fan of Mario. I am. I really do value it as a series. I think it makes sense that I would. It was one of those foundational ones, like it probably is for a lot of people, but it does seem like even for some of those people that they're not really willing to go to bat for it at all, which is really a shame. And then the consequence of that is that you get more stuff like this, but you might be bothered about it more when it starts happening to Metroid or Star Fox or Kirby or Pikmin. Or Zelda, right? Like, if it happens to Zelda, you're probably going to be a little bit more bothered about it. It's weird that you don't want to fight a bit harder for Mario, but whatever.
Or once you get the fourth iteration of this, and people start to, like, the sheen doesn't work anymore, or the impact of this just being somewhat special as a thing in general doesn't work anymore, the complaints will be rolled out, and they'll just have this impact of, where were you? they did this.
Yeah,
Like,
it'll be exactly
it
like
was
what's happened with the
never good.
MCU.
It was always was the subject of the criticisms you've lately decided to make. Like I think I may even have said that in the video I did for the first Mario movie, and I'm pretty sure I did it for Minecraft as well. It's like maybe this will work twice, maybe this will work 3 times, but it's not going to keep working forever because it is ultimately empty. It's like going for McDonald's Happy Meals every or 3 or 4 times a day, even by the end of the week, it doesn't work anymore. And so I'm kind of interested to see, because obviously this one is going to make a fuckload of money, but it was interesting and slightly surprising to learn it was going to make slightly less, so far at least, than the first movie. Especially given that they know now what to expect from it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've put it in more screens than the first movie went into. I wouldn't be surprised if they hold it there for longer, if there's a bigger marketing push behind it. They always knew it would make money. Now they know how much money it can make. They're probably spending more money, expecting that it's going to make more money. And if it's making slightly less money, then actually the effect might already be setting in to a point. It's just that we're going to have to put up with probably another 2 or 3 before the tide decidedly turns.
I think it has set in a bit because it feels like the people who want to defend this movie are getting a bit more defensive this time. Like they're feeling a bit more pressure that the people are a little bit more critical of this movie than they were of the first one, which, you know, this is the worst movie of the two, so it makes more sense that would happen. But it's like, well, you're feeling a bit under pressure already. You know, it's kind of telling when it's the second movie, but I mean, it is Mario, so it's got a lot of, you know, and that novelty is still present, and the production values are super high. And you know, unlike the standards, unfortunately, are not very high for this stuff either, which it benefits from. But you know, how people are going to feel when that Zelda movie comes out and inevitably disappoints. How they're going to feel when the Star Fox movie comes out and inevitably disappoints. And we're going to start feeling about all these things when it starts to get a bit long in the tooth, even though it already kind of is, and it's only just started.
I know,
but I mean,
this
Super
is the
Smash Brothers
second
is inevitable.
movie, and it feels like the late stage Marvelitis is sort of set in, and we are just beginning, and there's so many more of these to come, and that's the doubly annoying thing, because I remember again making the point in that first video. It's like, if you're doing a Nintendo Cinematic Universe and you are doing that, then yes, you need to work harder. But then that's because the potential for it's so high. You should want to work harder because you've got some of the most beloved properties in all of media ever. You've got infinite storytelling potential. You've got so many games that show you how you can tell various of these stories. Even some of the Smash Brothers games have pretty goodish stories to them. Like Brawl has the good multiplayer campaign mode to it. Like you can do these crossover things, you can do them really well. People would be absolutely there for you to do them well, and you could have the next biggest thing in entertainment media. But if you carry on not treating it that way, if you carry on just saying all we need to do is stick recognizable things on screen, who cares about a story, then you're just squandering this generational opportunity that you have, because it's probably not going to come around again in most people's lifetimes if they squander it.
No, probably not. That's a sad thing about it. It's like Mario Galaxy will probably never be adapted faithfully ever. They've done it. They did it. This is it. So you're never going to see that story. Not that you necessarily need it, because it's not like you need to have it on the big screen to somehow make it more meaningful. However, given the scope that they're trying to go for in Mario Galaxy, it would be interesting to see what that would look like with $100 million of production values behind it. But, oh well, they've done it. This is it. This is Super Mario Galaxy movie.
It reminds me of Halo in that way, where it's just like you had your chance to make something really cool with this because there's a lot of potential and there's a lot of really good stuff there in the source material, and you blew it. And now we got to wait at least 10 years until someone reattempts it. You know, because we had the Super Mario Brothers movie in the 90s with Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo, and it's just like I kind of like that movie in a weird way, even though it's kind of awful at the same time. But it's just like they didn't get it right, and then a lot of time has to pass before it gets like reattempted in some way. And
yeah,
that's
pretty
the
much.
case with this. And I've always hated the idea that kids are like dumb and they deserve dumb movies. Like that's such a disservice to children.
Surely the opposite is the case. Surely more than any demographic, it's important that the sort of formative media that kids get presented with is actually really good.
So many killer arguments for this. One of the ones that I always want an answer to is so you rip into a movie like this, And the response is like, what the fuck are you wasting your time doing this? This is for children. It is not meant to be some, as mentioned, Shawshank Redemption. But then spend an hour praising Wall-E. Nobody on planet Earth is ever going to say, what the fuck are you doing? Praising a film like Wall-E?
Yep.
That's for
Oh,
children.
but also, sorry, you're wasting your time having arguments with me about this movie. You're just as bad as me. Why are you even arguing with me about shitting on this movie? Why don't you get off the internet? Why are you bothered about what I'm saying?
Who was like like where was the meeting where someone made up that this was a valid argument? Like the whole it's meant for children. Do you know who creates these things? It's like thousands of adults working day after day to craft very specifically like a story to tell in many different mediums and avenues and artistic skill sets. Like, why would that not be worth talking about? Because a child will enjoy it? What bizarre shit are you talking about?
And what are still to this day some of the movies that are most worth going back and rewatching time after time after time? It's stuff that probably meets the category of kids movie. It's that you can still get so much. I mean, Incredibles has been mentioned already. Wall-E, I'm sure, falls in that category. Toy Story. You've got all the Disney classics: Peter Pan, Aladdin, Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast. Like all of these great movies, which are okay, fine, they're made for kids, but actually, I think C.S. Lewis made the point that any story which is only good if you're a child is no good children's story. You should be able to go back and rewatch things and learn new things about them. This always used to be the way we did these things. Some of the best stories ever told are technically for kids, but they have to be the best stories ever because it's the most important time of life when you have to learn about the world. So if anything, you should have a higher standard for children's media than you do for adult media because you're set in your ways and they're not. And it kind of shows, unfortunately. Lots of people are set in their ways and they're used to consuming absolute dog shit, so they don't see the artistic value in any story they consume. It's just an excuse to stick the kids in front of a brightly colored screen, buy them some popcorn, and then leave them for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then you can spend your empty lives complaining at the government for not banning social media for children, which is harmful. And it's like, well, yeah, but there's kind of a bit of both going on there. You're allowing just empty content movies to be the equivalent of cocaine for small children by flashing ADHD colors at them, and then you're wondering why they're growing up being poorly behaved and with no attention spans. It's like, well, it's kind of movies like this that do it.
But also, you have to sit through these movies. You have to sit there and watch this too. So wouldn't you prefer it's like Pixar where you can enjoy it as well? Instead of just watching it and being like, well, this is just garbage, but okay. And you have to sit through it for 90 minutes, which felt way longer than 90 minutes to me. This film felt long.
Just kept going.
To a degree, it's good for kids to like bump up against the parameters of the physical world. Like they do stupid shit all the time and they hurt themselves and they learn what to do and what not to do, what hurts, what doesn't hurt. And I think kids really benefit from the mental and emotional version of that in the form of like storytelling, where they can watch a movie and be like, oh, that made me feel things, that made me feel sad, that made me feel really sad, why did that make me feel sad? Like it gets them thinking about all this stuff. And it's like Platoon was saying, it's such an important like shaping period of their lives. Like you want to give them good meaningful poignant stuff like that, and not just give them fluff to grow up on. And then they confront the real world and they're underprepared for it.
So yeah, I don't know that these movies are good for the world, honestly. I could be wrong about that. And there will be more. It is inevitable. Super Smash Brothers is going to happen. I mean, this film is. I don't even know that you could say this one is testing the waters. I mean, it's just Fox McCloud is in this movie. They are definitely going to be doing it, and it will probably be Universal because it seems like Disney has Nintendo is they're happy to work with them, which of course opens up the possibility that DreamWorks could be doing it, but probably not. It'll probably just be Illumination, and it'll just be Illumination doing all the Nintendo stuff, and that is a grim prospect.
People have been making jokes about it, but like an actual honest to God fucking Metroid Prime film. Imagine it's opening and it's pitch black, and then it's just like, my name is Samus Aran, and I'm a bounty hunter. I'm sure you think you know my story. But let's just say my hunting ground is bigger than you think. And then it shows space. And then she says, this is space. And this is Talon 4. And this is where my story begins. And you just kill yourself? Like,
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, not fun. I hate this movie. I do not recommend it. If you want a Super Mario Galaxy experience, why the hell are you not just playing the game? Why are you not just playing Super Mario Galaxy? Go and play it. You can get it on Switch. Or if you have a Nintendo Wii, obviously you can fish that out and play it again. You should be playing that game anyway, because it's a game I would basically recommend to absolutely anybody. And that's a way better use of your time. You'll get way more out of it. Or just any Mario game, just basically any of them, anyone. Even the new Super Mario Brothers games are an easier recommendation because at least they're actually just like fun, well-designed platformers.
I've seen people mentioning it's like in relation to Sunshine that it's like the worst one for the 3D Marios. And as a person who adores that game, possibly as my favorite Mario game of all time, like it's less criticism of Mario Sunshine and more a compliment to every other 3D Mario. The worst one is something that fun.
It's still pretty cool, pretty fun world. Really, really quite strong foundations, but obviously, not super polished.
Yeah. It's clearly rushed. There's missing levels. There's repeated, drawn-out content, like the fucking blue coins was lame. Because there's like 1,000 all over the place, and it's like, yeah, go collect them. You're like, okay. But, man, the fucking atmosphere in that game, as Fringy was saying, is like, that was a choice that they did that, and it's really fucking cool that they did it.
Sure is. Oh, well.
But
look, all right. The adventure's not. Can you create the watch together, Mubesley? We got a video to watch.
Ooh.
Oh, do we?
Well, you're in luck because I've been using a watch together this whole time.
Oh my goodness!
It Grace Randolph.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, it is.
Uh-oh.
Grace Randolph has done it.
Turn my volume down slightly.
Yeah. This video was fascinating in many ways. I think it's look, right. It's not even a preamble. We might as well just jump in. She's made a review.
You could just say that we did check out her opinion on the first one. It felt only appropriate that we would see what she has to say about this one. Do you want to remind the audience of her comments on the first one?
Well, she said some things about Cat Mario that were pretty fucking crazy.
Whatever do you mean? What are you talking about?
Well, the Cat Mario she felt was for like the Asian market. That's what that was for.
Specifically,
so Hawaii.
She said designed specifically for Asian furries. Like you can't. A statement like that would never have come from anyone else. That's the kind of just like wow.
And Bowser's stalker behavior as well.
She was unhappy that Bowser was doing evil.
Well, she's got more thoughts on that now. She's expanded upon those thoughts.
Oh, good.
But I suppose might as well just get into
Look, when it comes to the first Super Mario movie, I've said some things, you've said some things. And I'm pretty sure we all still stand by what we said. Yet here I am in a Super Mario hoodie that even has Mario and his cat suit on it, if you recall my first review.
Nobody talks like her. That's
no, this is fucking... What is this?
AI could never.
What does this remind me of?
Than the last time we saw her on the video.
Yeah, it's really strange, man. Isn't it? Really,
a little bit.
But look, I'm wearing a Mario hoodie.
Look at her
I
go.
don't know. I feel this is some sort of ploy. If you get what I mean. Like, look, I'm kind of paying a little bit of attention to this goofy thing called Mario. Haha.
You'll understand why that's particularly ironic. So how'd I get here as a non-gamer? Well, it's been a journey. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo.
Oh my god.
It all began when I saw so many Nintendo fans getting such joy from the first film. And
it all happened when I saw people experiencing joy. I couldn't be allowed to continue.
I have to put a stop What is this?
I was like, something that
did
brings
she just call herself a non-gamer?
Yeah.
She is
Yes.
a non-gamer.
But
She
she's
will
wearing this
reveal this.
retro Mario hoodie.
Yeah, this is a fascinating thing that we can talk
Hmm.
about as it continues for why this is happening.
So I thought she would have been a gamer. That surprised me.
Nope, she doesn't know fucking anything about Mario.
that much joy. Must have something going for it. And then I became very interested in Universal Studios.
There it is. Yep, there it is.
Ah.
I don't get this, man. What like I find it strange as a thing. It's like, yeah, I got into Mario by going to like a theme park, but like I'm not really interested in playing the games. This is like not a small number of people that engage with media like this.
That is upsetting.
I find it so strange. Anyway.
Nintendo World, because I love me a theme park. I was all
Okay.
in on when it opened in Japan. I looked at all the photos when it opened in Los Angeles. And then I went to them.
Los Angeles.
I'm a little
Los
confused. So,
Where all the sexy cool people are.
so she saw the theme park, and then she saw people enjoying the movie, and saw them. Was that the order of events, or was it the other way around?
She saw people enjoying the movie,
Okay,
and then she went to the park. Yeah.
I did. That's just
Okay.
okay. You know what I mean? Like, all right,
And
fine.
she has not played any of the games still, as far as I'm aware.
Can you
Okay.
imagine her live streaming a Mario game?
That would be
'Cause I
fucking
now really
hilarious.
want to see
Hilarious.
that.
Myself, I would like to go to there when it opened in Orlando. It had a whimsy to it, and my family and I rode Yoshi's Adventure. All the other lines were too long. To relax after a long day at the park. And it became my father's favorite ride in Epic Universe.
Okay.
So that made Super Nintendo World all the more special to me. And then the first trailer for this movie came out, and I laughed in spite of myself at Tiny Bowser's antics. Trimming the bonsai bush. If I
She needs to do a voice to do the Bowser voice.
He's such a
It's a
character.
voice. The mini
What can you
Bowser
say?
voice, yeah.
I wish she didn't do the Tourette's debacle.
No, that makes me more willing to make fun of her aggressively.
She is such a prick for that. But like,
yeah.
God, she's so
I
weird.
still bizarrely admire it though for being so massively out there and wrong and just no awareness whatsoever.
No
She
shame,
will
yeah.
double down.
No, that's something that will be sort of revealed in this video. Is like that's just kind of who she is. She's like weirdly confident about things that she knows nothing about. Like strangely confident, like brazenly confident, to the point that she doesn't even seem to recognize that it could be a problem. It's really quite surreal.
I don't get my 8 hours, then he said he turns into a real monster. I was like, that Bowser, I relate. And I was
That Bowser.
Oh my God.
Oh, that Bowser.
Oh, that Bowser.
Oh, that Bowser man.
Jr.'s magical paintbrush and was enchanted by the Luma stars. So beautiful.
The paintbrush was enchanted by the Lumas?
No, she was enchanted by the
Oh,
Lunas.
okay.
She liked
For a second, I was
the
like, did I
paintbrush.
miss
She was
that?
enchanted.
No.
That's a story detail we all missed. She's the target audience, isn't she?
It seems maybe.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get a popcorn bucket, man. The demand is too high. All right, not to mention this poster. It's gorgeous. So
Is it?
Kind of boring, man. I mean, you
I
know,
thought-
like look at them all. This is a very generic looking movie poster, which is crazy when it's an animation and you're not obliged to put all of the characters on it.
Yeah, this looks like every other poster for everything. What do you mean? Like, why are we...
It's crazy compared to like Super Mario Galaxy, which has Mario flying through space with the Luma with the planets in the background. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
it's telling you everything you need to know.
There was a post with 4 major Resident Evil covers that I sent Fringy, and I was like, which one do you think is best? I knew what he was going to choose, because there's 3 of Leon on the front with his gun and all the bad guys behind him, and then there's this one that's like a silhouetted forest with red, like a tint behind all of it, and then you can just see in the center there's a man with a chainsaw, and it's you know,
it's the
that's
best
what you can
one,
make it. It's like, whoa, the vibe on that one, it looks so fucking awesome. And you're like, yeah. Like that was the best one. I was like, of course it is.
And what's crazy is a lot of the time when it comes to films, the teaser poster is usually way better than the actual one because the teaser poster is allowed to be like a bit of art, whereas the main one has to fulfill the obligations of getting all of the actors on screen, which just results in this. This is a cartoon version of it, which means it's got benefits that those ones don't. It can be fully seamless in terms of having them all on there, but I mean, it's still pretty lame.
Yesterday, I was like, let's go all in. So I went to the Nintendo store here in New York City, and with your help, thank you, I
bought my Nintendo merchandise.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, isn't this just look how consumerist is all of this?
It's
the Universal theme park ride and the Nintendo shop in New York. I got all the merchandise from there.
We've been here for a while, like as an era, and we make fun of it on all different podcasts and stuff. But it's just. I don't know when the year this happened, but it's so fucking strange to have gone from enjoying the hell out of nerd shit and kind of, being sectioned off for it in a lot of different ways socially, to it becoming the most popular, like, chic aesthetic in fashion. Like, being a nerd. Yeah. You're just like, what the fuck happened? How did we get here?
No, it's crazy. It's like 20 years ago, I couldn't buy anything like physical, basically, that was relevant to like any of the games I liked. Now it's like, oh, there's shit tons now. But I mean, how you feel about the game industry right now, Fring? It's like, oh, not great.
It's I forget if it's someone's quote. I've seen Theo talk about it every once in a while, but it's like when you hate someone, you're like, I hope your favorite franchise goes mainstream, and you're like, oh, how could you say that?
Just this sweatshirt. I wanted to get a tiny Bowser, shrunken Bowser, not Bowser Jr., a shrunken Bowser stuffy, to replicate his littleness in the movie. Or maybe a green Yoshi, since they didn't have Bowser. They were sold out of both. I didn't want anything else.
Kind of weird to say a green Yoshi, isn't it? I know that there are different colors that you can get them in, but like green is the default one. Green. You don't need to specify that. If you said Yoshi, I would assume it was green unless you said otherwise. Like if you were getting a Shy Guy, I would assume he's red unless it was something else.
Also, she talks about how she fell in love with the whole thing because of the theme parks and the store and everything. And then she went to the shop, but they didn't have a mini Bowser or a Yoshi, and she didn't care about anything else. Like, how much really do you like this stuff, Grace? I think you might either be lying or you've just got wires crossed in that huge empty cavern of a head.
Green Yoshi might be the actual, because I figured it was going to come up at some point in this video, not this early, but Green Yoshi might be the absolute perfect Sarai Glazer moment, because it sounds like the thing you would have learned in order to come across as a Mario. I'm not saying this is Grace, I'm saying translating it to that scene in Inglourious Basterds. You have to come across as a Mario fan when you know nothing about it. You find out about all these characters, and you find out all their abilities and all their instances, and you find out that Yoshi has a bunch of colors depending on whatever, and then you go like, it's like, who's your favorite character? And you're like, Green Yoshi.
Green Yoshi.
It's such a like,
that look.
Okay, that's not at all what a fan of it would actually say, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. And then I flashback to when I was at school. I think it was on like some kind of dress-up day, and I wanted to go as Yoshi, and my mum just painted my entire face green, and that was it. Not the most convincing disguise.
So did people call you Shrek or Yoda? Like, what is
I think most people just didn't know. Well, I think my teacher said, "Are you a frog?" I was like, "No."
Down with my popcorn and M&Ms and was ready to party. I even posted on Instagram, which I've gotten back into, and I really like adding music to my posts.
This is borderline unreal. Like, I bought all of the Mario merchandise. I went to the theme park. I told everybody on Instagram, and I watched the movie. And it's like, do you play the game? And she's just like, game. It's a game? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't lower myself to your level, okay?
They made a game?
I wish we could do that on Twitter. And I selected a track from the soundtrack of the first film. And I was like, this is so delightful. And I downloaded the first movie soundtrack on my Apple Music account.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow. She is truly an expert. She's the person you want to review this.
Please name more products. Please, just
Grace's
keep going.
Adventures on the internet.
She bought all the merchandise, guys.
Oh man, it's the most consumerist version of living your life you could ever have, and she's so happy about it.
Yeah.
All right, so as I said, it's been a journey. I was ready for fun. What did I think of the new movie? It's okay. And that's coming from someone who went in really wanting to be able to give this movie a good review. And it's okay is really...
No, she put the shrug emoji on screen.
No!
as far as I think I can reasonably go. I think the best way to describe it is that during some of the more fan servicey moments of the movie, the Nintendo fans at my press screening went, "Yay!"
Oh my god.
What do you say? The point she's making is that they weren't that enthused. They
That
were
pause.
mildly enthused, really. Yeah.
Like in a very muted way. Like you could hear them, but it was like a golf clap. And, maybe they were holding back because it was a press screening, but I think that's the appropriate level of yay for this sequel. I was hoping everyone was going to...
She measures quality in yays.
Yeah. Yeah, she can't even judge because she doesn't know why. Like, she's talking about the fan service and she's like making an assessment on it when she has no idea how to gauge it. She
Yeah,
doesn't
fucking
even
half
know
the
what
people in the
fan
audience
service
probably
actually
didn't
means.
either.
No, probably not.
be going crazy. I was looking for a Minecraft experience.
Oh god.
Oh, you were,
God.
Are you
It's
fucking
over,
kidding me?
guys. It's all over.
Not a sentence that should
He's
ever
not
be spoken
joking.
in any language. I was looking for the Minecraft experience. Ugh.
My Minecraft experience, both when I went to the press screening and then when I went to a regular screening. It was nuts in the best way. And that's very much what I had been hoping for here. The trailer.
I've now got an
I
image
love
of
so
Grace Randolph going to Minecraft screenings, lobbing chickens all over the place. I can see that's the kind of thing she would
While
do.
yelling that cinema has returned.
Yeah.
much that had pulled me back in just when I thought I was out. They pulled me back in.
Oh, whatever.
Those are all the best moments in the movie. And that
Not, I mean, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, the trailer had all the best moments in the movie. It's like, what do you mean? The trailer just had the Bowser shit with him doing the painting.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
it. And it's not even the best. The best part of the movie is probably the Mr. Game & Watch thing. But she doesn't know what that is, so I guess I can understand why she wouldn't appreciate that.
Because that moment was like possible. I can't remember if there was anything else I even liked. I've already started flushing the whole fucking movie in terms of like notable things. I just broad plot points and all that will be gone soon. But I liked the idea, I guess, because there's more pieces to it than basically anything else in the film to me. But that the paintbrush gets to Luigi, which is kind of in concept with everything set up is like, oh, they could do something fun with that. And he puts a big amount of effort into drawing something and out plops Mr. Game & Watch, which is fun on a meta level of recognizing who that is, but it's fun somewhat in that all these elegant, amazing creatures that Bowser Jr. can create, and then Luigi tries it and he creates this like weird-looking stick man. So that I think why my brain is somewhat like okay with that one versus almost everything else is that it seems like it's got more than one layer going on, which is incredible for that movie.
However, it is still not as good as in Brawl when Peach hands him the umbrella and he starts waddling around with the umbrella in his hand.
It's not as good as in Brawl when, and then you can pick
It's
literally
not as good
anything.
as in Brawl when he starts doing kind of like a dance when he meets Peach.
Choose
But,
literally
yeah.
anything. I was just like, oh, that works because of the Luigi angle, and then also because it's actually like a respectful reference in the sense of getting him in when a lot of, I feel like a studio wouldn't care to necessarily include him, or that they would be like, can you pick someone more, popular and contemporary? So I was just like, oh, there he is. So yeah, that, because I mentioned at the beginning that was like the only part I liked, and I think that's why. I'm not sure.
That got a laugh out of me, but I think because it was like the climax of the movie, and it makes like a huge dent in like taking down the threat there. I wish it was something that was more organic to the situation.
Yeah. Well, when he's doing his little
yeah.
walk over and they all think he's going to do nothing, I was like, be like, he's going to fuck him up because it's Mr. Game & Watch. And then he did. And I was like,
Yeah.
it makes you remember what feeling is. You don't feel anything, but you remember what feeling is.
Yeah. And, if you're going to do Mr. Game & Watch, I mean, they did, they executed him in terms of visuals and sound effects. Like, they got it all right.
Except the number on the hammer, like Platoon mentioned.
Except that. Yeah. I noticed that.
That's really frustrating. There are a couple of other additional things that I liked, but for the most part, they gave, I think, all the best parts away in the trailer. And also, the movie went by so quickly.
Just to be clear, because of what Free was saying, is like all the best parts amounts to what? Like 1% of the movie? Then, like Jesus, like what does that mean?
Saying that the movie is only okay. Also, she said the movie went by quick. I totally disagree. It felt slow as hell.
It's just an hour and 38 minutes. I don't remember how long the first movie was, and I forgot to look it up. But anyway, it's only an hour and 38 minutes.
Okay, it's just your job.
It's literally impossible for her to discover that quickly, okay? There's just no way.
Includes the credits, the end credits, which is like usually 10 to 15 minutes or something. And that includes, by the way, 2 credit scenes, a mid-credit scene and a post-credit scene.
So this was a curiosity. Fring had mentioned that to me, and so with the person I was with, I was like, I'm gonna wait because I just want to see how they do it so that I can talk about it. Like half the cinema stayed for the first one. We were the only ones left for the second one. I was like, oh, I guess that's
surprising.
Do you think that's because people don't know that to expect that in a Mario movie, or?
Maybe, I think it's because they don't really care. Because the same thing happened in my experience with the first one. Because the first one has, is it 2 post credits? I think it's 2 again. The final one's Yoshi, right, in the egg. I was the only person left in my cinema when that came on. And everyone else had just left. And I just think it is genuinely, it's just like they are not invested in this story. They've had what they wanted and now they've gone.
Do you think it's because it's the equivalent of you order your Happy Meal and then they say, if you stay an extra 5 minutes once you've completed the meal, we will give you an extra fry? And they're like, I don't know.
How long do I have to wait? It's like, well, it's about 10 minutes. Like, no, okay.
I'm all right. Yeah, I'll be fine.
The one at the very end, you definitely, if you're a Super Mario fan, even if you're not, it's a big deal.
How can you say that? You have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you definitely need to stay around. Why? Do you know who Daisy is? Do you care?
Yeah.
Like, why are you speaking like you know?
Big deal. You need.
I thought Daisy was introduced way later in the franchise, but apparently she was in Super Mario Land, which I think is the Game Boy game.
Early.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought her debut was like Mario Tennis or something for like N64 or something.
But I think the best way to describe it, again, as a non-gamer, is that I wanted more cutscenes and less gameplay. Especially because, in my opinion, here it's not even gameplay. It's like watching someone else play. But I know
it's a fucking movie, woman. What? 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 You just no, you can't. AI could never. That's how I feel about Grace Randolph.
And you know, bear in mind, lads, these kind of people, they're the people who go to the press screenings. They're the ones who do like these reviews. These are the thought leaders. The people who these are the people who get quoted when you see the ad for Daredevil that says Daredevil Born Again that says it's good. These are the people. This is the kind of thinking that they have when it comes to movies.
Yeah.
People enjoy that too. So maybe Nintendo fans will get more joy out of the gameplay sequences. Whereas I was like, more cutscenes. So yeah. There's also Easter
the anti-doomer. Oh my god.
I was thinking the same thing.
eggs everywhere, which I'm sure again will help fans to.
How do you know that there are Easter eggs everywhere? Do you even know what they are? Like this is what people said about the first movie. How can you make any statement positive or negative about the Easter eggs if you don't know what you don't know what an Easter egg would be? You have no idea. So why say this? Why do you say this?
She's literally referring to the Yoshi eggs. Maybe that's what she thinks they are.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she's put Yoshi eggs up on the screen for the Easter eggs.
Be more, but to this non-fan, all those Easter eggs mean very little. I mean, I could identify them. I was like, oh, that's for the fans. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, so she means she saw something she didn't understand and was like, that's for fans, like, which is the whole movie, by the way. She doesn't understand anything.
Again, I'd hear like a little golf clap sometimes, and I was like, well, all right. But I do believe that Super Mario, even with the sequel, remains very inaccessible to non-fans. But it has
This is what I mean. We were talking about this. Like, I feel like it's designed for non-fans.
It's designed for non-fans. If you're a fan like me, it's fucking painful.
It's there's this. It's like you need a new word for it. Someone who is not particularly invested but knows something about Mario.
It's a fan in quotation marks, isn't it? It's that kind of fan. It's not somebody who's hyper immersed in Mario. It's like a different kind of fan. Maybe there's some of those people who like it, but then they might have weird fucking logic when it comes to adaptations or movies in general.
The Force Awakens comparison is kind of perfect. You could have easily have said, and countless people, even if not everyone said when it came out, it's like, this is a movie for Star Wars fans. But like nobody would describe it that way now. Well, not many people.
Nope.
So many fans. Again, that's probably not going to be a problem for it. But I wish that it could pull in. I wish that it was a party that everyone could have fun at. You know, not just people who really like Super Mario.
You almost got it right there, Grace.
Not just people who like Super Nintendo. I wish she had said
that. I mean, she was like 60 when the Super Nintendo came out, so it's probably the one that she actually remembers the name of.
Do we have confirmation on her birth century? Like, have we figured that out yet?
I think it's more of a rumor than it is confirmation.
The energy of this movie was like at a 7, and I was expecting, again from the trailer, for it to be turned all the way up. I felt it was very low energy. All right, so let's talk about what I liked and didn't like about Super Mario.
The not impressed emoji. Look out.
Mario Galaxy movie without spoilers.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing to spoil.
By far and away, my favorite character in this movie is Bowser. In fact, if it had been a movie just about Bowser, I think I would have had a lot better time.
See, this is what I mean about all that shit we went through talking about the way Bowser's characterized. And then she's like, oh, this is clearly a movie for the fans. And her favorite part is Bowser. That's clearly not designed for the fans, if you know what I mean. It just, I don't know. It just makes you think.
He didn't get a new song, which I thought was a real missed opportunity.
Good God, thanks for proving my point immediately.
Yeah.
Like, this movie is clearly for the fans. Bowser didn't get another song.
Maybe they got nervous. They couldn't match the brilliance of Peaches, right? But he didn't sing this time. But he's just so funny with a lot more layers and nuance. Check?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
A lot more layers and nuance? Are you joking?
I mean, I guess he temporarily maybe considers being good for a bit. That's different.
Layers.
I guess, like...
Black.
More like if you pooped and it dried and then you pooped on it again and that dried, like there's layers of
layers of dried poop.
Does a fantastic job here. And Bowser is so much more complex and interesting than any of the other characters. Like he gets character development and a character arc.
What are you talking about? He doesn't.
He gets thrown out the window. Like they promised it and then toss it out the window. It says, there, fuck you. This is about Peach.
Man.
Character arc, kind of. But he's the only one who gets that kind of attention.
He's the only one who got nothing. Everyone else got less. Like, what?
And there were a lot of new characters for me to enjoy. Yoshi, adorable, but he didn't eat no cookies.
What? What?
That's it?
he didn't eat no cookies like
this is another
Yoshi's cookie.
Yeah, like, that's another one. It's like, oh, what's your favorite thing that Green Yoshi does? You go, when he eats those cookies, man. Yeah.
And Yoshi's cookie.
Man,
I couldn't. The cookies, Nintendo. What's going on?
I can't believe they didn't even do one moment where he eats the cookie. That's crazy.
But it's weird that Donald Glover is voicing him because he doesn't sound at all like Donald Glover, and he.
Oh my God!
Who does he sound like? What celebrity does Yoshi sound like?
It's like we're making a negative point about Donald Glover actually doing some voice acting.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Like it's like she's implying, like, why would you have cast Donald Glover? He doesn't sound like Yoshi. Obviously, this was a role for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And he doesn't say very much. Thank God. Thank God. I mean, he probably is the best character in the movie.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with him, basically, and he doesn't talk, which helps.
Diesel voices Groot, and he only says Groot. You can hear Vin Diesel in there. But here, you're like, okay, I'll take your word for it. That's Donald Glover. I do wonder if he did the voice organically with like his own vocal instrument, or if there was like some.
You don't act anymore, It's just this is such a strange thing
it
for
is.
us all.
We talk about this all the time. Like the talent of an actor to be able to do a voice such that you can't recognize them is actually like really awesome to be able to pull that off. But then they get punished for it by people like Grace Randolph. It's like, why even bother?
Digital enhancement. Same for Keegan-Michael Key's little mushroom dude.
Little mushroom dude.
How fucking dare you?
Little mushroom dude. Hey man, she went to the theme park. Okay, she didn't play the games.
But again, Yoshi was so cute. I also liked Bowser Jr., even though he's voiced by Benny Safdie. Does Benny Safdie give us the ick? I think the jury's still out on that. He might, though.
I mean,
really? Why?
I don't know what that's about.
Grace, you give the cosmos the ick, okay? So, like, maybe we should back off on that front.
But I like the creativity of his weapon being a paintbrush, right? And its effectiveness being dependent on the artistic ability of who was wielding it. That was so clever.
No, not really, because Luigi is, like, really bad, and he gets one of the most powerful fucking entities spawned from it, so that doesn't really match. Sorry. They could have done that, I guess, but no.
And at some points, very funny, because there's some good artwork and sometimes some very bad artwork. And I think one of the bad artworks...
It is kind of... This is what I meant about the layers,
it's
because
really funny.
Mr. Game & Watch in-universe comes across as like a bad doodle or whatever, but now we're saying he's like a badly designed character. It's like, oh, careful. Like that's...
Well, this is really funny, because what she's saying right here just gives away how little she knows.
I mean, nobody expected her to know what fucking Mr. Game & Watch is if she doesn't,
No, of course not, but the way she talked about it is hilarious. She's like, oh, there was one sketch that seems to get like a really big reaction, but I don't really know what that's about. It's like, right, so Game & Watch is what you're talking about.
Was an Easter egg, because my audience laughed more than... It seemed to be...
I can't, like, dude, I'm picturing, she's like, she's sitting there, sort of smiling or mouth agape with like oh yeah, and just something happens in the story, she's confused, she looks left and right and people are having fun, she's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah,
yes. Like
that's a thing. I can clap for that.
Funnier to some people than the rest of us. But that was very clever. And it reminded me of the
Why was it clever? Just because, never mind.
Importance of educational video games. I was like, I love that you're promoting art. It also reminded me of Mickey.
What? No, the Mario movie is not promoting art. What the fuck are you talking about?
She doesn't even call it Epic Mickey. It's Mickey's Paintbrush. That's what it reminds me of. Mickey's Paintbrush, the Nintendo 64.
It's Paintbrush.
On the Sony Nintendo.
And I never played, because I don't play games. But I know at the time that
it reminds me of games, but fair play, I don't play them. Like
they were promoting that game. I also the promotion caught my attention because I thought that was a really nice idea. And I thought
not nice enough to play though.
Nah, not that crazy.
For Fox McCloud's character was really fun, super rushed, and I wish there was more of it. Which is kind of like that's the best way to describe this movie. But so that was nice. But he really comes off as an, let's say, homage to Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah,
fucking hell.
This is,
fucking hell.
You never quite know what you're gonna get from Grace Randolph.
Jesus Christ.
You never quite know.
I tweeted that.
Fuck. I wasn't ready for that.
That knocked the wind out of me.
You never quite know what
your brain is soup.
You never quite know what's going to come out of her mouth.
So what connection is this? An animal that talks. So
it's
in a movie.
Space animal that talks. Yeah, pretty much.
I really felt that the Last of Us game was referencing the TV show. It's remarkable. This is just like, yeah. No, she doesn't look into anything, huh? It's just...
No, she doesn't.
Turn on the camera and talk to the audience like they're children.
You know what's crazy is if you actually explain to her the reason why Miyamoto chose to make him a fox, because there's a lot behind that in terms of in terms of like folklore as a sort of a motivation for it. She'd just sort of be like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like she wouldn't even find it interesting. It wouldn't prompt anything from her of like, huh, just like, yeah, sure. But he reminded me of Rocket Raccoon.
Well, someone in chat said, Yoshi is a reference to Rex from Toy Story. It's so true, Grace. Yes.
Last night, and a lot of Fox McCloud fans were like, excuse me?
Do you love that? I tweeted that. Why didn't you? Why? Why
I tweeted this retarded opinion. You judged me.
Star Fox fans were kind of mad, and I didn't really get it.
The mic is giving up on you when you're doing impressions, Fergie.
He's an original, right? Well, he might be in the game and other places that he's depicted, but here he comes across as an animated version of Rocket Raccoon.
You can't have people tell you you're wrong on this because you have no context. And then she's like, well, that's how it comes across to me. And it's like, the whole point is it would do because you don't know.
This is what I mean before. Her confidence is like, it's surreal. You don't know. You've had a whole bunch of people tell you that you're wrong. And like, that doesn't mean anything to you. You're still like, well, I thought he was like Rocket Raccoon, so like, he is. It's kind of remarkable. Like, why would she think this? Does she know when? Why'd I even? Never mind.
Yeah.
Particularly because
in excluding the whole Nintendo thing, the idea that Rocket Raccoon is the only example in film of a cute talking animated animal is hilarious.
They're not even remotely similar.
They don't have the same characteristics at all.
No. You just because that's the first movie you think of, it doesn't mean it's a nod to that movie.
Well, I hate to frame it this way, but like Fox in Super Mario Galaxy is closer to Star-Lord.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, people want to have a conversation about how faithful the depiction of Fox McCloud is in this film. I've seen people making not particularly genuine arguments about that. You can have a conversation about that. We don't have time for that.
Hear it, you're like, oh wow, Glenn Powell is a poor man's Bradley Cooper. He really is, by the way.
Bro,
what was happening? What are we doing?
What's
going on?
I like Glenn Powell. I don't get the hate for Glenn Powell.
I like him too. I think he's a good leading man. It's a shame that he was in The Running Man. That was not very good.
Yeah, it felt like he was doing emotions in that movie. It's just that movie sucks. That's all.
I am more than okay with him playing Fox McCloud, especially with, as the story goes, that he really campaigned to get the role. He really wanted to be Fox McCloud, which cool. Like in this hellscape of these sorts of movies, I'll take whatever I can get in terms of people who actually like these things that are being adapted.
The whole like notion that Brie Larson cares about Mario, loads of people assumed that was like a devious marketing ploy or something. It's like, no, she's like an actual fan. She like actually cares. She played the games. There's like a whole this isn't an Anita Sarkeesian thing where like the history's invented.
She has the references to Super Mario Galaxy from well before there was any benefit from her saying that she likes Super Mario Galaxy for making a movie. She actually does like. That's why I feel bad for her. It's like, I don't know, man. You got brought in to play this character and you're barely even in the story.
Yeah. Which, it's almost interesting in retrospect to think about how little she's relevant, but how much they used her for promoting, because I'm assuming someone recognized it's better to put her front and center because she knows what she's talking about. Or at least she can, if it comes up. Because there's like clips of a character will be talked about or referenced or a game, and the whole cast are bewildered, and she's like enjoyably describing things that are really specific, and I could just picture someone in the studio was like, yeah, just put her at the front. Fuck it.
Not just in his voice, but when you think
Glenn Powell's is sort of the embodiment of like cocky and likable at the same time, and I think that he plays that character a lot in whatever he's in, and that just aligns so well with Fox. I think it's
just Top Gun Maverick, right? He was in that. He plays sort of but then again, you'd be like, well,
true,
you should play Falco, right? And it's like, well, yeah, maybe you should have, but no, he's gonna be Fox McCloud.
Yeah, whether it's that or Twisters or like Anyone But You, he plays like the same character, but he's very good at doing that thing, that cocky, likable thing. I feel like that's a really good fit.
I don't know why she's shitting on him. I agree with you. I agree with you,
I don't
John.
know.
I don't know why.
At it visually as well. And the line readings are so similar. Like they just turn.
No, they're not. You're just wrong.
Him into, they turned.
The brain
Fox
is filled with an
McCloud into
MCU
Rocket
soup.
You can't say that. You don't know who Fox McCloud is. They turned Fox into Rocket Raccoon. You don't know who he is.
She was told this by fans, and she's maintaining this. That's amazing. Good for you. Just bulldoze through notions of your ignorance. Who cares? As someone described in chat, she is unburdened by knowledge.
One's a fox and one's a raccoon. Very similar. But
Whatever
a
you
fox
say.
and a raccoon are not very similar at all, for starters. If we want to just talk superficially, but yeah, whatever.
Talking about what I liked, and yes, there was more that I liked. That's right. I did like a lot about this film.
Oh.
I also enjoyed our two princesses, Peach and Rosalina, because everybody loves a princess, and I thought both were very well animated here. Not just as...
What a weird thing to lead with. They're
Yeah.
very well animated.
Isn't everything? Like, why would... Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
powerful babes, but I thought that a lot of personality, particularly with Peach, managed to shine.
Come on.
Okay.
Liar. Liar.
If you say so.
Managed to shine through. And that's, I think, a lot of credit also, not just in the animation, but Anya Taylor-Joy.
She's just got the opposite takes to us on everything. It's like, okay.
Yeah, like I'd say she notably doesn't care, which is, it's a bad script, and she's not a bad actress, so yeah,
we've come across
care about this
live action and animation where it's a bad script, but you can tell the person's trying. It's like, and that always, I'll happily give credit for that, but it goes both ways. Anya Taylor-Joy did not give a fuck.
Well, meanwhile, everybody makes fun of Chris Pratt, which, fair play, you should, but like, it feels like everybody picks on him, but they don't pick on anybody else.
Yeah.
In fact, I was surprised at how girl-centric the movie was overall. They're clearly the most powerful of all the characters, and they have the most intricate action scenes.
They're the most powerful, they have all the agency.
People,
still revolves
the
around
opposite
them.
is the case. Like, several people have told me that the movie's good because that isn't true. But
Yeah,
I
I've
thought
seen
it
that.
was
do you
true.
do-
but
yes,
It's all
Yeah.
about them. It's their story, and they're the most powerful, the center of the universe. Like, Mario and Luigi are fucking supporting characters. At
they
best.
are. That's the
Yeah.
correct. That is correct. We're correct. That is the correct perspective. All
I'd be
right.
confused how you'd argue otherwise. It starts and ends with those two and their story.
I think just to categorize them, you would call them that, but like they're barely supporting characters. Like I feel like they're just there.
No, yeah, I know what you mean, because
it's
there's
like
a
set
certain
dressing.
qualification you need to reach support. Like, you're supposed to add to the story in some way, and you're just like, what does Mario and Luigi add to it? It's like,
Yeah. Right.
So I do wonder how some fans will react to that. Although I do know that both of them are very popular with Super Mario fans, so hopefully everyone will be okay with that.
I don't know that many people are happy with Rosalina's role in this film, so I don't feel like that should have been obvious to her, even not knowing anything about it. But whatever.
Then I really liked the world building. Sure, a lot of
Come on.
Building?
Like, what's an example?
Sorry, I just noticed something really funny because I was looking. So next up is Japanese culture. That's the next topic.
Japanese.
Yeah, see, she forgot the X.
Oh, it is.
Japanese culture.
Japan.
which of course is going to be a really exciting topic for Grace Randolph to jump into. She did such a great job last time. Oh my god.
a lot of the times it felt like Universal was pitching fans on possible theme park experiences for the future, right? And to be honest, I thought some of the pitches were pretty good. I was like,
Sorry, my brain was kind of doing a thing. You know what she said regarding Peach? Because she has no idea what she's talking about. She was like, but broadly at the end, it's like, well, but fans of the games are happy to see, like, that they're in it. That's, like, as ridiculous as basically just saying, Knuckles is in the Sonic movie, and from what I can tell, fans are happy to see Knuckles in Sonic. It's like...
Yeah, she's worthless.
Yeah.
Worthless.
But she has no idea what she's saying. She's just like, yeah, Vader was in Star Wars with the Palpatine man. That apparently fans were happy about that. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
You should build that. The movie is very pretty with lots of detail, very colorful and glowy, like the Lumas.
There's shapes, there's colors, they move fast. It's everything you want. It's everything you need.
All I want.
Very pretty.
There's shapes, there's colors.
I
This movie has everything.
Here we
I
go.
think it's very interesting how much
The flag is on screen, everybody. Take cover.
Take a Japanese.
Through here, right? There are no Asian characters and no Asian voice actors, even though Nintendo is a Japanese company with Japanese creatives and executives. And
Grace, you're not going to believe this. the games, man, you know what? All the Piantas in Mario Sunshine, not a single Asian Pianta. I called out the racism from day one, and you're the first person to join me on that front. My God.
I do think that's a missed opportunity not to have one Asian character. But, you know, that's a common theme in Japanese pop culture, interestingly enough. But, I mean...
Is it?
Sorry, what?
So Japanese pop culture has no Asian characters in it.
What?
Japanese?
What are you... What is she doing?
Discuss amongst yourselves. And I'm only a casual consumer of Japanese culture.
You're a casual consumer of everything. There's nothing that you're passionately knowledgeable about. You don't know how to do that.
You know, of course, many of you, it's much more your thing. But I could see the similarities to, say, One Piece, right? And I think a lot of the power...
What?
Mario's like One Piece.
I enjoy this because it's as simple as she saw One Piece recently,
yeah,
and that's Japanese kind of. Like, so yeah, it reminds me of One Piece.
Power-ups have very strong Japanese influences.
It's like One Piece in the MCU. That's what Mario is. How far have we fallen, everyone? Is it not over?
Like only Japan would come up with that, right? It was very Japanese. It also at points reminded me of Hayao Miyazaki's work.
Really?
What are you doing?
Disrespect.
Is she just naming Japanese things she's heard of? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
I have consumed lately, so it's like that?
In what way does it remind you, Grace? Please.
The sheer disrespect of comparing Illumination's botched Mario Galaxy movie with Miyazaki at Studio Ghibli.
Come on.
And also Sanrio. They even had Sanrio vibes, in my opinion.
She's just going to say vibes. She's not going to be specific, is she?
No.
Then, again, as I said, I do think the movie does an excellent job with Easter eggs.
What do you don't even know what they...
You know?
You don't know what they are!
Which, so while I might feel it's low energy as a non-fan, I think all the Easter eggs that they're throwing at you for fans might make you feel it's a little better. Or is that Yoshi eggs, right?
Oh, I see what you did there. Would it have been better if more of the Easter eggs had been Asian? Would that have made them better? Because there's not enough of those.
All right, so that's what I liked about the movie. Let's talk about what I didn't like.
Oh,
so
no.
much. The movie has like barely any story. And that's because it has way too many characters who are getting like, you know, they're all...
No, it's not because there's too many characters. That's not the reason.
You're right, there's barely any story, but that's not the reason.
It doesn't help, but what is that, like 10% of the problem?
If that. I mean, the thing is, like, a cast this size, you could do it. It's not, I don't think it's too insurmountable. We're not even at Infinity War levels, are we?
Cast.
Yeah. This is like Avengers level cast. You're fine. You can do it.
Pairing off into, you know, it's one of those movies where everybody pairs off into like groups of 2 or 3.
It's one of those movies with subplots.
If you have a B plot and an A plot, this is a bizarre new concept that the One Piece MCU movie's trying.
And then go
perhaps
off
they'll even intertwine at some parts.
My God.
Oh my God, that's can you imagine?
Daring.
Directions before coming back together again. But again, the movie's not very long. So it feels like there's no main character. As I said,
no, there's a main character. Her name is Peach, and she gets the job done. Don't you worry.
Bowser was really the only one who gets any development, and it just feels like, you don't latch on to anything. Usually, if you can have a lot of characters if you still select a main character, and then all the other characters.
See, so what's happened? She can't articulate it as well. Is Peach is the main character, but there's nothing going on for her as a character really at all. She's very boring. She's very lame. What is she doing? Is like finding her sister because she needs to find her sister because she feels that she's gotten back to its sister. There's nothing there. Like the flashback, there's nothing there. And so Grace, I guess, can't bring herself to say that about Peach, and so instead she says like she's doing great, she's fine. But then when she gets to like the broad opinion, there's this missing piece of where the protagonist should be and what meaning story comes with that. Like she can't identify that as the sole issue, but she can identify it broadly. So it leaves her with there is no protagonist and there is no story. Peach is great though.
I think to build upon the Marvel comparisons, it reminds me a lot of the Captain Marvel situation where they seem terrible, or they're terrified, I mean, of having their lead female character make any mistakes or have any flaws, because they think that'll be a slight against women if they do that.
She does.
That's quite the Disney problem for sure.
She does play similarly. Yeah. Like is it not somewhat reminiscent watching Peach wipe through 1,000 units like Captain Marvel blowing up like 1,000,000 spaceships? It's just kind of like, huh. Mm-hmm. There they go.
Well, I think the reality is it's like they watch the Anita Sarkeesian tropes versus women and like, you're right, actually. Yes, this is bad. The Peach is presented this way. This is bad for the world. Bad for humanity. We shouldn't do this. This is bad.
And just neglectful of the fact that it's flaws that make a character interesting.
Yeah.
But it's just seen as a detriment, I think.
Well, and
days,
also just
especially when it comes to the portrayal of women. Yeah.
What are you saying about the people who like Peach all the way up until this movie existed that was entirely based on the way that she's characterized in the Mario games? Are they wrong or stupid?
Yeah. Like if she was overconfident and she screwed up somewhere and then she had a moment of introspection, that's way more interesting than just watching her beat the shit out of everything.
Or like her kingdom, like fucking take it to her that she abandoned them with no warning and like things went to shit. And then they got their whole castle dug out of the ground and they all nearly died if they didn't leave the castle and then nearly drowned. And that was all because she abandoned them. Could have brought that up, but don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that here. When I was walking out of my press screening, I heard some murmurs of, not as good as the first movie. And then I heard some older critics exclaim that they couldn't tell what the heck was happening in the film.
Oh, I completely forgot to tell you, Fringy. So, like I said, we were the last ones leaving. And we walked past because the people who clean up everything once you've left. They're always waiting for the last people. I felt bad. I was like, we're going. I was like, I just gotta see this fucking last thing. But I was walking past them and they were chatting, and I swear to God, the only thing I caught was there was a girl who said, no, I never played that. I was more into Crash Team Racing. I was like,
hey. I mean, Crash Team Racing, look, I love Mario Kart, but Crash Team Racing, peak kart racing.
Hell yeah. I was like, that's neat. It's the kind of flavor dialogue we would put in the background of like a nerdier story. That is a deep cut of truth right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can tell what's happening. The problem is that just not that much is happening. It's very simplistic. Again, it was almost like just excuses to do things that were gameplay sequences. Also, the movie felt very derivative to me, like Star Wars, Guardians of the Galaxy, Wreck-It Ralph, and its
jeez,
this shit again. Do you watch anything else?
The only reason she thinks it's like Guardians of the Galaxy is literally because she thinks that Fox is Rocket Raccoon. That's it. That's actually the reason why it's stuck in her mind.
Yeah,
it's stuck and she can't unstuck it.
Well, and Wreck-It Ralph is an animation, and then Empire has space in it, so we pretty much got all the materials. There you go.
Cool.
Like it's like Empire like
fucking
what are you
Tron.
Talking about? Tron, yeah.
Yes, true.
And the fact that Mario had space is a nod to Empire Strikes Back. I really respected that.
It was really cool.
Little Tron in there, and yes, those are all Disney franchises, interestingly enough. But I think filtered through the Nintendo.
What do you mean interesting?
What is she saying?
She seems to think there's some sort of parallel to be drawn between Disney and Nintendo, which I just don't even think is apt. Like, other than they make family-friendly media, that's it.
Yeah, or was she saying they were copying the homework of specifically Disney?
I think it's as simple as, well, Mario's got princesses, so does Disney does princesses. I think it's that simple.
Yeah.
Nintendo Japanese aesthetic. And while I've come to appreciate Mario and Luigi, they are on screen a lot, but they actually don't have much to do.
True, Grace.
Good
Preach
point.
it.
Oh my God.
Shout it from the rooftops.
Right.
Wise, they're just kind of there. I was impressed. I mean, they have some action, but not again. Well, maybe their final battle sequence is as complex as the princess's action sequences. All right, but so speaking of gameplay sequences, I was impressed to learn after I'd seen the movie that one of the more intricate sequences there was an exact replica of classic Super Mario gameplay, an actual level. And fans had gone crazy over that. And I thought that was a nice idea. And I think they have that here again, although they make it more obvious.
This feels so fucking weird watching like an old try to understand things about life, and they just have
Well, it is
like, what are
funny
you
to
doing?
understand something that isn't even that old. Rather the other way around. Something that's 40 years old.
That's kind of what I'm
Mario Bros.
getting at.
40 years old.
It's an old that would be very fairly have context for, but doesn't, and then insists on discussing it with no context. It's like, what?
Yep.
There are so many gates along the way that she should have stopped at for her own sake, and she just crashed right through. She's like, nah, I got this.
And how does even being an old isn't, and like, how do you not just have by osmosis the cultural knowledge of what this is? Like,
That's the
my
irony.
grandparents could recognize this as a Mario game, and they would probably recognize it if I subjected them to the movie, which I'm not going to do because they will die.
And I don't want to give anything away, but they kind of have something they do for laughs, but it pulls you out of the sequence and makes you feel a little removed from the action. So while again it got some.
Ooh, I think I might agree with her on that, and that's a little bit more insightful than we usually get from her. So that sequence she's referencing, you move from the scene itself to the screen, to the scene, to the screen, to the scene, to the screen, because they want you to see the way that they've essentially recreated the original boss fight, but in the actual movie, but how it's viewed from Bowser Jr.'s screen looks like the original. They don't just do it once, they like keep going back and forth and back and forth. And what she's saying is the actual battle between Mario and Bowser is like, you don't really get to experience it as a scene in which the hero defeats the villain. It's more so a, hey, look, we've recreated this, isn't that neat? Which I remember kind of, in retrospect now, thinking, yeah, that is kind of how that felt. It was like I'm appreciating the adaptation and reference rather than the actual story taking place in that moment. Because it's kind of hard to, see what the fuck they're even doing. Or at least understand, because obviously I know what they're referencing, so I was just like, yeah, and then Bowser falls into the lava, I guess. That's what's gonna... Mm-hmm.
Sure does.
Laughs, I don't think the sequence was as thrilling as it otherwise could have been. Then I still have some pretty big problems with the messaging of this movie. So let's discuss it.
There is messaging?
I was going to say, so she not only found the message, but she's annoyed by it. All right.
Yeah, brace yourselves, lads.
Here we go.
People are like, it's just Super Mario, man. But I feel these are things, well, I think they should be pointed out.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I continue to feel that Bowser and now Bowser Jr. are a little bit too actually evil.
They're the bad guys, Grace.
Too evil. The only thing that we said that comes close to this was just, why do you want to blow up the universe, though? That's like beyond evil. It's retarded. It's like, can you at least give us something for why? But like, if he was so evil that he was like, I want to enslave every last living creature, it's like, well, yeah, I guess power, control, whatever. And if someone said that's too evil, it'd be like, too evil? Like, Bowser, he's not quite Darth Vader, but he's pretty close in terms of the icon of evil. It's for gaming, certainly. He's the bad guy, Grace. This is Bowser.
Like, it goes beyond cartoon villainy. I think maybe because they kind of mimic, like, the toxic manosphere that is, like, I don't know.
What?
Okay. You guys check out that Louis Theroux documentary. All the ones he talked to, they were like, I have created the Doomsday gun and it's gonna destroy the universe. And he was like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. That's bad.
I think that's a pretty clear example of cartoon villainy.
That would be the peak of cartoon villainy.
Blow up the universe.
She can't help herself, can she?
Like, what the hell? Damn you, Andrew Tate.
Bowser's talking points reminded me of Fresh and Fit. What the fuck? Like, what? Why don't you...
You need to...
Grace.
Just take of it, go touch the grass, as they say, because, my god. Pretend, like, how would you analyze Bowser if you'd never heard of the Manosphere, Grace? What would you do? You'd be alone in the forest at night, you wouldn't know what's going on.
I'm still stuck as how you get to the Manosphere with the Bowser that you get. So his thing is, I might be good actually, and I want to rejoin my relationship with my son, and then I want to blow up the universe for some particular reason. But
I think it's literally just that he wants to kidnap Peach, and now she's ran it like as if he's doing a podcast talking about like fucking evolutionary psychology or something, and how you need to make money because men are weak, like all that sort of shit. I don't know where she's gotten this from, other than I guess he wants to abduct Peach or something.
Kind of mimic like the toxic manosphere that is like I don't know if it's becoming more and more popular, if it's maybe finally reached its breaking point.
It finally got to Nintendo. Damn it.
She figured us out with our boom cannons, you guys.
Hold on. In Bowser's absence, Bowser Jr. is watching too much Andrew Tate videos.
Yeah, man.
That's what he's been doing, probably. But I'm now confused, because didn't she begin by saying that her favorite thing in the movie is Bowser?
Yeah. Sure did.
Maybe she's gonna...
And he's nuanced and complicated, but I don't know about that time that he showed up on, where he showed up on Fresh and Fit and he started talking about how men and women are wired by years and years of evolution or something to pursue different things. And, Bowser Jr., you need to be a provider, like hunter-gatherers. You need to be a provider for the woman. You need to lead her, and she needs to know her place. And this is some of the things that Bowser is saying in the movie. And it really did catch her off guard. She wasn't really ready for that.
Imagine that's his puppet show.
Women want to be conquered. They want to be, it's got to be hunted. She wants to be kidnapped, Junior.
I see a lot of similar talking points there. And the movie at first seemed like it was going to
what? Name one.
What?
Of redemption.
We need examples, Grace.
I don't like. Well, how is she squaring this away?
That would entertain me very much if you did that.
Journey of redemption in that regard, but I was surprised that they decided to not do that, right? I was like, what are you therefore trying to say? They're certainly not the first cartoon villains to kidnap a damsel in distress, but for some reason, it feels a lot worse here.
Why?
You're weird. You're weird. You're a weird person. You're strange. And for some reason, you don't think about or evaluate that. You're just like, no, it's not me. It doesn't even make sense as a point. It's like, what do you mean he's the bad guy? So even if you want to argue that this is who he is, which what the fuck are you even talking about? This is a fucking Mario movie with Bowser, and it has less substance than the Mario games do. So putting even all that to one side, he's a bad guy. He loses. He gets cooked. He gets cooked in lava. Are you actually arguing that you think the film is arguing? What? How'd you get here? You're lost. You got lost.
Well, how is the next chapter family focused after this? How is she gonna get there?
And of course, it was very touching to see Bowser and his son bonding. How can you cheer that on when they're bonding over genuinely evil activities? I guess I think the difference.
He's just genuinely evil, as though blowing up the universe there was a question mark on what kind of evil that is.
Is that in other fantasy stories, villains are villains, and usually pretty inept ones. You're always, they're going to be defeated in the end. But Bowser and co.
You're not serious.
No.
You never really feel that Bowser could be defeated. No.
Sauron, he's just kind of a comedic little silly guy. He's going to lose. He's just a fantasy villain. Same thing with, Hitler. But now...
They're more effective than your typical cartoon villain, and the audience is asked to sympathize with them, laugh with them, and relate.
They flew too close to the sun like Bowser when in Galaxy. That's what happened. They were too ambitious with characterizing him and giving him layers that they may have unwittingly turned him into an internet podcaster.
Oh man, yeah. Well, next time, they'll fix this. They've made a misstep here.
To them, right? It's like if in Silence of the Lambs they were like, Buffalo Bill's actually a pretty cool guy to have a drink with, and you were like,
So
Bowser reminds me of Buffalo Bill.
Bowser is not that. It's that Bowser is more serious and competent than Buffalo Bill. That's why he's problematic. He's
problematic. But also, you never ever want to portray like a serial killer as someone who could charm people and on the surface could entertain or could come across as a good person. That would be insane. You'd never want to see that. You'd never want to portray that because that would be crazy and not at all the profile that most serial killers have. That's just no, sir.
We're like, yeah, but we can't get over the but, I think. All right, so then with the princesses.
Oh, okay, all right, move on. The but in this situation is they want to destroy the fucking universe. That's the but.
I do think the Mario and Peach relationship is handled a little bit better here than in the first movie, although. It's still moving along as slow as molasses, I think, in fact, I would define it more as a situationship than a relationship.
So it's better, but it's not doing anything.
Yep.
So does she want it? But she's saying it needs to be faster, but it is better, slower. I'm a little bit confused.
Are they supposed to fuck in the movie or something? I mean, what does she want from it?
But I think what really bothered me about not only Peach but Rosalina is that they're viewed as the moms of their respective kingdoms. And
how terrible.
Okay, they're also the most powerful warriors in the universe. I don't feel like are they allowed to also look after people? What do we do? Why?
And so I don't like the inequity in that because
What are you?
They are princesses. What the fuck are you talking about? Inequity.
They're rulers.
They're royalty.
They're also. How are we not addressed? They are ridiculously powerful. There's no one that can defeat them.
Kings and princes aren't referred to as dads, right? And they don't refer consistently to their subjects as their children, right?
It's what I mean. This kind of interpretation of media ruins everything because you can never look at something for what it is. You have to try and attach it to some broader social context that means you can never accept it for what it is. It's yeah, but how do I, in my crazy mind, think that it plays into some sort of perception of the real world or influences the way that people maneuver through the real world in some broad and nebulous way? So you can't do that. So even if you have a story that and I'm not going to bat for this more so, but it's this argument would apply to the game itself and the story that Rosalina has in that game as well.
Her problem is that when you have kings in other media, they're rarely referred to as fathers of their kingdom. That's her issue.
I don't know if it's even in other movies. She said it was the issue, at least in this movie, is that where there are princes and there are none of those in this movie, I was going to say, they don't refer to the people as their children because they don't exist.
What about Odin, the All-Father?
Well, and also, this is what they. You're saying hey, Peach, Rosalina, can you stop degrading yourselves, please?
Yeah.
And they would be what the fuck are you talking about? they are they take pride in caring for that. Why are you making me defend this point?
Except for Peach, you don't really care that much.
Well, yeah, we can get into that's not Grace's point, but you know what I mean.
No, I know. Well, no, like I said, this criticism would apply to the games in terms of this, what she's saying, which bothers me. Obviously, it's dude, you don't even know, and what you're coming up with is just some weird shit you made up in your head. It's the voices. It's all in your. What's that cartoon? It was the Mario. It's all in your head. It's in your imagination. There's no such thing as the Mushroom Kingdom.
In the situation in the movie we actually got, where the Lumas are actually children, what's her ideal version of Rosalina doing in that situation when Baby Bowser goes to try and hit one of them? She's well, deal with it yourself. I'm not your mum. This is canonically what they are. They are actually children. Taking care of them is a good thing.
Well, as Chav just mentioned, this is hag behavior, saying you should not refer to yourself as a mother of these wayward children. It's just why are you? That's hagging. Stop it. Okay, let it be a mum. If that's how she feels, okay? Protective, nurturing. Why would you want to take that away? Don't do that.
So I don't understand why that's the situation for the princesses. It just didn't sit right with me.
Something wrong with you.
Yeah.
There's many things wrong with it.
That's it.
I mean, Peach is also going out there beating the shit out of everybody. Like,
this is what I'm saying.
well,
They're the
that's-
most
yeah.
powerful individuals in the whole universe, and together, they're probably more powerful than like a black hole. Like, I don't think there's anything more powerful than the Doomsday gun, okay, which could take out the universe.
No,
so
probably not. I mean, and this causes problems later on because, like, so they can just beat the Master Hand like just by holding hands, basically themselves. And then they win.
Did we bring that up? Like, what the fuck can you do with a sequel now? It's impossible. These two can't be stopped.
There's nothing you can do.
You're just gonna have to do a
as long
thing
as
with
they're
like,
together.
oh no, Bowser Jr. has a gun that sucks away Peach's power, and then at the end of the movie, she's like, "You didn't need the power; you had it all along."
Which, by the way, I don't know we touched on it too much, but I mean, if you want to make an argument that this film has a story, it is just an inferior retelling of the first one. Because obviously, in the first movie, it's like, hey, if Mario and Luigi stick together, they basically have like immense power as long as they're together. Nothing can hurt them. Which then them making the sacrifices for each other is what allows them to get the Power Star, to get the invincibility, to win the day.
Yeah.
But it's all based on their relationship and their unique strengths. In the case of this, it's like, well, nothing can beat us as long as we're sort of in close proximity to each other because we have space magic, but not because of their relationship. They don't have one. It's just the worst version of the first movie.
Work of nature.
I did like that actual family, was a big kind of theme in this movie.
Was it?
Do mothers maybe have a place in those?
No.
Yeah.
No?
No. That's toxic. Moms and doing mom shit's toxic. It's
They didn't
gross.
develop it properly because, again, they had too many characters and too many fractured storylines. But, when the first movie came out, I saw a number of people talking about how their history with Super Mario was a family affair, right? That they played it with their parents and then they went on to play it with their kids. And a lot of families had gone to see the first movie. So again, while the family stuff isn't particularly well developed, there are some genuinely touching moments that I think could go over very well with families or, anyone seeing the movie.
I mean, that's probably the base fucking thing you could score as a family movie. It's like, I guess there's things families might like in it. It's like, oh,
The
cool.
family values in the movie itself, she's disowned both of those. It's mother to the Lumas, and it's Bowser bringing up Bowser Jr. into the patriarchy. So both of those are bad.
The siblings. That's it.
I guess, yeah, siblings. So 2 out of 3 she doesn't like, but at least they're there, and that's good.
Who has family memories with this brand. Super Mario Galaxy certainly has an all-star cast, but again, as I said, I feel only really Jack Black stands out, and then also Anya Taylor-Joy as Princess Peach.
Jesus, it's just hell, isn't it? Because like one of them is the worst performance, and the other one is just like, why the fuck are they casting you?
Actual best performances are Glenn Powell and Donald Glover. So those two.
I think they're the only
best.
two who I think, interestingly enough, stood out the most during the press tour. They kind of teamed up as buddies. They're like, hey, we both did the best job in this movie. Let's hang out. And they both did a nice job. I also liked Princess
Jack Black, because I had the Mario cast at Suzuka for F1, and he did like a thing. He did an intro for Suzuka, the course, and it really was like, dude, I'm just so tired of Jack Black's, shtick. Like, oh, Suzuka! It's like, yep, that's how you would say it. Sure, yeah. It feels...
He's flanderized himself.
Awkward, given how much Mario Kart has dominated the discussion about F1 this year. Probably not a great idea in hindsight, but I'm just tired of it.
We have to now refer to it as a myth. People used to like Jack Black. I don't know if anyone knows this anymore.
They did, yeah.
He was kind of cool once. Tenacious D was fun. Anyway.
It reminds me of like Robin Williams or The Rock, where if they get involved in a project, like the role that they're taking like bends around them, and then they sort of end up consuming the project to a degree. And
I agree, but I feel like Robin Williams like had way more success, like bringing his energy in, because The Rock has had the exact The Rock's kind of like laid out Jack Black's trajectory ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean he's now everybody's kind of rooting for him to fail. The Rock, which, hey, look, fair play. He is an instrumental reason why that Moana live action remake is even happening. He made that happen because he was unhappy because Black Adam failed. So he's like, yeah, I'll make easy money, and he's right. He'll be rewarded for it. That movie will make $1 billion probably.
If you'd supported Black Adam, we would be in the Gunverse right now.
We wouldn't be in this mess. That's right. We would be in the.
And remember, we were lukewarm on Black Adam. We thought it was okay, like, in some ways.
Yeah, no, Dr. Fate, he was cool.
Dr. Fate was cool.
Like
I'm not saying I dislike Robin Williams either, and there are projects with The Rock where I kind of like him in. But, I'm just saying, like, there's that quality of like.
I know what you mean.
Such a presence.
It's kind of like Samuel Jackson, right?
Eating the role.
He's
yeah.
You'll always know he's there, and he has a usual. But he's admitted he's just happy to do the work. He likes the consistent work in movies. I think he said, "Oh fuck, who was he working?" I think it was Bruce Willis who told Samuel Jackson, like, find a character like John McClane where you're basically set for life. And then, like, soon after he did, obviously Fury. And it's really sad to think about because he sees that as like, hey, I got my character and I got to play, Nick Fury, blah, blah. And it's just like, yeah, I kind of wish you didn't treat him that way. The character I can keep coming back to play for more money because it's just been depressing, like every instance further of Nick Fury.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with him depreciating as an actor. It's just everything to do with the writing. There we are. That's how it goes.
And they both did a nice job. I also liked Princess Peach's umbrella, which she wielded like a combination of Mary Poppins and Jane from Tarzan. Again,
she can't help herself.
Yeah, it's just references. There's nothing.
Oh yeah, Peach's umbrella. That reminds me of Jane and Tarzan. I wonder if that's where they got it from. Was
probably
Jane
yeah.
From Tarzan.
That's it. Probably where they stole it. There's a heart on the handle there. Do you think that's a reference to Human Anatomy? I think, or like stolen from?
No, it has to be a movie, so I can show my movie cred.
Maybe a movie about autopsies where there's hearts. I don't.
Okay, now is there a movie of autopsies that is from Marvel? Because if not, you're out of luck.
Tony, he has to get heart surgery at some point. That's probably a reference.
Ah, perfect. There we go. Peach's umbrella is a reference to Tony Stark. Excellent.
But yeah, like, what dare you even suggest, like, hey, why is the umbrella awesome in the context of this film? And it's like, no, it's good because of other things existing.
And 2 Disney references.
Ugh.
Nintendo.
Yeah, see, Disney. Yeah, it's It's like Disney. I wonder if they got it from Disney to give Peach an umbrella.
My God.
Nintendo does seem to be a good Disney alternative, right?
What?
Why does she say it like Nintendo, like, oh, they're the new kids on the block, like as if Nintendo hasn't been around for like 40 years?
Man,
like, oh yeah, no, if you're tired of Disney, I guess you could go like watch Nintendo movies, but I mean, why, you're not going to play the games? Why would you do that?
Some people like to throw over Disney for Nintendo to make a point. Some people like both. It's like the same.
Some people, fucking whack jobs enjoy both Disney and Nintendo. Can you believe that?
Nah.
It's the same but different. It's like just kind of different fundamentally. It's just different, Grace. But okay.
But different. And it was very smart of Universal to partner up with Nintendo.
Yeah, they're fucking thrilled. Well, they love you. Specifically, you're like the perfect mark.
Well, yes.
So I didn't love this movie as much as I wanted to. I really wanted to join the party. But I do like my new sweatshirt. I had a lot of fun. I still am gonna enjoy the soundtrack.
Man, like... she's consumed every element of it except the meaning. Like, there's no meaning. It's incredible. It's the most soulless way to engage with art.
You could not convince her to play the games. You couldn't. You could not say anything that would convince her to do it.
Nope.
She's like locked in on like, well, I don't play games, so like, I'm never going to play it or anything.
Buy literally everything else.
It's like, Grace,
but
why
I'll
do
go to the Nintendo store to buy the Mario sweatshirt. Oh, look at that.
Grace, why do you engage with art? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, but then you remember there are a lot of people like this, and these people get invited to these press screenings and stuff.
Well, but that's,
really,
that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like,
They
the
don't
answer
give
to
a
that
shit.
question, she'd be able to answer it. She'd be like, it's fun. I enjoy doing it. It's very engaging. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. And you just be like, Grace, go deeper. Why do you enjoy doing this? What does it do for your life? And she'd be like, it's fun. I love getting involved in the aesthetic. It's really engaging.
Well, it's like all these people who are obsessed with superhero media, but it doesn't seem to like have any impact at all on how they like navigate through life. Like they love Spider-Man, but like it doesn't seem to inform any of their choices in the real world. Like they can't translate what it is they like about Spider-Man and how it should be relevant to them, like as a person.
Okay, well, I know you gotta be wrong on that because I have it on good authority. Every fan of James Gunn's Superman has lived and breathed the values of that film.
Yes, they have. Yes, that's right.
They're very positive, very welcoming and kind and understanding.
The Supergirl trailer, they've gone, look, I appreciate that you're going in a different direction, but this is bad for the world, actually, that she disagrees with Superman. So I think I'm going to make that clear. I'm going to really emphasize that. That the moral of Supergirl is in stark contrast, seemingly as presented by the trailers with Superman, which I think makes the world a better place. So, you know.
Dude, that's punk rock, what you just said.
Oh, yeah, no, punk rock, and this is rock and roll. Ooh, yeah, ooh.
I downloaded
$200 million at the box office, baby. Here we go.
40% of Superman. I'm not even sure it'll get that at this point.
No, I'm not sure either.
And I'm still gonna go back to Super Nintendo World.
just stop it. Why? What is this an ad too? Like, is the film a big ad, and then her review is a big ad? Is everything an ad?
Well, again, there's themes. This is the benefit of inviting these people to press screenings, is the kind of the marketing, and they'll just buy a bunch of your shit.
Like, you know, I really don't care. Well, that's the one part she's fucking up then. She should be like, I don't play the games, but you can check out Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 on the Nintendo Switch. You can check out Mario Kart. Like, she should be doing all that.
But I wouldn't know, because I'm not a fan of the games. But anyway...
You'd think she would have been like, they had a cute Yoshi egg. You could pick that up on Amazon if you really want to.
Trip. But the next time I go to Epic Universe, when they add something really big and new, I'll definitely stop by Super Nintendo World. And
okay,
I'm sure...
thank you for letting us know. Honestly, my day depended on this.
I'll have a very nice time.
Good.
All right, so that's my
good for you,
review
Grace.
of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Share your thoughts down below. Subscribe today. And of course, as always, you can check out some more videos right now.
Thumbnail of all that. Whoa! That's Grace for you.
Yeah, incredible.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess that it's weird. It's like, that is what I expected, and it's like, you expected all that. It's like, no, I expected the unexpected. It's like, that's what you get with her.
You know, the crazy part is there are a lot of people in the comments like, oh, here we go. It's like, dude, you guys are like making terrible arguments too. Don't worry, you're all in the same boat. The arguments in favor, because obviously they don't, you know, because she's a little bit more negative about the movie, and there's some weird fight going on between like, oh, well, the critics didn't like it because they're fucking idiot losers, and the audience love it. It's like, no, you just because they don't like it for dumb reasons probably as well, a lot of the critics, but you like it for silly reasons too. Like, you're all, don't worry, like the conversation you're all having about this movie, I mean, totally silly and stupid.
So for every iteration, right? If a movie has like it hit well with the fans but bad with the audience, the critics, it hit well with both, it hit badly with both, or it didn't hit well with the fans but it hit well with the critics. It's like there's an excuse for all of them to support the film being good or bad.
It's the Wojak one, the Wojak meme that shows the Rotten Tomatoes for each configuration, and there's a new argument for it.
Yeah, and it's kind of boring. Just like
if the critics loved it, they cooked with this movie. It's so good. If the critics didn't like it, well, who cares what the critics think? I mean, look, the fans loved it. And then the reverse, you know, you find whatever you want.
Well, if both sides didn't like it, it's like, I don't care about aggregate scores. They don't mean anything.
Yeah. It was like, well,
clear there and form your own opinion.
Let's not kid ourselves. They matter to everybody to varying degrees. What other people think of things that you like or dislike matters to everybody to some extent. It just matters to some people a lot more than others.
We will say
what the thing is.
every year how much the Oscars is meaningless, and simultaneously I want the best films to win Oscars.
Exactly. Well, case in point, I don't care what the critics think about this movie, but we just watched Grace Randolph's video because it's fucking funny.
Yeah.
I don't care what the, or the arguments that the audience is making on this film. It's like, yeah, well, I care that people are making these bad arguments, but
critic is not sufficient as a word to describe what Grace Randolph does, I don't think.
No, but technically she is, though. Like an etymology, technically she is a critic.
I suppose
she did criticism. She did criticize the movie. She got 1 or 2 points right, maybe, amidst a sea of
she said stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She previously had been known. Well, last time we did Retarded Avengers, wasn't she the most insightful? Bizarrely,
I think she was.
Yeah,
she does have those moments.
It's insane.
Moments of brilliance.
Yeah.
Though she struggled this time. This one was particularly grim because she doesn't care.
Yeah, which is damaging the fuck out of her commentary, but she'll never know because she doesn't care. Like, she doesn't know to care and care to know.
Well, yeah, and even when she said this is a thought that's entered my mind, Fox McCloud is like, Rocket, I'm just going to tweet that. Oh, people inevitably start telling me that I'm wrong. Well, look, he's kind of like Rocket, okay? I know you're telling me this, but he's like Rocket. And that's what I think. So I don't really know. That's it. That's like how that's everything for her, which in a certain sense, I mean, it probably explains why she's persevered this long, even though so many people hate her.
I always just assumed she's persevered because she was so early on. She's got lots of connections and access that keep her going forever. She's just always going to be. She's able to comment early, and therefore that just keeps you going forever if you can do that.
Sure does. But anyway, I suppose that concludes our grim adventure into the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Go play Super Mario Galaxy. If you haven't played it in a while, now's a good opportunity to go back and play it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is objectively a more cathartic experience than playing the game, for sure.
Sure is.
Yeah, that's probably a safe bet, I'd say.
Playing it as well makes you way more qualified to talk about the movie than the people who say they like the movie too, as it turns out, because none of them fucking remember
it would seem to be.
Well, yeah, it's just weird. I don't see many people saying like, man, it's kind of crazy that like so many levels and so many elements of Super Mario Galaxy were left on the table. Well, I explains it because I might not even remember all the levels in Super Mario Galaxy except for Gusty Garden. There's a lot of levels in Super Mario Galaxy that do a lot of fun things in terms of gameplay, none of which is captured in this film.
Yeah.
Or the atmosphere, the soundtrack butchered, the characterization, the theme. The fact, it's just, I don't think anybody can make the case that this story is more meaningful than Super Mario Galaxy's story. I don't think anybody can say that with a straight face. That is like an impossible position to argue. And that's crazy. That is crazy that the $100 million made by professional writers, and filmmakers couldn't do that. Anyway.
Yeah, that about does
it.
I
smiled and laughed a few times. So some people might go to see it for that, and I don't judge them. I got a cheeky little thrill out of it.
I got a couple. I can't lie.
There's nothing really of substance to walk away with.
I don't know if I want to unearth that. I think it's bad that this movie succeeds. I think it's bad for the industry and bad for art. So, I don't know that I can honestly say, I don't really care, if you're watching it. It's I think it contributes to bad movies going forward. I think it's detrimental to, the Mario series, so I don't really get behind that.
I mostly watched the whole film with Peepo stare. That was my expression.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Mind-numbing. Soul-crushing.
Neat.
Just put on The Incredibles again or something. Put on WALL-E. Put on The Lion King or something. Just put on an old movie instead. If you're in the mood for, a family-friendly movie, just rewatch one of those.
There are much better things to spend your time and money on.
You probably haven't seen every great family-oriented animated film. You probably haven't. There's probably one that you haven't seen yet. Go find it.
And there's more discussion these days about how it's but new stuff is like communal to an extent. That's why people will always opt for like, hey, the new thing is out, I'll go check it out because blah blah blah. But it's like, but there's no conversation to be had about this fucking movie. I say that despite us being at hour 5, but you know what I mean. Like in terms of,
most
I
of the
felt so
conversation
much.
is about the conversation about the movie.
Yeah,
that's what most of the conversation is about. Or like, oh, I like this shot with Fox McCloud and the Loomis.
exactly.
That's about it. That's as far as it goes.
Well, I mean, you guys just saw like
in a week.
Grace broadly liked the movie, but she couldn't speak to any of its meaning beyond the manosphere and how they shouldn't be referring to themselves as mothers. But everything is like got a hum of yeah and thumbs up. It's like, okay. Ugh. So yeah, not really recommending. It sounds like broadly here, but you know,
not
I guess. You spend your time with other things. Well, you know, before we wrap up today, John, why don't you tell people where they can find you and what you're up to?
John Graham on YouTube. I'm taking a break from videos for a while. I'm working on something. I'm working on a secret project.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sort of immersed in that right now. But I'll come back with some videos eventually, and I stream on the weekends. I'm still not done Resident Evil. I gotta do Revelations 2 and Code Veronica, and then I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Have you played those ones before, or
no? I haven't.
Oh, okay.
I'm not liking Resident Evil Revelations 2 so far. The campaign, I like the raid mode, but the campaign is fucking lame as fuck so far. So
I've heard Code Veronica is very cool. That's what I've heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's cool, and it's also got some very corny voice acting, which you'll enjoy.
Wait. Das, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to mention in any way, shape, or form.
Not really. Just here for fun.
Glad to have you, buddy.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Ringy, Platoon, how about you, fellas?
Jeff, I'm probably going to do a video on this because it pissed me off, but it's not going to be a very long one, so hopefully that'll be out in a couple of days. And then it's back to whatever else I still am behind on. Avatar, I think, is nearly done. Loads of stuff, probably this week. We'll see.
Will Grace have a cameo in your theoretical video?
Almost. In fact, no, I know for a fact that she does. Yes, she does.
Okay, cool. Good.
Can't go a whole video without a Grace cameo.
No, that'd be a tragedy in the absence of it. Yeah, no, I'm just working, but there's probably something to be said for that, Mr. Mubley.
Yes. Next week. Next Saturday.
Yes, there will be something to be said for it in a week.
Yeah, like let's just, things have commenced such that there is time to tell you things. There's just a few more things that need doing such to commence such things. And so a week from now, I'll be able to tell you what my next video is. And you won't have to wait too long before you get to see it as well. But it's like there's this stuff and things to go over, how it's working, why it exists, and all this stuff.
We shan't spoil it until it's all like.
We're so very near locked in, guys. Don't you fret.
Really close. Yep.
Other than that, yeah, obviously just all the usual stuff you'd expect, though I'm going to finish Jill's campaign in RE Remake and then do a run with Chris. Now, I'm probably up on Monday. I'm probably up for doing a pretty long stream. I'm not sure I'll be able to pull off doing the end of Jill and all of Chris, but I'll try, gosh darn it. I know that Chris is going to be a lot tougher, but I think I'm ready because I know how that game works now. I was
enjoy those laps back and forth to the supply chest, my friend.
Yeah, I did it in the OG. The main difference is going to be the Crimson Heads, but like I know them now. I know their game. Yeah. I know the mechanic. I know. I'm ready. I'm ready for the challenge. You can all find this in the playlist. For those who don't know, I did my first ever playthrough of RE Remake. I grabbed some mods to clean it all up. Fan base approved, all authentic and sort of like maintaining the vision, and it like shot up immediately to my like second favorite Resident Evil. I haven't even finished it yet. But it was a close fight, but it's beaten out. Well, it goes RE4, and then essentially right behind it would be RE Remake. What a fucking game. Very, very impressed. It's very cool, very fun. I'm looking forward to playing a bit more of it. I also might, on that stream, talk about something cool that I'm planning for Resident Evil, but I need like a day to confirm it also. So I might talk about it then. But yeah, so I like how we've announced an announcement. All right, so ooh, what could it be? What's going on? But yes, next week it'll be more specific. But yes, other than that, I think we shall wrap up. What a fun stream, going over yet another wonderful instance of art being celebrated. Okay. We broke our streak. We did like 7 fun-loving, positive movies and neat streams, and then
and unfortunately now we're on the fucking negative arc because Daredevil's next.
Oh,
oh boy. Well, things come to an end sometimes.
It's gonna walk us right into Mad Dog Grogu.
Yeah.
No.
Sure.
Well,
yay.
Regardless, thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it, and we shall see you
everybody.
next time. Bye.
Yeah, see you next time, everybody.
Anyway.